Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Somerset National Champion of Champion Pairs down here in Dunedin at the indoor stadium, at the Hope Stadium. And of course we're starting the morning off with there's both men and women in the qualifying rounds of section play. You'll see up on the screen now, of course, there's that's what's going on throughout the day, and the times of when we'll be live with you with the live coverage here on the Bowls New Zealand and the Bowls New Zealand. We're using the YouTube channel, and we'll be covering 2 matches, of course, this morning, which we're covering, and we'll be going live to those very shortly. And there's the ladder for the ladies, and you can see the great Joe Edwards has already qualified 1-3 from 3, along with Bridget Kitching and Sandra Cleland of Timaru. They went through unbeaten yesterday. Janet Swallow of Outram and Trish Croot of North Harbour, the Birkenhead club. They need 1 win today, as does Natarsha Grimshaw, playing with the young schoolgirl Henrietta Scott of Kiatoa and Hawke's Bay. They need 1 to qualify, as does Gail Melrose and Mary Campbell of Tauranga. Remember, it's 3 out of 4 to qualify. Deborah Lloyd, Jane Anderson of Queenstown, Doc Collis, and Jean Watt of Waitarere Beach, the Kapiti Coast. They need that 1 today. And then, of course, there was just one catch-up game to play for Glenys Paisley and Pam Calder of Invercargill. They too need 1. The ones below, with just the 1 win, really, some of them have just played the 2. Yes, they've still got a chance to qualify. Then you see from Karen Heemer downwards on that table, they're out of contention and will not be qualified, and their role really is to endeavour to try and stop teams qualifying is their main role this morning. But in the 2 games we've got here, we've got Chrissy Pearce from Thames Valley. She needs going to qualify, as does Dianne Patterson of Wanganui. They also need it. With me this morning, I've got Andrew Mason sitting alongside me. Good morning, Andrew. Nice to have you. Oliver, sorry. Nice to have you with me. Early senile. Don't worry, it's just old age. Don't worry about it. So welcome. Great to have you along. And to this live action here at Dunedin. And great stadium here now, isn't it? It's the new carpet, certainly. Well, it's good. It's classy.
Yeah, it's probably the best one in the country, I think, when you talk to the players that have played around the country and different surfaces.
It's interesting, though, we have found we had the Bowls 3-5 on the new surface at Nainai, and it's certainly an improvement on what was there before, and pretty impressive with that there. But Hastings is good as well. Overall, I think we've got a situation now. I don't know about the Invercargill one. But with the Nainai new surface, I think really on the ones that we're using, we've now got a great improvement on what there was in the past of these the indoor stadiums. And this one now have the blue carpet. They were telling me that this has got about an 8-year run, and then this carpet they've got down now, they can just turn it over. It's which is fantastic, isn't it? From a capital cost point of view, that's. That's a really it's a big plus. So for those who aren't quite aware what this triples format is, it's the New Zealand conventional 3-bowl triples and 18 end matches, or 2 hour time limit, whichever comes first. And as you can see, we've got the split screen, and we've got really 2 games live on your screen, which you can watch. As we see Sarah Taukamo, of course Taukamo been unfortunate to date in this event, and playing with Mary Ann Wilson, who I believe is the mother of our new international, Nicole Toomey, who will be off to Commonwealth Games in a couple of weeks, and of course plays out of the Victoria club. So mother and daughter, they're a pretty good family on the greens, aren't they?
Oh, most definitely, and off it as well. Nicole, I've known for a few years as well. Definitely put in a lot of hard work over the years to, obviously achieve that goal of being a blackjack, and, I'm sure she'll do the country proud.
Well, she's certainly been doing a lot of work, I know that, and getting prepared to get to Birmingham. And of course, we wish them all the best. And great, of course, and Sarah, of course, winner of with Laurie Guy, won the inaugural 2 years ago. Now, of course, won the mixed pairs in Central Otago, where we'll be again later on this year. We'll be covering, we'll be bringing the live coverage again right throughout all the national events. And they're playing Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke of the Wanganui club. And in the other game, we've got the North Otago side. Oh, well, there's a bit of mother thing there, isn't it? Oamaru Phoenix, Kerry Kelly, of course, who's the mother of Andrew Kelly, who will also be on the plane to Birmingham. Andrew's had a pretty good, 2 very good seasons, really. And Kerry has won, I believe, a large number of, Jim Scott was telling me yesterday, won a number of titles up in the South Canterbury regions. Yes, North Otago. Sorry, they won a number of titles up there. She's got leading for a Gail Douglas. And from the little Thames Coast club, and it is right on the coast and around the Thames, driving around the Thames waterfront, or just out of Thames, Val Findlay and Chrissy Pears. So you'll see the scoreboards up there. 2 ends gone in the Patterson Taukamo game, and we'll get that score updated right in but a moment. And in the Chrissy Pears match, it's Chrissy Pears just leading, as you'll see there, leading the Douglas side. The skip is Gail Douglas. Is leading. Kerry Kelly skipping, of course, Douglas. And these are, for both of these teams here, Oliver, they both need this win to have a chance to go through into post-section play. In the Wanganui Victoria match, that's Sarah Taukamo up against Dianne Patterson. Dianne Patterson needs to win that match to stay alive. Unfortunately for Sarah Taukamo, she won't be featuring in post-section play tomorrow. So this is a big game here. This Pears, well, we've got Pears up there as the skip, but in fact it is Val Findlay is skipping, and it's Chrissy Pears with the white bowls, formerly the Gleneden club in Auckland, and they're pretty 2 handy bowls. And the speed here, Oliver, about 15.
Yeah, it's probably 15, 16 seconds first thing in the morning. As the day goes on, it probably slows down by a second and a half. Just as it gets a wee bit warmer, things start to relax a wee bit.
Well, we noticed that. We noticed that last week in Hastings at mid afternoon. It just seemed to lose that yard, just a yard and a bit, where the bowls were still on the same arc and towards the head, but you just couldn't get, whereas you were getting the finish right to the jack, you were just pulling up just under a metre lower the jack consistently. And of course the danger is then you say, well, I'm going to change my line and give it more weight. Well, that's
just end up narrowing through the head.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. So, looking for the jack or the bowl here is Val Findlay, just going through, close to getting the result after it was Gail Douglas who drew the shot with the last bowl, and here's so that's Kerry Kelly on the just playing on the mat now. And going to the safety rail, safety really there. So, Oliver, you had a great season last year, didn't you? 4 Dunedin titles, 1 Southland title.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things that just happened. Just played some bowls and got a couple of results early on in the season, and I got my gold star by Christmas, and there's one of my goals that I wanted this year. And once I'd achieved that, I thought, oh, what else can I do for the rest of the year? So I thought, oh, if I can win another one, that would be good. And I got that, and I was already in the final of the 4s. So I thought, oh, I may as well see if I can win all 4 of them, and it's just one of those things that happened. Playing with good teammates, and yeah.
So is Sheldon playing in Dunedin and Southland too, was he? Or?
Yeah, so Sheldon's playing down in Southland predominantly, and then he comes up here. He came up for 2 centre events this year. He played the pairs and the triples with me.
Of which you duly were victorious?
Yes.
And both. And then you went to Southland and played with Sheldon, I take it, trying to get contact with the front bowl. You get one turn, it's going to be a bowl narrowhead. It's going to sit on. It's a handy bowl sitting in behind the head there from Findlay, but it will be the North Otago side holding shot, holding 1. It's the black jack level bowl with the red marker, and we've got Kerry Kelly trying to draw another, going to do so too, or done a touch on the jack. Don't think it'll change anything. You'll find that the angles sometimes can be deceiving on the lay of the bowls. One thinks what it is, but it's not, in fact. So a 2 to the side from Oamaru Phoenix takes them to a 5-2 lead. It goes 18 ends or 2-hour time limit. And in the Wellington match, Wellington v Wanganui, it is 2-1 to Dianne Patterson of the Wanganui club, playing with Lesley Bourke up against Sarah Taukamo and, as Oliver said, Mary Ann Wilson. And out of the Victoria club in Wellington. And it's interesting, the Victoria club, Lou Newman can tell me the numbers, but their consecutive years of winning national championships, they've more than likely got one of the best hit rates of winning national titles on a year-by-year basis. And they've and now with Nicole Toomey there, they've certainly and Raymond Martin, of course, as well. And the men, they've got some very good players there.
Yeah, they do currently, and they have, in the past years as well. They've definitely been one of the bigger clubs around the country, at performing well, doing well, and winning stuff. And I believe their club culture is pretty good there as well. Very good, very good. They got, there's a bit of touch on the jack there, and you'll see the red discs there for the. That's the Wanganui side with the red disc. Yes, it is. So they'll be Dianne Patterson on the forehand. They'll be holding a couple of shots, I would assume. And a bit of a stall there. So what's on the agenda for you now over the winter months? Do you play in the PBA? I do. I play the PBA here in Dunedin. Be nice to actually try and win a national final and that, to try and get a trip overseas. Of course, it's the lure, isn't it? That's the big it's the big goal at the end, isn't it? A trip to the UK, Scotland, one of those places, and to one of those big international events. And we see Chrissy Pears again opening up with, a very good opening bowl. And there's a 3 to Wanganui there, the Dianne Patterson side, so they've quickly jumped out to a 5-1
5-1 lead, and because it is the Wanganui side who needs the win to qualify. And in the men, here's a couple of very good PBA players out of Hastings, Glassey and Dean Drummond, who are pretty proficient on the carpet, aren't they?
Oh, they are. They're very good on the carpet. I can remember Glassey be 6 years ago, I think, in the Dunedin Stadium here. I believe he won 2 of the national final events. He beat Sheldon in one of the finals, and Sheldon managed to get a trip over to the UK, Scotland that year, because Murray couldn't go to both of the events.
Handy.
Yeah, it was actually, because I got to go over there with Sheldon.
Well, it's great to see him back on the green, Murray Glassey, because he had some pretty serious health issues of the last couple of years, and has sort of been out of action, but he's back on the green now, back in full health. Of course, Dean Drummond, who'll be playing in the Tribbles next week, and then jump on the plane and off to his new job at the Musgrave Hills Club on the Gold Coast. He's taking up an opportunity, a job there. Great bowl there from Oamaru. He's got a job, and he'll be playing Queensland Premier League alongside other fellow New Zealander Leif, who's the bowls coordinator at Musgrave Hills, and Dean Drummond, very, very, very tidy draw players, decided to embark upon a move to the coast, and he's going to be the tournament at Naino will be his last, the champion triples. That'll be his last event, and then he's off to the Gold Coast to the refurbished Musgrave Hill Club, where of course there's another New Zealander, Brian Baldwin, who is about to retire though. Brian Baldwin is the secretary manager, and another Kiwi, Gary Mounsey, as well. So
far out, they're all there.
I'm sure Dean will enjoy the experience of a move to the Gold Coast. But they're certainly, because they're certainly very handy on the carpet. It's for sure. And Joe Edwards yesterday, watching Joe Edwards playing here yesterday, Oliver, you could see it just sticks out the experience of playing on carpet, of managing playing on carpet, just the game management, playing with, not trying to get into a dead draw scenario, but making sure that you're playing with a good, playing with a wee bit of yard of weight, so to speak, so that you're going to. The minute you try and dead draw flat to the jack, you're just going to fall short, aren't you?
Yeah, very much so. And you probably find a lot of the shots that you play on the carpet surface here is, if you've ever had experience playing indoor bowls, it's very much like that, to try and get shots out of, here it's a lot different to playing on grass.
But it's fantastic though that we've got these surfaces available to us so that we can, have what I regard as it's great for the champion of champions, because it does give clubs, no matter the size, no matter where you are, the opportunity to get to play in a national final, and that's what it's all about. And so from that point of view, it's fantastic. And that was evident like last week in the pairs, where we had, in the singles, where we had, Tanya Wheeler from the Wairarapa, little small centre, and we in the singles we had McMurchie from the Onurahi Club in Northland. So there's, you'd say, two smaller centres who firstly won their club title, then won their centre title, then come to play in the national final and win their way through. It's still a great achievement, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Any national title to wins, they're all just as hard as each other.
They are. You can't go in the pub raffle and buy one.
If only you could.
If only you could. So another one to the North Otago combination. It's a Kerry Kelly, Gail Douglas combination. They jump out to a 6-2 lead, and the Dianne Patterson skip side from Wanganui leading Sarah Taukamo 5 shots to 1. So you'd know a bit about, I presume, the North Otago. What makes up North Otago? Because you've got North Otago, you've got South Otago, you've got Central Otago. So what sort of makes up North Otago?
That's a good point.
Well, Oamaru,
obviously. They would probably go up Kurau way.
Right.
It's all part of North Otago. Pretty much the Waitaki Valley.
Okay.
All up to Omarama, Otamatata. They would be all involved in the North Otago Centre as well, I believe.
So there might be a dozen clubs, would there
I'd
be?
say a dozen.
Yeah, around about that would make it up, with Oamaru no doubt being the main.
Yeah.
I imagine there's a couple of clubs in Oamaru, I would imagine.
Yeah, they've got 3 there, I think. They've got 3 or 4. They've got Meadowbank, Awamoa and Phoenix. Yeah.
Right.
I hope I haven't missed one out.
Well, it's interesting when we did the Bowls 3-5 in Nine earlier on this year, and we had from Dobson on the west coast, and they had a membership increase in that 1 year. They've had a membership increase from 7 to 12.
Oh, brilliant! Keep the club going.
Well, they could play club fours, because before they they couldn't do so, but they had a membership increase to 12.
As well, wouldn't it?
And what was interesting, here it was the Pascoes, which was a well-known name on the west coast, and they actually lost out by differential by 1 shot. Of being in the playoff in the quarterfinals of the Bowls 3-5. So one of the great things about the likes of the Bowls 3-5 and the Champion of Champions, it allows the club, doesn't matter if you've got 200 members or 20 members, that every club's got an opportunity to be here, which I think is great. And not being rude, but we don't know a lot about the North Otago or Thames. Or I know a bit more about Thames Valley, but North Otago, Wanganui is another one of the smaller centres, but by goodness, bats very well above its weight in ballast country.
Yeah, I think probably the reason why we don't know much about them is generally, like over the years, when you play the National Inter-Centre and things like that, you had to win the zone.
Correct.
And you go back 20, 30 years in the southern zone, which was South Canterbury South, Dunedin used to dominate.
Oh, they owned it.
They absolutely owned it over those years. And, those centres have had good players.
Well, it was interesting. You could always just about, in the old days, you knew that you were going to have Dunedin and Canterbury would more than likely be through. Taranaki, because of the influence of Paratutu.
Yeah, that's right.
There was some that sort of self-determined, literally, of what was going to happen. But now, of course, with the Inter-Centre, the advent of going back to everybody playing, and we saw the last time we held the event in Wellington, where we had Wairarapa all but make the final of the Inter-Centre. That. So that's, to me, going back and involving all the centres, I still think is the healthiest way to run these events. And sure, for some of the smaller centres, yes, it's a challenge, both numbers-wise and financially-wise. Yes, it's a challenge, but, for the players, it's what the players want, isn't it?
Definitely, and it gives, everyone a chance really around the country to be able to play at that next level, and it enhances your game as well, playing against those better players.
Absolutely it does, and we know from a national point of view as well, there's players now that, because we've embarked more on a national environment rather than a regional environment, there's some players who have sort of I'm not saying they're going to play for New Zealand today or tomorrow, but there's some players that have put their hands up, that are sort of, the eyes are on them, and there's also, a number of younger players like Natarsha Grimshaw's lead here, Henrietta Scott, she's only 15, I think.
Far out.
And and really, if you look at the New Zealand women's side now, that's going away. There's I think all but Val Smith would have come through the secondary school program. Taylor
right.
Bruce,
They're
Selena.
all around my age.
Yeah,
I remember playing the secondary schools and stuff, and
so they all
every
came through
single
from
one
there.
of them was through that when I was doing it.
And as did Andrew Kelly and Shannon McElroy. So those players have come through. So the wider that we can spread the net, so to speak, the greater opportunities that it's also going to create. So
yeah, we'll go back to the female side that we've picked for Birmingham. The 4 young girls there all played the under-18s at the same time.
So which hand?
I saw a photo recently, actually, of a sort of a historic photo, I suppose you'd call it, of the before and afters.
Yeah, that's right.
And
the only difference was Val.
That's right, and here they all were. And it was good to see last week in Hawke's Bay that what I would literally call the sort of comeback of Amy McElroy, who got beaten in post-section play. But so those players are still there. But the sport's at the point now where we really have to start finding that new framework of players. Because that's the next 10 years, so to speak, that next framework. So, we've got a number of players there now, certainly, but there's opportunities, of course, for so many more. Now, right, so we've got a round 4's women update, and that's the Invercargill combination up against the Carlton Cornwall side, up against Karen Hema. Now, of course, the Invercargill side need to qualify. They need to get this win because they've got 2 from 2. So this would get them through to post-section play. They're leading 4-1. The Invercargill girls 4-1 after 3 ends. And then we move forward in the men. We're playing actually a round 6 game. We can actually, there's a bit of conjuring going on with the draw today to fit things in and make it all right. The Geraldine side up against Renwick, and it is that of course would be the Morris Symes combination, I imagine, would it not be?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yep,
it is. So that's Morris Symes skip side up against Geraldine, and the Symes leading 7-1 after 3 ends, 7-1 to the Marlborough combination, and the Rob Ashton up against Aramaho of Wanganui, the well-known club for the Bellis Empire, and it is Rob Ashton who won 2 from 2 yesterday, who is leading, and of course only needs one more. It is Rob Ashton who is leading 5-2 after 4 ends. So looking good for those combinations to qualify. And also early on in this this round as well, looking good for the Wanganui combination, Oliver Dianne Patterson over Sarah Taukamo, and it's Patterson leading 8-1, but we just saw the Wellington side score a 2 there to go to 8-3, but good handy start in the other match, the game, that's the Oamaru side, Oamaru Phoenix, which is skipped by Kerry Kelly up against the Thames Valley combination with Val Findlay skipping that side, and it is 6-4 to the North Otago ladies, who of course need this to stay alive through the post-section play. And just drawing the shot as Gail Douglas, the lead for Kerry Kelly. So there is a number of youngsters though coming through, and it's interesting. We at the men's champion singles. Not that I'm saying that there was standouts, but it's great when you can see a player like Dean McMurtry from Northland, who played really, really great draw bowls right throughout, moving from, of course, the natural surface up north onto the carpet at Hawke's Bay, and was very, very. He was pretty commanding actually. He played very, very well. So the complex here, Oliver, gets used pretty much. Is it day by day it gets used? Or?
They have bowls on Mondays during the day, all day Tuesday night, Wednesday during the day, Wednesday night, Thursday during the day and Thursday night, and then normally they've got a tournament going on a Friday during the day as well.
So do people pay mat fees, or how does it work there?
Yeah, so you can sign up to be a member here, and then when you come through the gate you just pay $5 or something, I think it might be, depending on what event you're playing in, and then you might get a bit of prize money at the end of the term that they do it. I think they run them for like 6 weeks or something, 6-week quarters.
Do they have like business house bowls here as well? Do
they get like...
Or do people hire it for a business,
I believe so. They get like a wee social night, like a fun sports night on Friday nights where like, those business house bowls, sort of events come in. And they do all sorts of things. They've got like a drawing competition, trying to get like a bullseye target. They do a bit of mini golf putting. They do pool and darts as well, I think, goes along with that.
So because, going back through the years, the complex here has not been without its challenges to sort of stay alive, so to speak. But it would appear now that it's on a good... Jim Scott was telling me yesterday that the place is now freehold. There's no debt whatsoever. So they've turned it around significantly, haven't they? And it's great to see. It's great, and here that it is going, and it's getting well used.
Oh, definitely. Like, it cost a lot of money back in 1995 when it was built to set it all up, and we had a big loan from the Westpac Bank back then. They were pretty kind to us, I think, to allow those repayments over the years, and I think it took them 25 years to pay it all off.
But it's done.
It's all done.
Well, one of the good things was at Westpac, sadly, just passed away a couple of months back. The high up in Westpac, in fact, was at one point in time CEO of Westpac, was a gentleman by the name of Harry Price, and Harry Price was a avid bowler out of the Nine Club in Wellington, and let's just say he was pretty adamant that this place was going to work itself out as it duly did. And what's the gentleman's name? Mr. O'Day was Pat O'Day, wasn't he? He was he was really the brains trust behind getting this all up and running, wasn't he? So it's a fitting legacy for him as well now, isn't it, to see that it's all debt free and it's up and running and used on a regular basis. And and of course we have had internationals played here, in the old
That's right. Yeah.
We had the year of the Asia Pacific Championships when we had that terrible weather, and the finals were played here, played on the carpet.
Yeah, there's some old photos kicking around from that as well, Kevin.
Yeah, I believe, because someone was saying Marlene Castle, because she won a couple of gold medals here for New Zealand on that particular event when they played the Asia Pacific here, and there's been a national fours played here, final played here as well.
There was. That was back in 2013, 2014, I believe. I was actually in the semi-final that year with Ken Walker, Sheldon, and my twin brother Elliot.
Yeah.
Finished up at 11 o'clock at night.
Stalker Walker.
Yeah, that's him.
Is that the year that the Carlton side that won at Ivan Zonic?
No, they actually played the men's fours final outside the following day.
Oh, right. I know the year they won it.
It
was in
side won it that year.
Oh, was it
with Tony Grantham, Mike Nagy, and Andrew Kelly? I think was the team that year.
And then Kearney dropped them the following year.
Well, probably.
My friend Michael, he was here yesterday. He was out here for a while yesterday.
Yeah, he spends a lot of time around the clubs and that now that he's, retired from his work, and he's taken up that role with Bowls New Zealand.
His golf handicap's coming down as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. He enjoys his golf, does Michael. But, of course, he's got the big job in front of him coming up in a few weeks' time in UK. And as Jim Scott and I were talking about yesterday, it's such a, people don't understand how challenging the change is, so to speak, on the greens in the UK. So Dianne Patterson now looking good, out to a 10-3 lead. The Kelly v Findlay game, it's all tightened up. It's the game we'll concentrate on now as 7 ends gone, and it's the score is 6-5 to the Thames girls. Well, sorry, to the North Otago combination. So Wanganui look pretty good if they're going to win their way through this stage, Oliver, don't they? You'd be disappointed at this point, 10-3 down if you lost from there.
It looks like it at this stage, but you know what bowls is like.
Absolutely.
Change in the next 2 or 3 ends.
Absolutely, sure can.
If you pick up a couple of twos here, it's 10-7.
Well, the big thing is once you hit that lead, is second shot's the best shot.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to get them in big numbers, do you? So here's Chrissy Pears on the forehand. Is it Val Findlay? It's all right, they've changed over, coming down to the Pears job. Bowl going to get the jack, gets the jack sort of half clean. Not the slice that you really wanted.
No. Still a bit of room to draw a shot though.
There is.
Both sides.
Start a Miriam.
So on the backhand is Kerry Kelly. That certainly looks to be under the line. And you also get hurt here if you play under the line. You certainly got to be coming into the head, don't you?
Yep, you better. It's probably the way a lot of the Australians play the game. How you want to play on the carpet. You just want to be, 18 inches past the jack every time.
That's right. Because
it's easy to pull up a yard and a half short if you're trying to dead draw the shot.
We saw a lot of that yesterday because so many of these players would spend very little time playing on. Bowl here coming from the Thames skip. There's certainly now that's changed it. Well played by Val Findlay. Yes, because and similar to the UK, and you would know as well, even on the carpet over in the UK, whether you're playing indoors or outdoors in the UK, everything's push and prod, a metre, push and prod. It's not about coming round bowls, so to speak. It's making sure you're through the target, isn't it?
Yeah, you probably see more in the UK. They play with the wider bowls in there still.
Yes, they do.
Players, and it allows them to draw around a bowl that's the shot still.
Well, it's interesting, Steve. So Joe Edwards is using bowls here that she's used like at Moama and the BPL and that on the carpet over there. I noticed yesterday that the arc on the bowl coming back to the head was more than likely about a 9-inch difference of outside. Yep. Not inside, outside, but coming back, and it's due to the bowls really that and a lot of ability as well.
Yeah, that's right.
But it does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, the Northern Hemisphere, they definitely play the game a wee bit different, and we'll see that when the Commonwealth Games are on as well. They back their draw a lot, even on those slower greens.
Well, they're never short. That's it. If you, for example, the greatest exponent really is if you watch Alex Marshall playing. He's always looking for a shot that's going to be not in the front of it. It's always trying to move things around. That's really what he tries to do. So, not sure who's got the shot here. I guess Tim's got one. It seems to be there's a lot of dilly-dallying around on about Chrissy Pears now. She's got the measure out. That'll quickly tell us.
Measuring the wrong bowls here, I think.
In the plane. So still the measure going on, and you'll notice that the game that we're watching here, the Pears versus Douglas game, it's the Thames Valley side who have got the blue discs on their bowls, and the Oamaru side have got the red discs. So you'll see all players on both of these matches have got the discs. And just so as you know, with the ends, you'll see there's 7 of 18. It's actually not the ends that they've played, it's the end number that they're actually playing. That's how it's calculated. So it's the end that has been played. So as you know that, and you'll see now they're now going to the 8th end in the Oamaru v Thames Coast. And I didn't see what happened there, or who got what there. Obviously, Oamaru scored. We'll hear in a moment, I hope. So this opening bowl of Gail Douglas, you'll see the red disc bowl there. It's a good metre short. In your bowl, if you haven't got that green and white, you'll see all over your bowl will disappear pretty quick when it very quickly goes inside out. Chrissy Pears now from Thames Coast. This is a good bowl coming up towards the jack. Still going to be short though, but had a good line to the jack, and needed a couple of feet on it. 7-5. It is the Oamaru side who need this. Well, they both need this game to stay alive.
These are the good games, to be fair, when they're both going for it.
Absolutely, I love it.
You tend to see the best of the bowls come out, but you can also see the complete opposite when a team can't qualify and the other one needs the game to win as well. The one that can't qualify, they tend to be a wee bit more relaxed.
Yes, they do.
And things just probably flow a wee bit better when you're relaxed.
Well, the Wanganui girls are certainly... That's a good bowl there from Sarah Taukamo, but it's the Wanganui girls who have jumped right out of the gates and certainly wanting this game to qualify. And
they got a couple here.
Yeah, and
Victoria side.
And they're
Two
on
to
a good
Victoria.
2 to Victoria, 10-5. Now a couple scored on the way back, and last bowl here of Gail Douglas again under the head, and just turns the Chrissy Pears bowl over, and that just makes that line to the really ineffective bowls. Really, aren't they? Really, Oliver. Once you're short and under the line, you're certainly not going to be very effective. Here's Chrissy Pears playing up to try and sit on her own shot bowl. Will do so.
Probably made it a bit worse.
I was just going to say good and bad, isn't it? Because it opens up now at jack level.
Yeah, you've got something to play to now.
They have to.
You don't have to dead draw anymore.
Because Kerry Kelly can now, can clearly see what is the shot bolt, and just, you can just drift inside that, or any jack movements in her favour, whereas before, where it was line on the jack, just that straight line, just makes it more challenging, doesn't it?
It does in here. You need to really find the centre line. I mean, the same goes outside, but particularly in the stadium, or any stadium that you play in, if something's bang on the centre line, it's very, very hard to get rid of it.
Very hard. Yeah, we've noticed the last couple of weeks, and good response here from this Kelly, from Kerry Kelly, who plays pretty consistently, and I believe won someone did remark to me yesterday what the number of titles that she's won, that Kerry's won in North Otago, and it's a big number. So Val Findlay endeavouring to play up to the Chrissy Pearce bowl. Needs to just coming back now, going to work inside the bowl. Is it? Yes, it will. It's well played, sits jack level, good and bad, because it certainly just opens up that push through target.
Closes the gap
Oliver,
now.
doesn't it? Yeah, just. So it was Kerry Kelly trying to reach down, but not going to
She
do
would have
so.
played with more weight than that.
Yeah, you need to be playing. You've got to play through, don't you? You've got to be, you're not going to come to any harm. So great chance here for the Thames side to really, you would think a good bowl here could still count, but if it sits low and right in front of that jack, just makes it very difficult. And again, Chrissy Pearce getting pretty excited.
Don't want it to fall the other way now.
No, well, now's the opportunity for Kerry Kelly to be more attacking to the head, or she's out on a wider line. How far is it going to come back, though? We're certain not a wider line's going to go past. I know, I'm pretty sure her son would more than likely. I know what line her son would be playing to that particular.
Probably
day.
down the backhand and quick.
Yeah. So here's Val Findlay trying to. We're going to have to tell Chrissy Pearce that she's going to have to move. I know it's great that she's encouraging her skip just over the jack, and that's 3. So that will see the Thames Coast side with the blue discs on their bowls jump to should be to an 8-7 lead. And do they play another format like the because you've got the mat? Do they play on the dots as well?
So that's for the PBA. So
right.
One of them's the 2 metre spot, and the other one's the 3 metre
So
spot,
because
which
you
we
play
play
in
for the
specific-
PBA is
Yeah.
the 3 metre.
Yeah. Because that's where you determine what length you're going to play. It's not a jack delivery determination, is it?
So it's just like playing the normal outdoor stuff with the 2 metre mark. So the spot, in theory, when you're playing the PBA, the one that's furthest away on the left-hand side there, that's the 3 metre mark. So it's exactly where you've got to put the mat. So the front of the mat can be at that spot.
Right.
But it can't be any further back than that. And then there's 2 spots off to the side for when the end gets killed.
And that's just
the re-spot.
Yeah, the re-spot, isn't it? So this year, of course, with the PBA, the everything's on again. Jump on the plane.
We can go on the plane again.
Everybody can head to the UK to that great hosting of events which they have it. Yeah, Chrissy Pearce drawing pretty close for the first bowl, and that's what you need. You've got to have those bowls early on around the head. Gail Douglas. How far is this going to come back? It's coming back now. I hear
It's arcing pretty good.
Kerry Kelly was applauding that. Sure is. Going to sit right in behind the jack.
That's a good bowl.
That's a great bowl. Not quite sitting a back touch, or not a toucher, but sitting right on the back of the jack, just mere centimetres. Pearce now on her forehand. Trying to get back to this, what is that, shot bowl. And just going to go by. Pretty good attempt though. It's over the head. Had literally the right line. And really now's the opportunity for Gail Douglas. She hasn't had many chances to really give a great platform to Kerry Kelly with that first opening bowl. This one looks pretty good as well as it's coming in towards the head. The second bowl sits on the inside. Oh, this didn't quite sit on the inside of the bowl. Wanganui, you'll see there, the Dianne Patterson skip side. One sitting right on top after.
Found a good track in there too.
They were dropping 3 on the last end, I think it was, and now
Yeah, Chrissy Pearce trying to get down to that.
Draw.
Jack hasn't got the weight to get all the way down.
The line was perfect.
The line was perfect. Just sits one bolt outside the line, but does give a skip a chance to play down there. So you hear change of hands coming here for Gail Douglas.
Oh,
It was a great attempt here, and the Wellington combination just went by, but that all but touched or set the shot bowl, so it was well played. Now we've got the Wanganui skip, Dianne Patterson leading 10-5. Another good bowl from the Oamaru combination here. Two very good bowls from the lead. But Gail Douglas, they're sitting right on top. And well, it's two good shots.
One to Wanganui.
So, one to Wanganui there. It's 18's gone now, and they're out to 11-5 lead. Remembering it's Wanganui who certainly want to win this game to stay alive for post-section play. And in the other match, we've got here the North Otago from the Oamaru Phoenix Club, the Kerry Kelly skip side up against the Thames Valley side, Thames Coast skipped by Val Findlay. Both of these sides need this win to stay alive, and this bowl of Val Findlay's just going to go by. Interesting to see what sort of weight. Well, Kelly would just stay on that, no doubt, on that forehand side. Quite safe, really, isn't it? The last thing, of course, that Kerry would like to do is to give a shoulder lean, jack level there.
That's right.
That's the last thing you want to do.
So a wee bit surprised that they didn't play down the backhand with weight. You got the white bowls out to that side. It'd be a bit harder now.
It is harder now.
Yeah, if you chip the jack, there's a good covering bowl there.
So this is the only shot option really open for now the Chrissy Pearce skip inside for Val Findlay. She's got to, and really, it's not about putting your foot there where you want it to finish. You're really trying to be playing a metre through to make sure. Because the
bowl has to be there.
That's right.
And playing a tighter line is better than a wider line as well.
And would have reached no doubt, but of course didn't have that tighter line to get to the jackie. And just got to, you're playing those shots on this sort of service, you just got to be confident, don't you? Just bring that line in fractionally, and take your line out. Really taking your line out to that Chrissy Pearce bowl with weight, and you'll get that work at the back end of it. And you really got to be playing with that through the head weight here now. No sense in trying to play dead draw sort of weight.
No, and running shots are probably a wee bit harder on the carpet as well, just playing with that extra speed.
Yes.
The bowl, it will turn, but it's very, very late when the speed just starts coming
on. Hooks the last bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it starts gripping onto the carpet.
So, got to be through this with weight. Well, better line here from the Thames player that still looks to be got some target. Well, you can see the jack inside there.
It's a long way to the water. Oh, and there's my carp. Oh, yeah.
So 11-5, it is Dianne Patterson of Wanganui. Another good bowl coming in here from the North Otago combination.
How are you going?
Could be good enough to count.
Could well be. Well,
probably not.
Yeah, probably. Well, this is a big number. 3. I thought the back bowl may have well been in. So 3 to the North Otago side, and they'll go to a 10-8 lead now over the Thames Valley side from the Thames coast. So the jack be delivered. So what's your thoughts on that? Really, Oliver, is it short or long ends? I know there's a whole lot of thinking about this, what is the best option, but in your view, what's the best to play? Mat up short, mat back long?
I try to assess what my opponent's doing, and it depends what their delivery's like as well.
Absolutely.
On what I'll do.
Absolutely. I made a comment yesterday in one of the games, just watching the delivery of players. Well, win the mat and you go long, because you could see that 9 times out of 10 the other player was going to be under the line. You could do so lengthen it up, and but yeah, that's interesting. So
yeah, winning the toss, it has like a real big part to play as well. Like if you don't know your opponent and you win the toss, I give them the mat.
Yep.
Because they're going to play the length that they want straight away, and then you can sort of see what their plan around that is.
Well, you can see here really in this here in this game here where the North Otago league, Gail Douglas is drawn right on top of the jack, and Chrissy Pearce has come in short. Now the Oamaru side can literally build ahead with ownership of a hand now, whereas because that bowl from the Thames side is really right flush, and sure enough, change a hand to the backhand from Chrissy Pearce. So you're right, because if you can get that first bowl there, and in a case like this, you can then dominate the head, can't you?
Yep.
It just allows you to. Well, there's a good response from Chrissy Pearce. Not going to be shot, but just
something to work with the
absolutely.
anyway.
And you heard Kerry Kelly say that when another one up there you can draw around that, and she can.
Looks like she's got an older style tailor.
I was just
bowl,
going to
so
say that. Look,
you can definitely come round that sort of.
Yeah, I know this can come around. Won't come around all the way, but can certainly. And of course, Kerry Kelly, knowing the bowls, could see that she could come around that short bowl comfortably.
Definitely don't want to be short with this bowl. Probably want to look for a couple of feet through and on a tighter line to either hit yours or get under the head to the other one.
Well, she can certainly play with that lined weight, with a yard of weight through that backhand, can't she? Just sort of endeavouring to get under her own bowl to the jack. Or finishing, well, this is going to finish it, doesn't it? Well,
punched it in.
Touched it in, rolls it in.
Not enough.
Yeah, well, it was there. Not ideal shot, but it got that another bowl up to the head, didn't it? And it's, if you're playing with that weight, you're not looking at a one-option shot. You could only be at a three-option shot, aren't
Giving
you,
it
Rob?
a chance. Like you just didn't want that bowl to be short in the draw. You needed it to be, getting the shot out of it. Or if you're missing, you're through past with another one to
Well,
play
now
with.
all of a sudden it's opened up chances for them for the Thames Valley side on that hand, either under or around the bowl, because you can. And it's interesting. Kerry Kelly is going to play down. Well, I'll wait and see, but that looked narrow out of the hand, but not going to be. It's going now, though,
weight
isn't it?
on it, I think.
Just
ducking now.
Somewhere in Oamaru, they've got any artificial surfaces up there, like even just outdoor ones, or are they still all on natural surface?
I could be wrong, but I think Meadowbank's got an artificial there now.
Right, okay.
Oamaru is definitely 2 greens, and then Phoenix is definitely 2 greens. They're both good clubs to play. I haven't played at Meadowbank, but I played at Phoenix and Oamaru.
Now, is that Oamaru where they have the Rusty McDonald?
Yeah, that's his club.
Yeah. Bit of a legendary figure up there, wasn't he?
Oh, most definitely. Unfortunately, I didn't get the privilege to meet the guy, but everyone has a good word to say about him.
He's good. It needs to get clean under the bowl, going to crash into the Chrissy Pearce bowl, but yeah, it is. They've got the jack around the corner, and that's what we were talking about there before, as well, Oliver, about she played with that yard, which is going to give some sort of results. You got to be through it.
Yeah, that's right. Just always giving it a chance, particularly when you're down.
Well, trying now on the backhand is Findlay to try and draw down. Challenge to get all the way down. Good attempt. Can't see. Yeah, needed another really couple of feet of weight. Kelly, yeah, will change hands. Come down to where that bowl at the back of the head, that Chrissy Pear's white bowl.
Set farm front.
It's going to be under the line all the way, that bowl of Kerry Kelly.
Yeah, that white bowl's probably just enough to be a nuisance on that forehand
The front,
side
the front
draw
one,
a shot
the low
down
bowl.
there. It's
Yeah,
probably
it is.
just in the line there.
But if you, for example, if you had the Joe Edwards drawing bowls,
You'd be around
you'd
that
be around
fine.
that safety, wouldn't you?
Yep.
You've got plenty of room outside it to get the finish.
Yep.
Just got to get into here. You hit that white one, it'll push the shot bowl out.
Well, to be fair to that instruction, that's actually not going to happen, because
They won't turn back from
no,
there.
if you're going to be playing that shot, you've got to be under the black bowl with weight right through the head, because you won't get back from there.
And I feel it's probably not an end to be attacking with too much weight with this last bowl.
Well, that was the line, actually. To be fair, that was not the line that she was called on, but that was
the line.
That was the scoring line, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So one coming out to see whether it's 1 or 2 to the Oamaru side, and it's 12-5 now. Dianne Patterson of the Wanganui club up against Sarah Taukamo of Victoria and Wellington, and it is 12-5 now. 12-5 to the Wanganui side, and remembering
You could play it through there.
Dianne Patterson, Wanganui side, they need this game to stay alive, as do both of these teams in the Kerry Kelly Findlay game. They both need this game to stay alive. So one of them is sort of a spectator from now on.
Yeah, that's the way bowls goes.
Absolutely. So I wasn't sure whether it was 1 or 2 then. I had to measure for the second one, because we've got the advantage where the players, we've got a player mic'd up on each side, and they can communicate to us who's got the shot, but no one wants to communicate with us in that game. We must have upset them or something. Perhaps Kerry Kelly's like Andrew, very quiet.
Yeah. I've played against Andrew quite a lot over the years, and he doesn't say a lot.
He doesn't say a lot.
But when you get him off the green and
Yes.
you're having a beer or a beverage is probably a better way to put it. He's always good for a yarn. Yeah, he's a really top bloke.
Lovely guy.
A really, really, really nice guy.
Once he had a brother that played as well. I remember in the Kitty Hawk, in the Kitty Hawk days, I'm sure there was a brother.
Yeah, his brother, I think he might still play.
Oh,
just
right.
a wee bit. Tosses the odd rock down the green. And yeah.
But Andrew, the last couple of years, especially the last couple of years, in my viewpoint, has really come of age as a player. His all-round play in that final of the peers, with Seamus Curtin up against Tony Grantham and Gary Lawson, I thought it was one of the most mature displays I've seen in the final. He kept urging. Seamus Curtin was struggling early on in the final, and Andrew just kept urging him on and just making sure they were hanging around. And then he had a chance in one particular end against Gary Lawson in the midway stage of the final, and Andrew capitalised on it. And from then on, he dominated, and he's got a fantastic. Well, we all know, Andrew Kelly's got a textbook. His delivery is.
Oh, it's smooth. It's good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And with his delivery, he can never it can't not much can go wrong because he
wrong
plays
with it.
things very tight around the body, doesn't
Yep.
he? He hasn't got the arms out to the side or anything.
Yeah.
It's all pretty much inside, just like Mike Galloway is another example. Galloway's a wee bit wider on the delivery point, but they play that very, very, and that's the key, isn't it? You know, and what they're going to find in the UK, of course, is that ownership of a good delivery is the ownership of success.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't got that, and if you've got the outside the outside movement, you're going to struggle. But those players, especially, are very much the inside delivery players, and smooth and consistent all the time.
Yep.
And that's what you need. And I think Andrew, the last couple of years as a player, has matured into what I would call certainly one of our top players, without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, just touching on that, I played the national pairs with Sheldon, and we ended up having to play Andrew Kelly in the last 16 with Seamus Curtin, and he never missed by much if he was missing. And it goes back to his line. His line is probably one of the best in the country, I reckon.
Certainly is.
And every shot he went to convert, he pretty much got against us.
Well, because the other thing with his delivery, and it's a learning point for all people, that, as you say, he can play that weighted shot without having to change very much at all.
That's right.
You know,
Yep.
and that's a very, very great benefit to have in your armoury, isn't it? You know, and that's just the way Andrew's delivery is so much about he can move that weight around without having to do a lot, doesn't he?
And you look at his pre-shot routine before he gets on the mat, his feet are lining up through the line that he wants his bowl to go. He walks onto the mat with his feet in the same position, and everything just goes straight through that line.
Yeah, he does. He very much so. And he's matured. Well, I can remember, of course, when he used to come up to the Kiddie Hawks in Auckland, where, well, all of you young boys.
Yeah.
But in saying that, it's been a great launching pad. It's been pleasing from those days of the past to see so many of those players who have come through, both the guys and girls, who have, even if they haven't made a New Zealand side, they've certainly succeeded within their centres, and so it gives players an opportunity from the small clubs or the small centres right to the big ones. And
Yeah, I agree with that, Kevin. Like, I think my time playing the Kitty Hawk there, the ones that are still playing now are playing rep bowls for their centres.
a big percentage are, aren't they?
Yep. And the good thing with it being at that age, under 21 I think it was, or 19, it might have been 19 at one stage, you make a lot of friends around the country.
Certainly, well,
And you get the rivalries on the green.
Absolutely.
And I reckon it's great.
Well, now, of course, because we've got Burnside under 26, right? The great work that Kerry, Bruce, and the team do down there. That there's sort of been a big cluster of players who have, and as you rightly say, they're playing either into centre or they're playing in significant events or playing for New Zealand. And Chrissy Pears, I'm sorry, we really can't see very much at all. Well, does it count? No, it doesn't. So it's 2 shots to the Thames side. 12-10 now. 12-10, anyone's game. The other games, it's a seat. The Wanganui combination, they've got the mat again, leading 12-5.
Did you not have breakfast?
And of course, the Wanganui side need this win to stay alive to qualify for post-section play. And the winner of this match, the game here between Kerry Kelly and Val Findlay, the winner of this, of course, stays alive, and the loser is they can go and get some wine gums, because it's literally it's all over for them. No, the under 26 event now, which Burnside run, by extending the age a wee bit further out, I think has worked successfully. And I know Bowls New Zealand, Mike Kernan, know very well that they see it now as really a good, you've got a good cluster from around the country, both guys and girls, and you can certainly get an idea of where your potential lies. And it's interesting. It's the same in all centres, but very much so in Auckland. You see some of the youngsters they do really good in Auckland, but you get amongst, all of a sudden you're playing somebody you never heard of.
Yeah, that's right.
No disrespect, but and let's say the young stars of Auckland are all of a sudden in the second division because there's someone from Oamaru or wherever it might be that's tipped you over, and so that's great. But there's a couple of good up-and-coming players out of Auckland at the moment to see how they. Young boy David Motu, who just got beaten in an Auckland final a couple of weeks ago. Very, very, very good player.
What's it like up there for those younger guys? Do some of the more experienced players take them under their wing and help them out, or?
Well, it's interesting you say that, really, Oliver. There has been a wee bit of it, and one of them who's actually done a lot in bringing these young players, giving them a go, is Danny Delaney.
Oh, yeah.
Who's because when we had this final, and it was Leif Selby and James Williams in the final, semi-final, they played them, and here's the young fella, the young Motu, who's only about 15, and he's skipping against Leif Selby, and went very well, actually. It went very well. So Danny Delaney said, right, you go, you skip. So, but I suppose it's fair to say, Oliver, what I'd say from years gone by, the hardened core of representative players out of Auckland is not quite as sort of prevalent as what it used to be. And let's not fool ourselves, clubs in Auckland are going through some of the same challenges of a number of clubs, like we were talking yesterday about the Remuera club in Auckland, where ideally Auckland Bowls would like to see themselves based at. That was a club that used to have, if you could afford to be there or get accepted to be a member there, had a membership of around 300. Well, it's now at about 70.
Right.
And they've got 4 greens.
It's a lot to keep running.
Yes, so they've got.
Yeah.
So there are some clubs that are, but I think that one of to me, one of the big pluses now in Auckland, and we were talking about this yesterday. Another good bowl coming in here from Findlay. There's the Terry. Jim Scott and I were talking about it, is the appointment of Leif Selby to the it's like high performance coaching role, full-time role.
Yep.
With an Auckland Bowls. You don't very often can say that you've got one of Australia's best, a world champion, everything else, who's there now full-time assisting. Now, you're not going to see results overnight, obviously, but it's certainly a big plus for and it's interesting now as well with Blake Signals coming back from Australia.
I saw that. That'll be good for Wellington.
For a role in Wellington. And one of the things that Jim Scott and I were talking about yesterday is we need to get, I don't know, it might be 4, 6 players like that. Look at that slice there. Would have been holding 3 shots. Got the back of the jack, did Val Findlay. And those are the sorts of things like they've got in Australia, although we can't emulate everything that they do in Australia, Oliver, but if we can get the likes of 3 or 4 Leif Selbys, it's just a big, we've got Mike Kernan now, obviously down here, now Blake Signals coming back into Wellington. If we can get a few of those sorts of people, I think it's a big plus.
Yeah, definitely. Like Dunedin's going through that rebuilding stage now with our centre side. Like Terry's retired, Mike's retired from the side. And they're players that have been there for 30 odd years.
Absolutely.
I think Terry did close to 40 years for the
He would have.
centre.
He would have.
And that leaves a big hole.
But it's healthy.
But it's most definitely. And Terry's been good. He's taken up a role, helping with selecting and coaching and that for the centre. And he's real good at helping develop the game and give you a bit of insight with that.
Well, he's certainly got he's got the international experience, and he's got he's got the record to back it up. And
Definitely.
Now, of course, working with his role with Bowls Canada as well. There's things you pick up, like you're working alongside the likes of the Ryan Besters, Leanne Chenery, those sorts of people. It has a flow-on effect, and those are the people now that I see that, and I'm hoping it's 2, I think, isn't it? 2 it is.
Like it.
So they jumped to 14-10 now. So that was a fatal result, wasn't it, for the Thames side? That jack just went the wrong way. They could have been, well, it's actually a 5-shot turnaround.
Yeah.
Because they would have been holding 3, and instead sliced the jack out and a couple down. And that's where we're now, for example, as well, the retirement of Joe Edwards, it'd be great if we could find somewhere with Joe. And it's interesting, and I use Nelson, especially Nelson woman, I use that as a real beacon of what a big improvement in women's bowls in New Zealand, because we saw that Nelson centre with Val Smith and Joe Edwards. All of a sudden, we had the Amy McElroys, we had the Gemma Watts, we had a whole lot of very
started coming back.
They started coming because they were playing with the best in the world, and they grew with it.
And it's good having players like that around your centre as well, because it creates that competition.
Absolutely, and I know Dunedin's much the same as Nelson. One of the good things about Nelson is that those players actually play. They play in the club championships. They play in the centre events. Whereas some other players, not so much. But very much so. And it's the same down here. Your, for example, your entries here, Oliver, I know for you, because they publish them. Centre events, you've got very good entries.
They're high, and we used to play 4 games to qualify on the Saturday, but a few years ago, it must have been about 3 years ago, they decided to change it from 4 games to 3 games.
Yep.
So it gives people a chance to qualify. It's a wee bit easier to qualify getting 2 out of 3 and 3 out of 3.
Absolutely.
And I think that's good for the bowls as well. People want to play bowls on the Saturday as it is, but then they've got a wee chance to qualify the next day and see how far they can sort of go with that.
We also have to, as well, and most centres now are aware of it, we have to accommodate the people as well. Right?
That's right.
In my day, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, there's probably so many people playing in it.
It was... So you've got to accommodate a lot of things now. So it means you do have to change things around, and we've got a younger element as well participating, which we didn't have before.
Yeah.
So you've got to accommodate those things, and I'm I'm delighted that we've got Leif Selby in Auckland, and he's got a lot to offer.
Yeah.
You don't get a world champion just not knock on your door, but all of a sudden have the opportunity to say, "We've got a job if you want to come, if you want to give it a go." So he's a good guy. He's got a big job of defending champion here in these pairs, of course, but he's got a big job ahead of him today with James Williams, who was the greenkeeper at Carlton, Cornwall, but he's now finished that. He's moved out of Auckland. They won the club pairs. And then he moved with his father's got a business, a landscaping business in the Bay of Plenty in Tauranga. So James has just recently moved down there, and a new greenkeeper has come into Carlton. So, but they won the club pairs again at Carlton, Cornwall this year, and the Auckland pairs as well. So
is there a plan for him to still play out of Auckland, James, or will he?
I think he'll play in the Bay. I think he's
You know, the problem is it might take you an hour and a quarter to drive from, say, Tauranga to the start of the motorway. Then it can take you another hour and a quarter from
That's right. I was up that way not too long ago, and it took 3 hours, I think, to get from Auckland to Tauranga, just with all the roadworks that was going on.
It's a transport challenge, but I suppose you've got to live with it. No, it's got its goods, it's got its bads, and it's just the way it is. So the Wanganui side here, Oliver looking pretty strong to stay alive to get through to post-section play, and still really 14-10. Still really anyone's game here, and it is the Thames side holding one shot. The Chrissy Pears bowl out to the right of the jack is the shot. Difficult head to play to, though, isn't it? Really, it's we've got 3, 4, 7 bowls all lower the jack, and all at different angles as well.
Yeah.
It's thread the needle, really, isn't it?
It's probably a head that's hard to draw the shots.
Oh no, you play that.
It's a good option. It is a good option. Just playing with weight into them.
It'll be close to shot. It's jack level. Close there.
Am I playing under? Yeah, take that back to me.
The danger is here for the Thames side is I suppose the advantage that the Oamaru side they've got bowls like coming into the head, whereas the Thames bowls are out to the side of head. So it's difficult to get around and to get to the jack, isn't it? I think that one's going to go past. We can't quite see it on the camera angle.
With dead draw weight.
Yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it, to get back. And for Kerry Kelly, she can play up through those black bowls, and
she can even play on the white one as well.
She's going for a number here. Well, that's interesting, because that bowl must be worth a number. Well, not really, because there's another bowl out to the side here.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that was a deliberate attempt to try and get down there, or it just went down there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she definitely needed to be playing with weight of some
absolutely.
sort to roll bowls into the head.
And the challenge here for Val Findlay is she's got to be dead drawing around 2 low bowls, which the orange bowl would be a metre. I'm not saying it's an impossible shot to play.
No.
But it's challenging.
I probably would have backed a 4-hand draw.
Yep. And that's not what you want.
No.
And when they've got bowls hanging around the head, always a chance that could happen. Not sure who's got shot. Measure it by the looks. Out comes the tape again. So, of course, next week we're on the Travelling Road Show. Tamara and I and the team, next week we will be in Nainai and bringing you the champion triples. And then the following week we will be back in the Hawke's Bay. And for the fours, and I can tell you here's some women's results coming through, round 4 results. It is the Invercargill combination, who are leading Carlton Cornwall 15 shots to 8 after 12 ends. So that's looking pretty good for the Invercargill side. I think they should put them through.
Yep.
They will put them through. And then on ring 4, Geraldine this is going to the men's now. That's the Morris Sign skip side. Up 16-9 after 13 ends, 16-9 after 13. And I'm sure Morris Symes dropped a game yesterday. Yes, he did. So he needs the win, of course. And Rob Ashton, by goodness, Rob Ashton and Wayne Coleman, they're making every post a winning post up against the Keith Slight side from Adamaho and Wanganui. Of course, Johnsonville, he wins this game, does Rob Ashton, and he'll be through to qualify. And they're up 21-6 after 13 ends, so just about safe to, I'm not going to say it yet, but pretty safe to put a tick next to that qualifier, and will be the first of the men's qualifiers
to come through, and
That's good.
umpire
Well done, Marianne.
Pauline Seaton decided who's got what, and it looks like it was the Oamaru side who picked up another shot, which really, to be fair, Oliver, shouldn't have really happened. And more than like the Thames side, they just played that in. That they got their shot selection, I think, wrong. And certainly the Oamaru side had bowls to run into, but you got to start as well. You're looking at the board, 14-10 behind, running out of ends. You can't just keep playing to the conventional for one, can you? You've got to be trying to look at options, because very quickly it can all be gone.
Yeah, that's right. It's probably like that with any sport as well. You may as well risk it all and lose than not risk it all and
Absolutely.
Have nothing, I guess.
And the other thing is, now here, here's a classic example now of Chrissy Peers, where the lead here for the lead for Gail Douglas has fallen short for the Oamaru side, and here's where you've got to really, this bowl's got to be
on it,
literally right on top of the jack, because you can literally close the end out, so to speak, create a scoring end for you, literally from your first bowl. Now, this is a pretty good attempt here.
Gets him behind the jack.
It gets him behind the jack, and that's really how you can now start your end, can't you?
Yep.
You just got to, when those gates get open, you've really got to take that advantage, don't you?
That's right.
And we're seeing the second bowl now of Gail Douglas is going to go hang out, stay on that wider side, and now the second bowl now of Chrissy Peers. You can stack the jack, can't you? Yep. Really. And if she finishes here, just lower the jack, but right on that centre line, you're looking pretty good.
Yeah. Gail did the classic thing of being short with your first bowl and just wanting to be there with the second one and just being too far past. We've all been there playing the game.
So Chrissy Peers short, needed to be another metre up to put the pressure on, and I'm sure that we'll want to see, I'm sure that Kerry Kelly will be more than happy if Gail Douglas can get something like this one. You heard that through the microphone. And will just slip outside. But still doesn't alter the fact there's a really good scoring end now for the Thames Coast side. And Chrissy Peers will come down on her forehand. Formerly, of course, played out of the Dunedin club in Auckland. And moved to the lovely Thames Coast. And it's on a pretty good line coming down here. How's the weight? Needs a couple of metres more roll, and that's what we just spoke about before. Oliver, wasn't it? You can get to that centre line, and now pressure goes on. Kerry Kelly, that she knows that she's got to be drawing round bowls to get to that centre line where the jack is, holding two of the Thames side, trailing 15-10. They're in a good position to build the head really in their favour.
Yeah. And a good shot there from Taukamo. But there is a shot on there.
Let's see what Dianne Patterson.
Backhand split.
Yeah, there's a backhand split down there. And see whether Kerry Kelly, this is going to be short now. You can really own at the end here, can't they? You need to score. Ideally, you want to get 3 or 4. You don't get many chances. It's there.
Yeah. Her bowl's not in a bad position now, though, either. Just under the head. She can change her hand down the backhand.
She can.
Try and roll it in.
So here's Val Findlay endeavouring to add to the head. Doesn't want to finish jack level. Is going to go past. I don't think that'll count, no. But is that split we were talking
not
about?
Enough speed.
No, needed a couple of yards more weight on that too. So Kerry Kelly now.
Surprising she stayed on the forehand here.
Yeah, because down goes the head. Does that mean I don't like that? Well, it's certainly out wider. Well, it is.
So this bowl here coming now for Val Findlay, the Thames Valley side, it's got to count.
Just inside the orange should be good enough, I'd say.
Don't look at the jack. Look out to the side, because the black bowl out to the side. You draw just inside that.
It's 2 to Victoria.
2 to Victoria, 16-7, and sorry, that's might get it lucky. No, it won't. Needed to be under, and she'll be disappointed with that. And really, that bowl finished under the head. Now that's really from a coaching or watching point of view, that purely came about was because on the mat, her eye angle off the mat was at the counting, was at that centre line, not out to the outside, where that's where you're going to score.
She misses the white.
This is the white, tips it in. Now needs to get out on that deeper line, wider line, let the bowl work back to the centre line. Don't try, it's not going to come back the other way for you. You've got to be out there to make the bowl work back to the centre line, and it's going to be, really, to be fair, Oliver, that was a chance of a 4-shot head.
Definitely. For
the team side, they're going to score 2, but could well have been 4, 1 behind, and just it's there's a lesson for people. And
it's easier said than done.
Well, it is, but I think it's one of the. And players you can easily get. I'm not say sucked into it. It comes into that's where having like Leif Selby as a case in point. I know for a fact then Leif said from a coaching point of view, this is where you got to be to count. It's not there.
Yeah.
It's not inside, and it's really we've got to remember there. It's not once you get close to the jack. Not every bowl then's got to be close to the jack.
That's right.
It's beating what is the opponent's closest bowl.
That's right. Yep, that's exactly right. And you find that when you start getting out to leads in a game as well, you get 10 points or whatever on them. Naturally, you've only got so many ends in the game. It just becomes game management.
Game management, absolutely it does.
You don't have to be scoring 3s and 4s all the time. Like if you get more than 1, that's a bonus.
Well, you've got down here in Dunedin, you've got one of the best game managers in Mike Kernan. Like Kearney was he can manage. He just knows what to do. Well, and also tell the opposition it's very difficult for.
Yeah, and Terry Scott's much the same as well. Ken Walker over the years, and there's a reason why they've got so many centre titles here.
It's so true. You don't have to win every end,
no.
and don't have to score 5s or 6s.
No, you pick the end that you don't want to score on, but
that's right. Yeah,
because there is some ends out there that you go, well, it's probably better if we drop a 1.
Drop a 1,
or
absolutely.
Maybe even a 2,
Well, you got 2, Jim and Terry, both Jim and Terry Scott, of course, both international players for New Zealand. That's Scott dynasty, and they, they've won everything literally. Well, I don't know how many centre titles now. Terry must have down
39.
39, is it?
39 of them.
Yeah. Well, that's and Jim's got a big number as well, no doubt.
He's got 20. It's 20 something. I know that. Kearney's got 25. I think Jim might have 22.
It's not a bad record between the three of us.
It's not bad at all, eh? At the North East Valley Club.
Yeah, that's
probably the most prestigious one in Dunedin. New Zealand rep wise,
it's had the
title wise, yeah.
Things they change. I can remember, in my days gone by when I was back in the hometown in Taranaki, when I was fortunate enough, lucky enough, to play at Paratutu, and we had then, the Dave Borden, Bill MacArthur, Jim Christie. We had literally the Taranaki team all came out of Paratutu, and it was said it was literally harder to win a Paratutu title than perhaps the national title, because you played against Bruce Ballinger. There was just an array of.
It's funny how you say that. Clubs go through that period.
They do.
My home club, Forbury Park's like that at the moment. It's been very successful in the last 5 years of winning centre events and the Saturday Interclub competition and stuff.
Is that what Stumbles played for?
Yeah,
Grant
Stumbles.
Stumbles and his boy.
Yeah, he's there.
The youngster.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't win a club title this year, and that just shows.
Well, that tells you,
that's
doesn't it?
just how hard it is at the club. And I've said to a few people, winning a club title at Forbury Park's just as hard, if not harder than winning a centre title. And it is good because not only do the people in the club play better, you do as well.
Absolutely.
So it makes your overall game like a lot better.
Yeah, well, I know in the old days at Paratuta, it was like, you're playing the club peers or something. Well, it was like playing the national peers, but it was game after game. It was just you're playing. But it was fantastic. It was great. It was superb. And, you take Grant Stumbles, who I just mentioned, another very, very good player with a pretty good record here in Dunedin.
Yeah, he got his gold star this year as well, I believe.
And his little fella goes pretty good, doesn't he?
He's pretty handy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll get better with age.
And he loves the horses too.
Loves the horses. Loves the horses.
Good bowl coming here from the Thames side. A touch on the jack could make 3. Well, all of a sudden, really, Oliver, the Thames side are the ones who are creating at this latter part of the game, which is healthy for them. The other ones creating the scoring chances. Looking for the jack. Here's Kelly, close to it. Close,
chipping,
back of the jack.
Made 2 out of that.
Yeah, well, that's well played. Well, but it was up to the head.
Up to the head, giving it a chance.
Absolutely. That's the key thing. Up to the head, giving the bowler a chance to get down. And yeah, difficult here now.
Coast, they got a good shot here as well, down the backhand.
Yep.
Want to be playing with good weight, firm weight, 3-4 yards through.
But I think that's
matter
what
what
she
ball
wants
you
to
hit
play.
there.
But Chrissy Pear's the lead, sort of looking at a draw option. You're not going to get anywhere by trying to be fragile to the head. You've got to be down to give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to play this?
Well, playing what we spoke about.
Oh.
Well,
Cuts one out.
Cuts one out. Was on a good line to get to the shot bowl. Could have got the shot bowl sit in stage. 16-7 now. It's Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke from the Wanganui club looking good up against the Wellington side from the Victoria club with Marianne Wilson and Sarah Taukamo. And it looks as though looks comfortable at this point in time. 17-7 for the Wanganui side, of course, who need the win. And for the Thames side, just the one, but 16-12, and that's really the end. They had they've had 2 good scoring end chances and just haven't been able to get onto them. So another end gone, and one's as good as 2 now for the for the South North Otago side. Yeah, they get this win, of course. They got every chance qualifying. And it'll be interesting to see. Last week in the singles, we had, I think it was 7 qualifying the women's singles, and we had, it was 10 in the men. So after this round, we're going to get a pretty good idea of what they'll be.
Just out of curiosity, I didn't really watch too much of it last weekend, but how many teams would there have been for the men and the women?
22.
There was 22?
Yeah.
So roughly half the field qualifying, which is what which is good.
22. So, 3 out of 4 gives a good, I think, gives a good. There's not so many this week in the women's pairs. The men's about the same, but it was 22 last week. And it's a shame that we, the West Coast, etc., we had some of the smaller centres haven't been here at both events, but you know, it's just
Travel and financial
travel and
side,
cost. Absolutely,
it's probably quite hard, particularly Hastings.
Yeah, well, because it's not a main.
It's not a main centre.
Correct. Yeah. Well, I drove down. And it's not bad from Auckland, but if you're further up, you know, it's quite from the far north as an example. You know, it's a pretty chunky drive.
Hi, Freddie. Jack.
So,
Good.
well, of course, we're lucky we've got Tamara here, she does a wonderful job, and the team today with Harper and Erica here. And as you can see now, Oliver, it's a pretty big production, isn't it? It's not
Pretty technical, that's for
it's
sure.
very much so. It is. It's you know, the very first nationals that Tamara and I did at Tyree, with a couple of telephones and a couple of cables and a few other bits and pieces, and we got through. But now, as you can see, it's you know, all the cameras are operated from in here. I think we've got 7 or 8 cameras operating. Tamara just gives me the nod. So I know we had some technical difficulty with one camera, but and I keep saying it, our coverage, what we offer now, especially the split screen, I think compared to the Australian coverage now, we've got it pretty right now.
Pretty good, yeah. And it's good for the sport as well to be able to get it out there to some wide audiences. Like, I believe there's probably a few people that pick it up that have never played the game before.
Absolutely.
But they just love sitting back and watching it.
Well, it's incredible though, the number of people that one talks to away from the bowling environment who've actually seen, haven't sat there glued to the TV screen all day, but
It's
but have watched it, and you know, you got workmates playing, or you know, relatives or whoever they might be. Well, here's an opportunity, and you can watch, no different to watch it on the TV on Sky.
Yeah.
So you know, the great thing now we've got with the coverage is that with the technology and everything else that Bowl New Zealand have got running, that you know, this whole package can be just picked up and put into a Sky environment. So yeah, it's great. Just like the pilots, there you go. So 1 shot to Chrissy Pears, but really, this is they've got to score this end, Oliver, don't they? Really, the Thames Valley, the Thames Coast side, holding the shot, and I'm pretty sure we'll see the Kerry Kelly. She won't be frightened to reach up through that head with a couple of bowls sitting in behind the head, and just going to come lower the jack. Well, that could gets in the eye on one hand, and we'll see what line that Kerry Kelly decides to play. So the red stickers can come down through there with weight.
The weight's good. She's got a good line.
Just going to move under the jack there, and this was the line out of the hand, but needed.
The line was good.
Needed. Now here's the opportunity, in my view, to take a bit of a gamble. So you can play the other hand now. Set that black bowl. Still got a bowl as well. Set the back bowl out. You're laying 3. That black bowl in front. Because the danger is playing there is you are going to be playing under the head.
Yeah, your bowl's naturally tight. Trying to draw a shot
because you're
on
playing
that
under that Chrissy Pears bowl.
Yeah. Just going back to like the streaming of bowls and that, I'll touch briefly on the bowls 3-5 and just how good that's been for like the coverage and the exposure of the sport.
Fantastic.
I was down south last weekend and we're just having a couple of beers at the pub watching the rugby, and this guy walked up to Sheldon, shook his hand and just calls him Baggery Howley, and Sheldon's like, "Do I know you?" He's just like, "No, but I've seen you on the TV."
Yeah.
Just some random guy at the pub.
Well, they're going to play that shot now. Should have been played with the bowl before, really, to be fair, because Kerry Kelly's drawn second shot, but that's the bowl that should have been endeavoured to play with that second bowl to really put pressure on that last bowl. of Kerry Kelly's, because at this stage of the game, it's about you managing and having effective bowls around the head. So Val Findlay has got a bowls out on a too wide a line, will score, but it's just a 1, 15, 13. You know, look, it's amazing the number of workmates or whoever, friends of relatives who have watched the Bowls 3-5. And the other really good thing about the Bowls 3-5 scenario really of it is we have seen now how it's brought itself out into the business house bowls environment. Clubs have picked it up. You know, the National Interclub that we had this year at Nainai, you know, it was fantastic. You know, it was really, really, it was really good, because the event got knocked around by COVID, so of course it wasn't televised. So we had the event at Nainai, and it was great. You know, and we had, as I say, you know, that team there from Dobson on the west coast. You know, with 12 members, and there they were, and so it's the good thing about Bowls 3-5 as well, and perhaps it's one of the reasons why, because bowls is one of the few sports there. The last year, I haven't seen this year's figures, but we actually had an increase of true affiliated bowlers. Last couple of years, we'd had overall a 7% increase in affiliated players. Now, that's actually, I think a lot of that's come about under the stewardship and leadership of Mark Cameron and the team at Bowls New Zealand, and the way how they've embarked upon change, like the Bowls 3-5.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Communication, you know, there's whereas before the clubs didn't dare really talk to Bowls New Zealand, but now it's that's a good contact point for you. The live streaming, social media, all of a sudden Bowls has come out from behind the fence and is out in the public arena, and that has really enhanced things. And you know, we've got the secondary school Rangatahi Bowls, we've got the Aotearoa Bowls, the Maori Bowls, also especially in Auckland. A very big now Pacifica participation. Mm-hmm. In fact, strong Pacifica participation in Auckland. So those things are pluses for the sport, and it's certainly, you know, we're just now at at an international level. We've now got to start to build on it. Now, building on it, here's the chance now for the Thames side. 3 good bowls from Chrissy Pears, their lead, the Thames Coast side. And I think the other thing as well, Oliver, and it's events such as this, is that it's brought about, here's a slide come in and through the gate, push the jack back.
The heartbreaker.
But what's happened is that we have, because of the events, live streaming, and you see the clubs talking to one another, that people are embarking upon enjoying these particular type of events, and it's so in other words, bowling clubs have taken down the big fence of I'm not saying unwelcoming, but just it's more about participation now.
Yeah, definitely. And bowls has probably had to take, you know, that course of action as well. You know, with membership dying and clubs, you know, folding and things like that.
Well, full marks to the appointments panel of Bowls New Zealand when they appointed Mark Cameron to the role, and some people I know were anti it because Mark at that time was a non-bowler.
Yes.
Well, it's been a godsend.
I thought so as well. When I saw that he was appointed as the CEO, and he had a background in cricket, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
I thought it was good to get a fresh face in.
Absolutely.
With new ideas and that. You're not going to change everything overnight, but you can see things a wee bit better from the outside.
Well, it's quicker to see where the weaknesses are.
Yeah, it definitely. And a lot of bowlers won't challenge the status quo.
Well, as you know, throughout clubs, that they will never, weakness was something that you never spoke about.
Yeah.
You know, and that's been But now, it's been a big turnaround. Here's a good bowl here from the Oamaru skip. Look at this, because there was a great chance there, really, for the Thames side to build a really good head there. But they've got to be, I hear Chrissy Pearce say, you've got to be positive, because they ideally would like to score a 2 here or 3. But that bowl of Kerry Kelly sitting just literally a bowl jack high, but yeah, hard to dislodge that. He's playing with weight, is Val Findlay, which is what you need. How far is it going to come back? Well, Chrissy, you're a nice lady, but we saw quite a bit there.
Just talking about like the changes with bowls and that we've seen over the last few years, you'll probably remember the John Flett.
Absolutely.
Do you think that'll be something that comes back, like the development into centre?
I think, looking from the outside in now, I think that we've got a fairly established calendar. But the one thing that that sport has to build on is that of creating high performance. So there is the opportunity, I think, whether it be done via centre or via however do it, we went through the age group thing, but I think now for development we need to look back at where's our future, what's it look like, because you're right in what you say. Great attempt here, going to slide on. Oh, unlucky. Could have got a good result there. Could Val Findlay? Because the problem with the age thing is it does restrict the 45-year-old who decides to take up, might be an ex-cricketer, who takes up bowls or whatever. So I know Kearney's got some ideas with high performance of literally, I suppose you could say, getting more involved, and the John Flett was great.
That was great. I remember playing in it.
It was fantastic, and a lot of good players, of course, that went on to play for New Zealand, etc. All going to get by goodness, nearly. Well, the jack back was all good for the Oamaru side. So 1 to the Thames combination. 16-13.
2 to play. Game on.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Kerry Kelly, after a good head from Chrissy Pearce, it was the two guys of Kerry Kelly's that really put paid to them being able to, to build a good scoring head. Because we had big plans last year for the Rangatahi, the secondary school bowls, and as Taylor Bruce is the ambassador, we had a pretty big plans for that event, but we got COVID out of it.
Yeah, that's right.
But hopefully, again, we'll be looking at Mark and the team at Bowls New Zealand, and now with having Mike there as in that high performance role, he can sort of discuss, liaise, come up with ideas of where is the talent, what do we need to collectively have events where we can, we don't have the luxury like they have got in Australia, for example. We don't have that same luxury. Like I see New South Wales have just picked their rep sides, and I think they picked about 5 teams. There's the bell, she's all over. They just got up in time in the Wellington match, but it's 17-10. So we can confirm that the Dianne Patterson side of Wanganui, that's Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke of the Wanganui club out of the River City, they'll record a win and heading on their way to qualifying. And 16-14 now playing the last end, and really anything could happen.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Well, Chrissy
2
Pearce.
shots here.
Chrissy Pearce has got them
building ahead.
Building ahead, which they haven't had a lot of success in doing. I've been sort of spraying them around a bit, but this is another good bowl from Chrissy Pearce. And behind the jack,
balls to play with as well.
It's a good spot there. Pressure on the Val Findlay, on Gail Douglas, the lead for the Oamaru side. How far is it going to come back? Hasn't got the weight. Well, here is the chance to win it.
That's right.
Isn't it?
2 bowls waiting for a wee jack pull if necessary.
So
They're
you've
not
got
right
3
on
shots. You've got the win.
Yeah.
The bell's gone, right? So where does Val Findlay keep adding to the head, or do you don't want to give shoulders out to the side because it's really a head? There's enough room around the bowls where you got to draw, don't you?
Me personally, I'd get the backest bowl in here with
there
this
you go.
one. I wouldn't worry about the head.
Now, I disagree with this, trying to get to a jack level position.
Just
because
leaving bowls to hit.
you're just leaving the chance for the bowls to use, aren't you?
Yeah, I think you've got to remember that if things go sour up the front there, if you've got the backest bowl, you've got something else to play with as well. So you've got more than one option.
Now, Chrissy Pears, in my view, yeah, well, I can't quite see. I think it's jack high. So, Kerry Kelly now this is the first time she's been under what I'd call real pressure. But she is now. Is that out too wide? How far is it going to come back? Working back now. It's coming back now. Coming back now. It is a Kerry. What a look at this for a bowl. What a fantastic bowl.
The back toucher.
Back toucher, right. I don't get any better than that, Andrew Kelly. Well, there you go. It was looking so good for the Thames coast side. And how can you dislodge it? Well, you won't dislodge it there. I think you've got to try and play that backhand swoop.
Try and chip it out with weight.
Try and chip it out, yeah, absolutely. That.
It should go through the gap between the orange and the white bowl.
And
it
of
looks
course,
like it's lined up to
as it's turned out, the bowl of Gail Duggan, the front bowl, literally on a line to the jack, is sort of made life quite challenging. It just reduces the shot options, but see whether she can chip the bowl. Really, that's the best option. They've got the next 4. Oh, it's a hard shot from there. To come back with weight around the corner to get to the bowl. But it's just a valiant attempt.
Oh dear. What a bowl that is.
What a bowl.
I should give up this commentary gig. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Drew that well. Drew it off the jack. Now there's a shot on for the win. She can play that bowl through play her own shot bowl and shunt the black bowl
there's
out
options
of the
now
head
for days.
So where's Kerry Kelly's turned her back on it. And this is the time where Val Findlay, you come and have a look at the head.
You have to be prepared to lose one of your white bowls.
You're going to lose one, absolutely. You'll lose one, but you'll have enough in the count.
Yeah, that's right.
And you don't know, of course, what Kerry Kelly's going to do. He done the right thing, come up and had a look.
If you get it right on the outside part of the bowl, you should be able to score pretty well out of it.
The other point is, in this, of course, Oliver, as well, is that you've got to, how you ever dislodge the black bowl, remember that Kerry Kelly hasn't got another bowl within a metre and a half of the jack.
That's right.
So it's not going to go to one of their bowls, is it? So
it shouldn't do.
You'd be desperately unlucky, wouldn't you? I think trying to play down through there onto the front of her own bowl, and she'll lose one bowl. You're quite right. Definitely there'll be one bowl come out of the head, but it would still leave them lying with 3. They're 2 behind on the board. Or do they try and draw another one, which I wouldn't be thinking of, to try and get an extra, to get the extra end position?
It's probably too hard. Like, you want to take the easiest shot available.
Well, I think the shot's on down through that port. Yeah. Playing with that weight through the head.
And if you go one down to the back bowl that they've got there, it doesn't matter.
Bad luck. You've given
it.
You're
not holding the game at the moment. So
the door's open for you.
Yeah.
Not an easy shot. I'm not saying it's a walk up and the angles aren't clear for us. That black bowl could go through clean. The black bowl sitting in behind the jack. So we'll see here now. This is game, set, and match. Really,
She
this
walks
ball
onto the mat.
got to play with weight through the port on the backhand. Play it with confidence. Well,
It's on a good line.
on a good line here. Needs
it
to get
comes.
just under. Get under. She's
under,
got it.
under.
Get under. She's got it. How unlucky. How unlucky was that? You couldn't have played that any better, could you?
No. Definitely the right shot to play.
Absolutely. There was a chance of springing that black ball right out of the head. But you look, full marks there to Val Findlay. It was a winning shot she endeavoured to play. And by goodness, she was unlucky.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
most definitely unlucky.
She actually played the shot to win the match. So that sees the North Otago girls, the team of Kerry Kelly skipping and Gail Douglas, they record a win. They're still alive. And then unfortunately, Val Findlay and Chrissy Pears, that's good night nurse for them. So still a chance here for the Kerry Kelly side. And in the other match, it was really, to be fair, all of it was one-way traffic. The Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke of Wanganui up against Sarah Taukamo and Marianne Wilson. They led from the start, didn't they?
Led from the start.
And never really run under any scoreboard pressure.
No, they just got that lead early on and managed to manage it for the rest of the game. And
well, you'll see. I see Sarah Taukamo is up the next game, up against Trish, Croot and Kirsty Hill of Birkenhead in North Harbour. And, we've got Kerry Kelly again up against Natarsha Grimshaw and Henrietta Scott.
that should be a good game to watch.
Should be
too.
a good game to watch. So, I don't know what happens from here on. What Steve Beale will tell me, but that's it. We'll be back. We'll be back shortly, and we'll be back for this next round here of the champion peers here at the Hope Stadium in Dunedin. This is Kevin Hickland and Oliver Mason, and we'll be back with you shortly this morning. Is he scared what I'm going to say to him?
I said, don't worry, I will tell Kevin anyway.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. We're away, and here we are back at round 2 this morning of the Somerset National Champion Pairs here at the Hope Stadium in Dunedin. You'll see down in front of you there now on the board the games that we will be covering, and we're going to be covering firstly the game between Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly of the Phoenix Club of from North Otago up against Henrietta Scott and Natarsha Grimshaw of Kiatoa in the Hawke's Bay. And both of these teams need this game to qualify. The other match we've got is Sarah Taukamo of Wellington with Marianne Wilson up against Kirsty Hill and Trish Croot of North Harbour. And the Hill and Croot side, they need this game to qualify. There's the board there. You can see we've got 3 qualifiers through, and then those teams sitting on 2 wins. They need to win this round to win their way through to post-section play. And then, of course, later today we will have the men. And by the end of play this afternoon, we will have the qualifiers for both the men and the women for the Somerset National Champion Pairs, and we'll be with you right throughout. And I've got with me Morris Symes. Good morning, Morris. Welcome.
Welcome, Kevin.
Great to have you here.
Thank you.
And so you've played on this surface the last 2 days now. Runs pretty good.
Very, very good. I'm so impressed with it. The only problem I had was in the first day or the first game we played, the lines that the green takes are a little different to normal, but they are true. The bowls do not deviate off their lines if you get on the right line.
Well, to be fair, Morris, I haven't seen any bowls, which even last week in Hastings, and even into the new surface, the first time we used the new surface in Nainai, where you did have bowls that were holding a line. They would just hold in that mid, they'd hold for about 6 to 8 feet. Not sure, not all the rinks, but just there's, and that just becomes challenging to try and find to get that line. And you know very well, if you try and play inside that line, you're also looking for trouble as well, aren't you? So
correct.
So pleasing to hear, though, that we've got this the newly laid surface here at the stadium here in Dunedin, and it presents itself a very, very good surface. And so now back in Taranaki, pleased to be back in the homeland, as we'll call it.
Yes, loving every minute of it. Working my little butt off trying to make sure I can get the Fitzroy bowling greens up to the standard that they want them.
Well, there's 2 greens, isn't it?
Yes.
2 greens, and
we have taken the top off the one across the river.
Right, under the hill.
Yes, and the idea of that is due to the bad substructure of the green when I arrived there, we decided that the best thing to do was to resurface. So the club has put the money forward, and we have already turf cut and laser levelled it. I've got some final levelling to do, and then as soon as I get the Maniatoto bobbles from down south, we will sow it.
And we'll have a good surface.
It'll be a very good surface.
And for those who don't know, the Fitzroy Club, where Morris is at, was formerly ran under the name of East End, right down by the seafront in New Plymouth, right at the East End Reserve. And then there was the amalgamation of the Fitzroy Bowling Club and the East End Bowling Club, and still runs under the name of Fitzroy.
It does, yeah. It was also Smart Road.
Oh, Smart Road, of course. Wow, famous club,
yes,
Smart Road.
It is. Yeah, I'm talking to the Bob Fowl the other day.
Yeah, it's where I was fortunate enough with some really good guys, the late Kevin Briscoe and Micah Carroll and Rex Benton, Bob Fowles. They literally introduced me to bowls up at Smart Road, where we had about 20, had under 30 members anyway, but certainly had some great days at Smart Road. And where the club's situated down by the reserve at East End Reserve. It's a lovely setting down there, Morrison, and amongst the Tianui Walk. It's a very nice setting down there.
Yes, everything's good there.
Just been joined by Mike Kernahan, who's managed to pop in here, and good to see you, Michael. Good morning. And Michael, who'll be doing the next game with me, I believe. But nice to have you here, Michael. And straight into the pineapple chunks as well. That's him. So you enjoyed being back in New Plymouth, Morris, and the club's in pretty good heart there, isn't it?
Very good. The President, Colin Christie, has been looking after me tremendously. While we're trying to sell our house in Blenheim, Colin has offered us accommodation at his beautiful home on the beachfront.
Oh, it's here on the Strand and beachfront.
Yes.
Well, it's a it's very nice, isn't it?
It's exceptionally good.
Yeah, it is very nice here, right on the foreshore, but on the East End. But so this is the game that both of these teams now, they need this. Natarsha Grimshaw, of course, out of the Hawke's Bay, and qualified last week as well for post-section play in the singles with the youngster from the student from out of the Hawke's Bay, and Henrietta Scott leading against Gail Douglas, and they've taken one shot out, have the Hawke's Bay side, and the Trish Croot side, that's Trish Croot and Kirsty Hill up against Sarah Taukamo skipping and Mary Ann Wilson, and a 1 on the very first end. And we'll concentrate most of our time on the game between the Grimshaw-Kelly game, and it is 2 to the Grimshaw combination, open with a 2. And this young lead, Morris, Henrietta Scott, when I was in Hawke's Bay last week, Natarsha Grimshaw was very complimentary about this young player, and I watched one of her games earlier, and looks pretty handy.
Well, that's great. Great to have the young ones playing at this level.
Well, good down there now. You've moved back home to Taranaki. There's certainly some promising youngsters of the younger brigade down there, isn't there? Like Hamish Carpy and some of those youngsters. They got a lot of ability.
Yes. In saying that, the Paratutu Bowling Club, they really foster the younger ones playing. They're also fortunate too that they've been able to get the services of John Murtagh.
Yeah, great, isn't it?
And that's fantastic. He's actually asked me to join him in the coaching ranks there to help him bring forward both the women and the men's rep sides. So I'll do whatever I can to be of support to the centre.
Well, you and I both know, Morris, from our earlier days in Taranaki when John was involved both as a player and coach as well in the representative scene in Taranaki. He's certainly got a lot to offer, hasn't he? And he's passionate about it.
He is, and he's now got the time and he's also got the will to want to do something. And he is, well, when I was playing international bowls, he was my coach, and I would still use him as a coach if he was available.
Well, I think one thing you know about John Murtagh, Morris, is that he's going to tell you it as it is. There's no horsing around. He'll tell you in the right way. He'll and he's got that ability. He's one of those players that people who can sit and watch you closely and very, very quickly just make a couple of minor adjustments that one might need to make. And he's been a great advocate. He's the son of one of the Taranaki legends of that great era of those Paratutu days and those Taranaki days of whereby, I'll be blunt in saying they were the number one centre. Them and Dunedin, I'd say, would have been the number one centre.
Well, we won 3 national inter-centre titles, one after another, so...
pretty good days, and of course a number of players went on for other higher honours as well, and not perhaps long international careers, but there's certainly been there was a number that came out of that phase in that great era in Taranaki, and certainly it's always good to get back. In fact, I'll be there next week. Yeah,
a bit of good news for you as well. Brian Baldwin is shifting back to Taranaki.
After his, in fact, it is, what you find interesting, the Gold Coast Champion pairs have been played this weekend, and Gary Mounsey has got an injury, and Brian Baldwin is now out of retirement and taking his place and playing in the he's playing as like his farewell event, so to speak, because he finishes his role at the club at,
Musgrave Hill
in the next couple. I think it's August he actually finishes, I think, and so I don't know what injuries happened to Gary Mounsey from Smart Road, but a fitting tribute, and Brian's playing, taking his place, and hasn't played for quite some time, but he's playing in the Gold Coast champion pairs for the Hills, so he'll be welcome back in Taranaki, won't he?
He certainly will be, especially if he finds the form that he had a couple of 3 years ago.
Does he intend to play, do you know?
Yes, he is.
Well, he's certainly... Yeah, he was. He just followed the family trend, didn't he? You know, like his late father, Dave, as we all know, of course, a medalist in the Commonwealth Games in 1974, and had a healthy career playing for New Zealand. And be great to have Dave. Well, it's interesting. Some of those guys, of course, when he left Paratutu to go to Musgrave, are still there. So it'd be, I'm sure he'll be welcome with open arms back at.
I just hope he gets the property in Fitzroy.
So it is Kerry Kelly that scored a 2 on the first end. And then a 1 to Natarsha Grimshaw, and it is Grimshaw that's holding shop, just sitting on top of the jack. Kerry Kelly here will endeavour to get a trail, good chance of a trail through that, but well under the head. There's a trail under the 2 black bowls, so a good thing from our point of view. The Oamaru bowls they're all the black ones, so it's pretty simple.
Saved me asking him who was which
colour.
They're
all the black ones. Is the team from the Phoenix Club, and Henrietta Scott, the girl that Natarsha Grimshaw spoke so highly about last week, and also in Taranaki, of course, as well, Morris. There is the indoor complex at Paratutu, although it's not a full green, is it? But it still gets used. Yes. It gets well used, doesn't it?
It does. It actually runs very well as well. There's a couple of tricky sides of rinks, but on the whole, it's very good. It's about the same speed as this Dunedin centre.
Do they put 6 rinks in on that? Do they?
They do.
Yes. It seems to be, from just looking on social media, young Aidan Zitterstein's mother seems to be a lot of events, just always trying to get events on the go down there at the Paratutu complex.
Yes, she runs events amazingly well.
So, Henrietta just fell short with the first bowl. Gail Douglas, she's got a better bowl here. Is it going to get all the way back? Just going to fall lower. The jack was certainly on the right track. Gail Douglas, the lead for Kerry Kelly, because Andrew Kelly's mother, who will be off to the Commonwealth Games in
a couple of weeks.
Next Sunday.
Next Sunday they fly out, is it?
It is. We
And
wish them all the very, very best.
yes, certainly do. And it's a big challenge.
It is.
Big challenge, those. A lot of people, another good bowl there from Gail Douglas. And of course, a lot of people don't understand, it's unfair, but haven't had the experience of the difference of the greens and the challenges that the English greens present. And trying to get under to the counting bowl, great bowl from the youngster there. So you got a wee bit of a fortuitous slide, but was always in the area, so we're never far away. So the leads here, 5 very good bowls. Yes, of course, you wish the side obviously all the best, Morris, and we know that, as you well know internationally, those home nations at home are always a major challenge, aren't they?
Yes, I was fortunate enough to have 5 trips to the United Kingdom, and I can tell you it's not easy.
No, it's certainly not. It's a challenge, and it's also you don't get frustrated. It's easy to get frustrated, isn't it? I think because you'll play against nations where it's a wee bit unconventional, but that's the speed of the greens in the UK allow that to happen. So you just got to ride with it, don't you?
The speed of the greens is the telling story. Totally different to what we are used to, and the biggest problem that we have is if we start forcing our bowls, we lose our accuracy, and we're unable to get any consistency. So, the reason that Mike Kernahan has been running training camps, etc., to try and get the players used to playing on surfaces running at 10 or 11 seconds is most important, especially for the newer players that are playing for New Zealand. They won't have seen or played on anything as slow as they're going to be playing on. Well, if it rains, it's even worse.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I was talking when we were in the UK prior to the COVID thing, and we were at Leamington Spa, and we were fortunate we spent an afternoon with Sian Honor, who will be playing in the English side. And at that point, it was their plan, their hopeful plan, that they had the green. They had the greens at Leamington Spa run at 12 seconds, and that's fine, as you say, but providing it doesn't rain, because it can very quickly become 8 seconds, and
exactly.
that becomes the real challenge. And I think the other thing as well, Morris, is that you especially playing against those home nation sides, they just never leave you alone, do they?
No.
Just the way they play the game, they're reaching through the head, how they adapt to the game.
Well, the thing is, Kevin, that they use their body to deliver the bowl. Where we use our arms. They use their whole body to get the speed into the bowl. Consequently, from that, they're able to get a lot better accuracy.
Natarsha Grimshaw touch on the Henrietta Scott bowl, and you're right. And if you look at Alex Marshall as a classic example, whereby that delivery of Marshall's, I'm not saying that he's running off the mat, but he's always moving. He's got that momentum, forward. Hasn't he, off the mat? He's not at the point of delivery. He's not on a fixed stance. He's taking a step, isn't he? Always off the mat. So a 2 to the Kia Toa side from Hawke's Bay, locks us up 3 apiece, and a measure in the Trish Croot Taukamo match, and of course, as you'll see here, Morris, sometimes the angles of the cameras, it's deceiving of.
It certainly is. I would have thought
you'd have thought that Jack Devil bowl was. It certainly looked like shot quite comfortably, doesn't it? But that's not the case at all. And if you had asked now, you think that bowl,
that Trish Croot is measuring as the shot, but it's a measure. So on the mat is Henrietta Scott, the youngster from Kiatoa. It's going to be under the line.
To Birkenhead, which makes it 3-2
Three-
Victoria.
3-2. Sarah Taukamo leading. Well, it's actually Kirsty Hill that is skipping that side with Trish Croot is leading out of the Birkenhead club on the North Shore. So no, I've got no idea what coverage we're going to get back here in New Zealand of the bowls from Birmingham. It's always, with all the amount of sports on, it's always difficult to get much coverage. And of course, they've got to travel, of course, to Birmingham, out to where Leamington Spa is. Sorry, which is not in Birmingham, but. Fantastic complex, beautiful complex in the park. And there'll be some of the best of the world lining up there, really, isn't there, from the home nations?
Oh, exactly, yes.
Morris, isn't there?
A lot of your listeners, Kevin, won't understand that the greens in England, the greenkeepers only mow the greens with a real mower, and they don't roll them.
Yes.
So hence the reason why they are so slow. But if you were to walk on them, it's like walking on a carpet.
It is.
The grass is so long.
And it's thick, isn't it?
Yes. And our New Zealand model bowl is absolutely hopeless in it because we've got a flatter surface on our bowl. So when we go to the Northern Hemisphere, we need to be playing with the English model bowl, which has got a high crown on it, which allows the bowl to turn and actually travel a little bit further.
So is the team going, they're getting bowls
Over there.
They're getting bowls over there.
Yes.
So they'll have 10 days with those bowls.
Exactly. It doesn't take long to get used to them.
I was just going to say that's enough time, isn't it?
It is.
Especially
Easily.
at that level,
Yep. Those players are good enough to be able to change bowls daily if they have to.
Yeah, you're right. It's plenty of time, and it's interesting that Mike Cunhan is going there as the high performance man, the boss man, so to speak, and the last man to win a medal at the Commonwealth Games way back in 2002. So we're overdue in that department, aren't we?
Exactly.
But in saying that, it's not an easy. It's still a tough road to hoe.
And Mike's had experience over there as well. He played with us, the New Zealand team, and we had the tour of the British Isles, which we went to. We played a Test series, eight matches against England, and consequently we were the first New Zealand side to win a Test series against England in England. And then we went to Wales, and then we went to Scotland. And Mike was a part of our team and played very good on those slow tracks.
Well, again, he's got a delivery which is sort of,
Yes.
it's not complicated, so to speak, but it's ideal, isn't it, for those sorts of
It is.
those conditions. And that's, we've got some players in our men's side who I think the likes of Andrew Kelly, Mike Galloway, who really have got what I'd say literally stand-up deliveries, moving deliveries, and their bodies, and always a good line in the body where, I think they'll adapt pretty. I think they'll
Exactly.
adapt.
Like I have a semi crouch position for my delivery in New Zealand, but when I played over in England, I had a vertical stance delivery, only so that you had your whole body going forward all the time, the same as what the Poms do or the Scots.
And it's so, and I think that's one of the pluses of Galloway and Kelly in the side, is I think that they've got a delivery off the mat which will fit quite comfortably after a few days' practice into those conditions. But no, we wish them all the best, obviously.
Exactly. And the thing is that we need the players to enjoy the experience. Because,
Absolutely.
It is not easy. It is hard work, and they've got to when they get there, they've got 10 days to put the time in to get themselves in the best possible. Great shot.
Great shot. Oh, cannon off the back. And another one to the Grimshaw combination. 5-2 now. It is trailing behind the Gail Douglas, Kerry Kelly up to 5 of the 18 ends. And so Sarah Taukamo obscured, opened up now, needs to get past this front bowl. Not going to get,
turned her own
up. So it's a
1 to Victoria, makes it 4-2 to Victoria.
there it is, 4-2 to Victoria. And this is the game that Croot and Kirsty Hill needs. Sarah Taukamo can't qualify, so it's never a home run, is it, Morris?
No, exactly. You've got to play every game as if it's the one that counts.
So the score to be changed. I think in that Grimshaw match, it was a 1 to the Henrietta Scott and Natarsha Grimshaw. So the boys are going to check that. Just going to check that score because I thought it had changed strangely the other way around. But so Steve Bill just kind of check that. So on the backhand is
on the scoreboard it says Kiyotara on the top.
Yeah, and therefore they are leading 5-1. But we just check and change that. That's fine. We'll fix that. Bit different now, the split screen thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's actually quite amazing. I was actually just going to say, why isn't Bowl New Zealand sending Tamara over to Commonwealth Games so that she can send all this back to us?
Well, because the difficulty is, as we found out, still...
I know what the problem is.
Yeah. But,
something to do with money.
Well, it's not just that, it's about being able to get broadcast rights, because you've got to go through the Commonwealth Games Federation as well, and they've got tied up broadcasting rights. I mean, we're going to have the same discussion about the World Bowls next year, of course, in
Australia.
But I'm pretty sure that as far as the World Bowls is concerned, that we'll be able to, bring significant coverage. I think it's quite handy now. We've got Brett O'Reilly active on the board of World Bowls.
Yes,
so
I'm actually working with Brett O'Reilly in the Pacific.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you know what my situation is at the moment. I was supposed to be head coach for Fiji at the Commonwealth Games, but due to my health problems, I have had to withdraw, but I will definitely be back on board to help the Fiji team at World Bowls next year.
Well, we've had some dialogue as well. I'm not really speaking out of school, but Brett O'Reilly, myself, and Ian D, the chairman of Auckland Bowls, whereby we're looking at some opportunity of having for the Pacifica environment. I'm not saying a base in Auckland, but where there's we've got a number of Polynesian players now in Auckland, a lot in fact, and we've got a facility we're working on to where it can be used, and we like it, and because it can create some more competitive play.
Yep.
To be able to have the Pacifica nations sort of have a New Zealand base as well.
Yep.
Which would be in Auckland, and then we can play as well. They can play matches against might not be New Zealand sides, academy sides, provincial sides, whoever.
Yep.
So and that conversation will be on the agenda at the World Bowls meeting, which will be in Birmingham, and
during the games.
Yeah, we're hopeful that
with the resources that Auckland have got, and now, of course, as well, having the services of Leif Selby as well in the Auckland, working for Auckland Bowls, that we can make it work. Natarsha Grimshaw got a side slice of the jack, leading 6-1. Front bowl maybe shot. 4-2. Sarah Taukamo leading Trish, Croot and Kirsty Hill out of the Birkenhead club. And it is the Birkenhead side that need this win to qualify for post-section play. And in the Kelly Grimshaw match, it's pretty simple. The winner will qualify. And the Hawke's Bay combination got away to a good start. And Taranaki as well, Morris, is the secondary school bowls there as well, isn't it?
Yes.
There's Francis Douglas, I know, is and Boys High, New Plymouth Boys High, but I read somewhere where there's a few clubs. Well, of course, there's quite a bit going on out. Again, John Murder's got some coaching going on at Okato as well.
True. Well, I've always said, right back when I started 52 years ago, that Taranaki bowls, they do the right thing and try and promote the game right through the ranks. I can remember playing for Hara Park, and when we used to be able to play in the Saturday morning sevens, we had to make ourselves available to play in the Syme Shield in the afternoon, which was playing with the rank and file players or the social bowlers of the club. And I think that was what brought Taranaki bowls to the front.
Great bowl here from Kerry, falls in. Would be shot, I would say. The black bowler. Yes, I can remember at Paratutu we'd play. It was you'd play the sevens in the morning, and it was literally a stipulation if you were available and playing in the sevens, you had to be available for the shield bowls in the afternoon. It was sort of a mandatory requirement.
Exactly.
And you just went out and played with whoever you were drawn to play with, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I still maintain that that's the reason why the Taranaki Open Fours, being, I believe, the best tournament in the country, the Taranaki teams are always very hard to beat because they've had real good grounding and support from the centre and from their senior bowlers.
Well, the other good thing about that, what they was a 2 there to the Oamaru side, 6-3 now. There's Grimshaw that's leading from Kyoto and Hastings. But the other good thing about that, Morris, as well, is that, and I've always stuck up for Taranaki in this, that if you're a new bowler and you join a club, you're guaranteed that you're going to be playing bowls on a Saturday afternoon.
Exactly.
Because the Shield Bowl format competition, the one really big thing that is really encouraged is to, because it's so hard for first-year players so often to get a game or to play with somebody or find a team, isn't it? But
exactly.
With the Shield Bowls played in Taranaki, it's found for you, isn't it? The club selectors make sure.
Yep.
And there's no argument you could be, you could be the best skip, whatever. You could be the Craig DeFarias, and you could be playing, have a guy leading for you that's been playing bowls for a month, and there's no debate, is there? That's just the way it is. Never has been.
Exactly. Well, my position at the moment, Kevin, at Fitzroy, is that because I'm the new guy on the block, and most of the players, members of the club, have already got teams, I've decided that I'm going to do as much as I can by inviting junior players to play with me and try and bring them forward and help and support them.
Well, it's encouraging for them. And there's some good young players down there at the club. There's some good guys. Look, it just seems to be a thing in Taranaki. I don't know, maybe a lot of other centres as well, but there is a number of... Taranaki's always had a high number of the winter sport guys who retire and finish up either playing bowls at say, East End, West End, Paratutu, Vogeltown. There's been a big number, hasn't there, over the years that
and that camaraderie continues, doesn't it?
Oh, exactly, and that's a good thing about it, is the camaraderie between all of the players, young and old.
You know, like so many of the two-copper players will retire from rugby and they'll go to, you know, they follow to a club and they say they you know, and it's great. And it's the same as most of the clubs, and I think it's been the other thing, of course, in Taranaki as well. There's been a big number of, let's say, pretty prominent rugby players who finished up playing bowls as well, haven't they?
Well, the Kevin Briscoes, the Ross Browns.
Oh, well, I had the pleasure of playing with both of them at Smart Road in the old days. Yeah, it was great. So another one as they change over to the Hawke's Bay combination. They're leading 6-3 and 5-2 to Sarah Taukamo of Wellington out of the Victoria Club. Of course, Sarah Taukamo and Laurie Guy were winners of the inaugural mixed pairs down in the Central Otago. Of course, sitting next to me here, I've got the defending champion of the men's fours of that same event. And you're the only player that I think that's held the fours title for 2 years.
Exactly. I've already suggested to Bowls New Zealand that they need to present the trophy again, but no, I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, one of your teammates works in Bowls New Zealand, so you know you think that he can't sort it out.
Well, I understand that the medals were already made for 2022.
So you think they're yours?
I think they're ours. Would that be true, Chris? No.
So a touch on the bowl there from Kerry Kelly. That shot. Natarsha Grimshaw, very impressive player on the back end. Well, I can see one of your players right up the back there in the crowd.
In the bar.
Yeah. He's sitting right up inside, no doubt working. He's doing a great job, Steve. As Natarsha Grimshaw trying to get down to the shot bowler. Kerry Kelly's under the line. Hard shots to play on this surface, Morris, aren't they? You know, the bowl's sitting out a bit, sure you can play them, but when they're sitting flush on top of the jack, just that they're very hard shots to play. And of course the back bowl as well, you'll see with the red disc on, is also there to the Oamaru side. So interesting, this other game, the Trish Croot and against Sarah Taukamo. And Sarah Taukamo, very good. Mike Kernan's very keen, obviously, to get involved in here, isn't he? Because he's coming in here a lot, isn't he, Morris?
He is. I think he wants me to talk about him.
So Trish Croot just going to go by and be the one down. How often do you see, though, Morris,
Victoria makes it 8-2
the Sarah Taukamo side been struggling right throughout, playing a team now that qualifies, needs to qualify, and the Wellington team now jumped out to an 8-2 lead in the early stages of this match.
That's what happens, Kevin. If you can't qualify, you play relaxed, and all of a sudden everything hits.
Yeah. And another good bowl from asking is Natarsha Grimshaw whether it's one or two. One on a measure, the jack level bowl. It's actually a good bowl for, I think, for Natarsha Grimshaw. Can't quite see the full angle on the screen, but if it's in that slightly jack low or jack level area, there's a chance to come off that bowl.
Exactly.
If it's jack low, just asking if she takes her own bowl out, what the danger will be. So here's Grimshaw on the back end.
I think she's just trying to draw the white back to her own bowl.
Well, that's going to be under the line. You could see. Well, she's playing with a lot of weight, though. It's not going to be under the line. Sorry, we'll go past. Won't make any contact. Just the one. One on a measure was the call.
And of course, we don't know yet. We're off to the. You'll be defending. This would be unique, isn't it? So you're going to defend the national fours at the same places where you won it.
Yeah, exactly. With the same team.
The same team. So, yeah, that wouldn't have happened before, would it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
It's certainly a first. A 1 was the call from Natarsha Grimshaw's side, dropping the 1 shot there. And then we can go back to Taranaki the following year.
Look forward to that. Hopefully I'll have 2 real good greens for the club to be able to use.
Well, and of course...
Or Taranaki Bowl to use.
Well, the other thing as well, Morris, about the greens in Taranaki is, they pride themselves to hold that strong entry in the Taranaki Open fours and the women's fours immediately afterwards. But they pride that as much on those on the greens, don't they?
They do.
If you come to Taranaki to play, we're going to make sure you've got good greens to play on. And
well, I'm in charge of the green evaluations nationally as well as for Taranaki. Now, we just had our greenkeepers AGM meeting a couple of weekends ago, and I can assure you the evaluations I did last year for them. There was only about 4 greens in the whole of Taranaki that didn't get an A rating.
Yeah, well, that
B+.
says. And down there now, though, Morris, it's a bit of a national battle with greenkeepers or getting greenkeepers on board. And Natarsha, thank you. So what's the pool of greenkeepers like now in Taranaki? You're there at Fitzroy, and Paratutu, I believe, has got a duel. It's about 3 of them, isn't it?
Yep.
And West End, they've got
1.5.
So the other clubs, Vogeltown, of course, is another multi-green club. So the greenkeeper... Taranaki is actually quite well off greenkeepers at the present time. A lot of other centres are in dire strait for greenkeepers. They certainly are.
I'll be able to tell you a few things that are happening in greenkeeping. We've been trying for the last 5 years to get a qualification for volunteer greenkeepers that can't afford to get a national qualification, which costs about $2,000. We've now got one for them that costs the club $100 per module, and there's 7 modules in the things, but they don't have to do them all. They get a certificate for any one of the modules that they do. And we've got 7 trainers throughout the country that go to the clubs and train the volunteer greenkeepers the art of the game and what they need to do to get their greens up to a standard.
Well, certainly you think there'd be a good uptake, because it's interesting talking last week.
I've already done 3.
Well, talking last week in Hawke's Bay, they've got very few natural surface greens sort of left in the Hastings sort of area.
Yep.
Literally, there's been a high conversion to Great Bowl from the Wellington girls, and it's a challenge over in the Bay, obviously, because they used to have a lot of it was a strong greenkeeping environment.
Very good.
There's Kirsty Hill playing for the shunt, gets the bowl out to the side. Didn't see yet. Here, 1 down's the call.
1 to Victoria's, 9-2 to Sticks.
And 9-2. It's starting to become challenging in that game for the North Harbour side. So your Hawke's Bay is, and then of course down.
Kapiti's the same.
It's exactly the same, is it? That where you're a
lot of artificials and
Kapiti, I would imagine, is it's a slide. There's Grimshaw sits on top, would definitely shot, because nothing against us retired people. So there's a big number in North Harbour in some regards is similar. A great number of retired people who play bowls all year round, any day of the week type thing. So the artificial surfaces is, in lieu of that, lends itself because there's the lack of greenkeepers, isn't it?
I'm not the right person to talk about artificial greens to. I can assure you.
But the reality, Morris, we've got to.
I know.
We got to accept.
There is a place in the game for them, but the problem that I see is that clubs do not understand.
Bowl here from Grimshaw sits the bowl.
The clubs don't understand what the costs involved in, first of all, getting an artificial green done and then maintaining it. They think that once you've got an artificial green, there's no maintenance.
I agree entirely, Morris. I agree with you 150%. And one of the dangers that there has been, and it happened in Auckland when they started moving to some of the artificial surfaces, that there wasn't cash reserves put away, like revenue from tournaments, etc., that you've got to build in to put, say, 20-25% of that revenue back into a pool. Because all of a sudden we saw clubs where they had to replace their artificial surface, and they just didn't. And they were the early days of the artificial greens, and they just didn't have the capital available to them or the lending ability to be able to. 4 shots here, well played by Natarsha Grimshaw. 3 lovely bowls from the skip right on top. There's definitely 3 or 4. 3, I think.
3, I think, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. Like the problem that I see is that the other fallacy is that clubs believe that once I've got an artificial green, it's going to last forever. Well,
correct.
I personally think artificial greens may last 3 years at a good rating, but after that they start deteriorating.
Well, because the other thing as well, Morris, is they are subject to the same weather conditions as what the grass green is.
Exactly. The other thing is that, as you said, it's for, the retired people that can play like 12 months a year. And those people are also the worst offenders for dumping.
Well, they're the damages. A lot of them, aren't they?
They damage the greens. I know of 2 clubs that lost their insurance on their greens due to the fact that they would not stop players from dumping on their surfaces.
Well, because the wording about insurance is about accidental damage, and that just falls outside that category.
It does.
Actually,
it does.
It might seem harsh, but that's real. It does. Good opening bowl there from Gail Douglas, 9-4.
Oh, great shot.
So yeah, I agree. I'm an advocate. I'll always be an advocate for cotular composition, whatever manutator, whatever the natural surface may be. But I do see a place.
I do too.
There's definitely a place trying to get to the jack here.
Great shot.
Great touch on the court. Wow, well played. Sarah Taukamo just got that touch. And it's a fallacy as well, where clubs think once they get an artificial surface, even an indoor surface, that you don't have to do things to it. You have to, because
you've still got the problems of dust, moss, other, weeds getting into the greens.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, which again a lot of people don't think about, is that you still got to have the right heat, moisture control, etc. inside, because it can still cause you, just as your carpet at home can get fungi or mould or whatever.
Yep.
There's still, it's not risk neutral, is it? There's still risk, isn't there?
There is.
And really, it's about having the capital reserves to do it the second time, isn't it?
Exactly. in Blenheim, we've just had the only club that has artificial Whitehead Park. We've just had theirs replaced,
Victoria makes it 10.
but it costs $250,000, which the council put a lot of money towards it. The club did have some reserves, but nowhere near enough to replace it. But that green was unplayable before they did that.
But if we take 250,000, Morris, as the stock, let's say that's a stock fee number, there's a vast number of clubs in New Zealand that haven't got $250,000 or haven't got the lending ability for $250,000, and second, and then of course not able to create enough revenue as well to make it actually work, to make it
exactly.
to make it serviceable. So there's a lot. It's not just there's a lot to go into, isn't it?
Oh, there is. The Nine Eye Club's another classic example of the problems that they had there, and the council had to bail them out as well.
Well, hopefully now it's all rectified, or we're in a better situation now at Nine Eye, because the concept of the whole Nine Eye complex being indoor and outdoor and a multi-purpose or multi-membership club is ideal. Really,
Yeah,
it's a fantastic facility for the area. But
I think we should put some heaters in there.
I've already been asked about that for next week. You heard there, we're working on it. So Trish here, Natarsha Grimshaw, another that's holding two. But of course, any movement of the jack here, Morris, is certainly advantageous to the Kelly side, isn't it?
Exactly.
That jack can move down around the back.
I don't think she likes it.
Why is every bowl has got that sort of walk away, and two bowls away from
she knew she was heavy, I think.
Yeah, but there's a great trail shot opportunity down there on that backhand, isn't it? I just wonder whether Natarsha Grimshaw leading 9-5, holding two, whether she elects to put a bowl in there on that forehand side, but no, going to get on the backhand, saying to Kerry Kelly, you play it. But it is a natural shot down there, isn't it, on the trail, Morris, isn't it?
Yeah.
Down. And this bowl, Natarsha Grimshaw's coming in lower the jack, and, well, that really tightens that line up through there. I think
it makes it easier to play the shot, to be honest.
You can use that extra yard of weight down through that narrower line, can't you, to get down to it and get jack movement or get onto the shot bowls.
She's certainly on a better line.
She's on a better line now, and this is the line that Morris and I were talking about. And Jack's always, fortunate that there is a bowl out to the side. We can't see it on the camera. There's a Natarsha Grimshaw bowl right out to the side. But Kelly was right on line to get a very good result there. And it might have been, we'll see what happened. And they scored the one, the Kia Toa side. Well, possibly a wee bit fortunate, Morris, weren't they? Because the shot was played. 10-2 now. Sarah Taukamo leading Trish Croot and
Trish Croot's holding a couple of good
shots there with Kirsty Hill. And that Hill name, as you've had plenty of experience internationally with part of the Hill group, the Hill name, haven't you?
I certainly have.
Toured the UK with father Neville, and then of course brother Jamie also played for New Zealand, and a greenkeeper.
Yes, and a good one as well.
The bowl coming in, another bowl coming into the head here. Well played by Kirsty Hill. So Jamie, he's a contract greenkeeper?
He is, yeah. I think he's doing 2 or 3 greens or clubs.
Rocky Nook, I know he's...
Yeah, he's definitely doing that. Avondale.
Good bowl here, well played. The bowl rolled with it, but certainly well played by Sarah Taukamo. 9-4, Natarsha Grimshaw. with Henrietta Scott leading Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly. And of course the lead for Sarah Taukamo, the mother of Nicole Toomey.
Correct.
So we've got two black jack ties out here with of course Kerry Kelly, the mother of Andrew Kelly. Both those son and daughter combinations will be heading off to Birmingham, as Morris said, in the next few days. They'll be on the big silver bird.
I understand that Nicole was one of the better players at the last Test series against Australia a couple
I
of
wasn't
weeks
going to
ago.
talk about that.
Oh. Well, Mike Kernahan's not here, so we can talk about it.
Yeah, I think
He was obviously very disappointed in results, but in his defence, I will say that the Australian team had just come back from 2.5 weeks of training over in Birmingham.
Oh, look, to be fair, Morris, I think with for our preparation, sure, there was plans afoot. We were going to do other things, but COVID
to Birkenhead makes it 10, 5 to Victoria.
put paid to that. But in saying that, though, that what it did show to the New Zealand side is this is where we need to be. So we know that once we get off the plane in Birmingham and get to Birmingham, we've got a lot of work to do.
Exactly. That 10 days I've got before the game starts has got to be used wisely and correctly for the players to be able to get their rhythm and timing correctly placed, and so that they're going into the games with confidence of being able to play those greens when they...
Absolutely, and I personally think, Morris, that some people might disagree, but you know, I'm a good bowler here from Grimshaw again, going to touch on the Jack Nestle in amongst that bowl of Henrietta Scott's. A very good end here for the Hawke's Bay contingent. I think 10 days is enough.
Yes, I agree.
You can also get to the stage where you have too long and lose it a bit. So I think you've got 10 days and you can you'll have plenty of competition and hard work, and there's no doubt that Mike Kernahan is certainly the man to make sure that they're performing at this level. The team themselves know after their trip to Mount Tambourine on the Gold Coast, they know that where they have to be at.
Yep.
So the good thing is you always got to go in confident, obviously, but we also know that to be successful, we have to be on our mettle from day one, and that's why those 10 days beforehand is absolutely valuable, every minute of it.
And just to give you a bit of an idea, they're going to be playing 3 sessions in a day. It'll be a morning session, afternoon session and an evening session. And so you need to practice each of those different times due to the fact that the green changes so much from morning to afternoon to evening. And if you're not aware of those changes and you go out there, it takes you 5 or 6 ends to get the rhythm and timing going to suit the conditions at that time.
And that can be too late.
So it takes maybe 2 or 3 ends and you've lost a game.
So that's why those 10 days, and I agree, Morris, you get out and train at night, not train, but you get out and have some live on the green, don't you?
Yep. They'll find other nations that they can practice against.
Always do. There's always other nations.
Conditions. We used to always try and select either the Poms or the Scots to practice against when we went over there, due to the fact
making
that they
contact.
knew.
Here's Kelly, the Jack. Certainly reduced. There's a 1 come out. Is it the 2? Out comes the measure. And the other thing, of course, at the Commonwealth Games is you've got those nations that you don't know about, whereby the speed of those greens suits them ideally, really, doesn't it? You know, so with the Commonwealth Games, there's certainly the element of the unknown as well, isn't there?
True.
Just the one, 10-4 now, 10-4 after 10 of 18, and 10-5. It is the Victoria combination, Sarah Taukamo with Sarah Taukamo playing with Marianne Wilson up against the North Harbour combination of Kirsty Hill and Trish Croot. And of course it is Hill and Croot that need this match to qualify for post-section play, and the winner of the Grimshaw Kelly match will win their way through into post-section play. Already qualified for post-section play tomorrow in the women's pairs is Joe Edwards of Nelson, Pam Calder of Invercargill, Bridget Kitchen of the Timaru Town and Country, and then we've got a host of teams sitting on 2 wins in this round, needing this win to get their way through into post-section play. And the same, we'll have an update on the men as well after this round of they're getting down to the nitty-gritty, so to speak, for post-section play, which will get underway here at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And, of course, we will be live. And if you're watching this, please just share it with family, whoever, bowling, around the clubs, whatever. And just the more they're watching, the merrier. And I know last week it was great to see that the Helensville Bowling Club, because Bart Robinson made the final of the singles. They had set the lounge up at the Helensville Bowling Club, and I saw the photos of them in there watching all the live action. And they were as well with Dean McMurtry with his win in the men's singles. And it was interesting, Morris, that last week in the singles, it was 2 of the smaller centres that sort of brought home the bacon, both the men and the women.
Well, that's good for bowls.
Dean McMurtry had been, he's been really consistent right throughout, and here's some updates from out on the greens now, and we know the
2 to Victoria, which makes it 12-5.
this is, I'll just check. So this is the last round for the round 5 of the women's, and I can tell you that it is the Wanganui side who have that's the Wanganui. I need to check that. Sorry, I just want to check that. So that's Taukamo of Wanganui who's playing the Outram side, the Dunedin side, and it is the Wanganui side who are leading 10-3 after 8 ends. 10-3 after 8 ends. And in the match between Thames Coast up against the Kapiti combination, it is Kapiti who are leading after 8 ends, 6-3. And in another big match down the bottom of the draw, the Tauranga side, they need this game to qualify, as do the Queen and the Queenstown side do as well. And it is the Queenstown side leading Gail Melrose and Mary Campbell by 12-7 after 8 ends. So the numbers dwindle quickly, don't they, Morris?
They do.
The numbers change very quick.
And it's getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Well,
so.
once you get past that 9 ends, you've got to be scoring, don't you? You can't be too many behind, can you?
No. 'Cause if you're in front, you'll be playing the scoreboard, so...
You can quickly run out of ends, can't you? So Grimshaw 1 down here on the head, and Leif making difficult for the North Harbour side over here, isn't it? Sarah Taukamo now 12-5 in front. That's
as I said before, Kevin, the Victoria side out of the competition, basically.
Oh, Grimshaw trying to get to the shot pole, just feathered the front pole. There's only half a pole, really, off target for a perfect result. Can still play down through that head to that shot pole. Kerry Kelly from the Phoenix Club in Oamaru. And this bowl will go by as well. Of course, well, I suppose Natarsha Grimshaw's got to be a bit careful of what weight that she chooses down there.
Exactly. She wouldn't want to take her own bowl out here.
No, or you can't just afford to caress the jack through the because the next three in behind all belong to the Oamaru side. We might see a bit of conservatism here from Grimshaw, as Morris rightly said. Lose that bowl and you're in big trouble. So going attacked with a second bowl, but going now on the draw on the backhand is Natarsha Grimshaw. Doesn't like it, but the body language gives it away. We'll see where it is under the head all the way. So does Kerry Kelly...
I'll tell you what, Kerry Kelly's got a chance.
Yeah, I was going to say, does she play that shot here?
She needs to, or not. I don't think she is.
She's not. Well, that's a 4-shot chance down there, Morris, isn't it?
She had a great chance to make 4 or 5 here.
She could, and even if slightly off target, she could well have got the bowl out of the head. That was a lucky... It was actually a fortuitous result, really, for the Grimshaw combination, because as Morris rightly said, they were looking well at a 4-shot chance there. So a one to the Kerry Kelly, Gail Douglas side, and I see in this other match again, pressure coming on, and as you said before, Morris, hard to score there. You get that front toucher. It can very quickly close the door. You can chase it, can't you? And
well, you really got to set the head up with a bowl, just setting the bowl on the side, like jack level bowl.
Get that jack level bowl that you can use. You can get the slide off, can't you?
Yeah.
Because those literally all in a straight line. So, well, there's a chance here, of course, Kirsty Hill to attack down there, but turns her back very quickly on it. And
that's bad.
Yeah.
Should never turn your back on a bowl.
That wasn't a good sign, actually, to be fair. It wasn't what I would say.
I always say that you can always learn something from a bad bowl, but you can't if you can't watch it, if you don't watch it. I'm
sure, Morris, you and I, in our early days yourself at Hara Park, we had some pretty good mentors there in the let's say those old days.
Dave Goodwin and
Jack
Hopkins.
What a great bowl from young Henrietta Scott there. It had been a superb opening bowl from Gail Douglas, but Henrietta Scott drew right on top of the jack.
I think I'll stay down there.
But we were always told, Vic Blanche, Johnny Murder, all those guys, you were frowned upon without doubt, weren't you, if you turned your back on the bowl and getting tangled on the front. And well, this could be 3-2.
3 to Victoria, 15-5 to Victoria.
Well, it's look at this bowl here. Look at this. Look at these 3 bowls.
Unbelievable.
Look at those 3. Another toucher.
So Kelly's holding 2 shots here.
Magnificent 3 bowls from Gail Douglas, her 2 right on top, and also young Henrietta Scott, who also her bowl is sitting on top of it as well.
She's coming into the
coming in. She's going to get contact here. Look at that.
Great shot.
What a magnificent bowl down through there to the back end. It's just...
I wonder if she's playing in the Nationals. I'm looking for a good number 2.
So one of that defending champion Forsyth just leaving the room. Well, you wouldn't get much better than that, Morris, would you?
Not get better than that.
So Gail Douglas endeavouring to draw to that triangle, that nest that's there. course, the big advantage that the Kelly combination have got. Well, here's another good bowl coming here. This is going to make contact.
Great shot. Oh, hard luck.
She's 2 down with one roll of a bowl. Well, you wouldn't see much better than that, would you, those bowls? They're certainly, there's 5 bowls that are just locked right around the jack, and it is the Hawke's Bay side, Natarsha Grimshaw side, who are holding 2 shots, but you know they're going to move. Any touch, that jack's going to move, isn't it? So Natarsha just realises that there's a camera gone into the ditch. Well, was she endeavouring to try and get a back bowl down to the number, or surely you'd think now for Kerry Kelly, any weight down through there,
She's got to get to that front bowl first and then off that onto the other one, and she'll stay there for 3 or 4 shots.
Certainly one of those bowls, county bowls, can actually peel right out.
Exactly.
Peel right out of the head, can't it?
Yeah.
And it's the old adage that
ditch weight shot.
It's the old adage, isn't it, Morris? If you've got a couple of bowls over the head, with a head like this, you're always a chance. 15-5 now. Sarah Taukamo over the Kirsty Hill skip side, and I'm saying that's the finish. Be very fortuitous for the North Harbour side to get up from 15-5 as I've played 13 of 18 now. So what is Kerry Kelly? Well, it had weight but was wide of the target. So young Henrietta Scott, should we say, well, that's one gone by.
Yep.
And surely Natarsha Grimshaw will endeavour to get past the head, one would think.
She certainly doesn't want to make that target any
She's
bigger.
not going to get past the head, Morris.
She wouldn't want to touch it.
Wouldn't want to touch it at all. Well, she was only half a roll away from
giving the shot away.
Well, one of those bowls might lock now that could, that playing with a lot more weight here is Kerry Kelly, but going to be outside that target. It's 2 gone.
She's actually playing it too fast, given she needs to only have ditch weight.
Correct.
Not driving weight.
Because driving weight, that's not going to give the result
it's not.
that she wants. And she really needs to be a yard and a bit of weight through those bowls would give you that two-shot result.
Exactly.
Oh,
that's wide as well.
Well, I would say if I was Natarsha Grimshaw, I'd put those 2 you'd lock them in the bag, wouldn't you?
I would. I wouldn't even be playing it.
Yeah, and I think that's the indication from the young lead for it to Henrietta Scott saying, yeah, 2 it is. And that was the right choice of shot from Natarsha Grimshaw. Don't worry about it. 13-5 now. At N12 coming up. That's a handy lead when you need it to qualify, Morris, isn't it?
It certainly is.
And it's the complete opposite in the other match, the Trish Croot Sarah Taukamo match, because the mountain for the Croot and Hill combination, certainly it's a pretty high mountain now. And just heard there, Natarsha Grimshaw, who's got a lot of time for this young lead, just saying to her, draw to my feet, don't worry about, just to try and motivate her to help her to get it up, which is, there we go. It's, you're not going to get much better than that, Morris, are you, really?
Excellent.
Right on top. But that's good encouragement, isn't it, though, from Natarsha Grimshaw to the youngster. And this is going to be short. This bowled of Gail Douglas. That'll be short. Right on the centre line, falls over. And here's the chance now for Henrietta. Another bowl on the head. Morris now really starts to put the pressure. We're not going to because it's under the head. She knows that. You see The old hand waving.
One to Birkenhead, which makes it 15-6 to Victoria.
Yeah, 15-6 to Birkenhead. One there to Birkenhead. 15-6. That's the Kirsty Hill skip side. So the bowl there of really Gail Douglas's bowl, really up short, and that's the last thing you want now, is it bowls cluttering up that front of the head, especially if you're the Oamaru side. You want to have bowls in around the head, because first and third shots pretty handy now for Natarsha Grimshaw, really, isn't it?
True.
The club where the East End club, Morris, they seem to be from good bowl here from the lead, slipping the bowl right out of the head. The club seems pretty active though. It seems to be a group. The club's going pretty good at East End.
Oh, at Fitzroy, they're a great bunch of guys. Every Tuesday they have a group of, I think, about 6 guys that just turn up at the club and do a working bee around the surrounds of the greens, and anything that I need done with the greenkeeping, they help me with that. They do a fantastic job, and obviously I haven't been there a summer yet, but you know, they also do the chalk lining and the if I need any help, like rolling greens, they're there to help me. So, yeah, no, it's excellent.
Well, it's good for you, isn't it? You know, going to a new environment, although it's going home, but it's a new environment. But to know that you've got a membership whereby, you know, they're there to lend a hand to do those all important tasks that need to be done. And well, there's lots of provinces around the country that, of course, they have that. But you know, I'll always say that Taranaki certainly got some unique. No matter what the sport is, really, I think Taranaki's got some uniqueness in its populace down there. That they're very community minded and very, you know, whatever the sport may be.
Exactly.
They're very committed to it.
Well, and at the end of the month, Kevin, I'm helping the Taranaki greenkeepers as I'm involved with greenkeeping and Secretary Treasurer of the New Zealand Greenkeepers Association. We're hosting the North Island Greenkeepers Conference, and even though we're still wanting more registrations for the conference, the Taranaki greenkeepers have really supported it. You know, I think there's 15 clubs, and 12 of them have registered. So
fantastic.
That's fantastic news.
And that's, you know, I see now, like on social media, there's like even down like Stratford, they seem to be pretty active now.
The Stratford greens are excellent.
Are they?
Yes, they are brilliant. In fact, I would go as far to say they would have been in the top 3 greens in Taranaki last year.
Here we go, and update on those women's games, and the one down the bottom, the one we spoke about, Queenstown versus Tauranga Domain. Now 11 ends gone, 14-12. It is Queenstown leading. Waitieri Beach from Kapiti up against the Thames Coast combination. It is the Kapiti combination who are leading 12-7. And in the Wanganui match against Outerim, after 10 ends gone, it is the Wanganui side who are leading 13-3. So they're looking strong to well, they have qualified, haven't they? No, they need it.
There's two that need it. The Tauranga Domain Queenstown games are winning.
So the qualifiers to date are Joe Edwards, of course, and also from Invercargill, the Invercargill side have also qualified. Glenys Paisley and Pam called it. They've qualified 3 from 3. And also from Timaru Town and Country, Bridget Kitchen and Sandra Cleland, they've got 3 from 3. And Janet Swallow from Tyree, or from Outram, they need this one. They're in front at the moment. Trish Croot, who's out in front of us here, they've got their ballot. They've got a real challenge in front of them. Not looking good for them. Natarsha Grimshaw, who of course is out in front of us here and is leading in her match. Dianne Patterson from Wanganui also leading in her match.
15-7 to Victoria.
And 15-7 now to Victoria. And Gail Melrose, of course, they're behind in their match. The Oamaru side, of course, that's the game out here in front of us now, who are trailing. And the Queenstown side of Jan Anderson and Deborah Lloyd, they need this one to go through. And the girls from Waitarere Beach or from Kapiti. So could have 7, 8 qualifiers for post-section play here tomorrow. And it is shot at the moment to the Oamaru combination. It is the bowl of Gail Douglas sitting on the jack, and unfortunately the lead Henrietta Scott with her second bowl just drifted into the ditch slightly a metre over the youngster from the Hawke's Bay from Hastings. Yeah, the Kia Toa. Is Kia Toa, is that natural service, Morris, or is that artificial?
No,
do you know?
Kia Toa is not far away from the National Service Club. It's within a kilometre anyway.
And is that still a grass green or a wheat
Artificial.
green? It's artificial too, is it? So, over the head, they'll be more than happy with that. Will Natarsha Grimshaw, will it go into the ditch? I thought it stayed up. Well, it's only the one at this stage to Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly. Ideally, Morris, they want to get in a couple, 2 or 3, don't they?
They do. They get at least a 3 here, I would say.
So there is it's well set up for the Hawke's Bay side. Although they're one down on the head, they do have the advantage whereby they have got the bowls in behind the head for that trail, which I'm sure Natarsha Grimshaw will be endeavouring to try and get to that jack, because that is used to get the jack. That completely nullifies any chances for the Oamaru side.
Yep.
How far is this going to come back? This bowl of Kerry Kelly's going to finish literally jack level. More than likely a counting bowl it will be. So Natarsha Grimshaw now needs to be inside there on the backhand. That's what the Hawke's Bay player will be endeavouring to do. Got a flick out of the hand. How's this holding up to the jack? It's playing to the jack. Needs to come back now. Gets a touch on it. Well, that was only centimetres away, really, Morris, wasn't it, from getting that?
I would say millimetres, not centimetres.
So, Kerry Kelly will be endeavouring to draw get another bowl counting, because they do need them counting, and playing down towards the jack. She might move the jack. She might slice it. Well, the good thing from that is it does remove that other shot away, doesn't it? The high counting shot. But
they're looking to score points.
They are.
They want bowls on the head.
So, we'll see Natarsha Grimshaw go to that forehand side. Oh, playing. Looked a tight line out of the hand, Morris. It's getting past. This is their bowl they're going to run into. And, well, just the one down, so it's not all bad, and there's not really much
They can
more.
afford to drop one.
Yeah, you can afford to drop one, and there's so on the forehand goes Kerry Kelly, trying to certainly add another, and down goes that head. You don't know. You're not sure. Certainly out on that wider side. Jack going out on the other rink. So we'll see. Just the one, and as Morris
Up to
said,
you.
as Morris rightly said, one down at this stage is not all bad for the Kia Toa side. $15, 13.5 is Henrietta, Scott and Grimshaw. Look at this. Well, that's match, isn't it, Morris?
I would say
What
so.
a bowl. Got down, did Natarsha. Grimshaw got that trail on the jack, and it was at least 2, I think. Could be more. 4. Well, that's a match-winning shot, really, was it, from Natarsha. Grimshaw. Just played down, got to the jack, drew the jack into the ditch, and the old value of back bowls certainly paid the reward there. And now at 17.5, you just about back them to
I certainly would be.
to join the qualifiers, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And at 15.7, I'd just about say you've missed out.
With only 3 innings to go, definitely Trish Croot's team has got to score big.
They've got to be big numbers, and of course the difficulty straight away here is, sure, they've drawn a good bowl right on top, but equal to the occasion has been the Victoria side, and by drawing right alongside that, straight away your scoring numbers are minimised.
And Trish Croot's got a
good bowl here from Trish Croot. Sits right on top of the jack, and we'll be seeing obviously the Sarah Taukamo lead, Marianne Wilson. The key thing is for her now to get another bowl on the head, or even slightly over the head. It'll be fine. And Sarah Taukamo playing with Laurie Guy last year in those mixed pairs in Central Otago, of which they were the winners. She was very impressive.
She was.
Very impressed with a great array of shots, and she was certainly impressive. So Trish Croot going in behind the head, but as Morris said, that really good bowl locked right on top. So really you'd be quite happy if you were the Wellington side here. Wouldn't Morris, you get a bit of movement on the head, you'd be more than happy, wouldn't you? And this looks as though, is it going to get down for movement? Well, this is going to sit. Oh. Well, you can't get it much better than that, really, can you? Although you're down on the head, you've covered all bases, really, haven't you?
It's going to be hard for the Birkenhead side to score any numbers.
That's right. Look, there may be a chance to sit the bowl out, whether that'll lie 3 or not, but we'll see how Kirsty Hill, here she is on the forehand, trying to get down.
She hasn't got a bad bowl here. She's up.
She's got the weight to get all the way down.
No, she hasn't. A pitiful line.
Well, I just wonder, Morris, whether her next shot is trying to be deliberate to play to that bowl that's just in behind the head. Sure, she might move one of her own bowls out, but could leave her holding 3 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes you've got to play that risk.
Got the option of coming off the wing bowl as well to get to that second shot.
Yeah, second, absolutely. Yeah, the point of the game really where you've got to start, you're hunting for shots, aren't you? So
yep.
You've got to play something which is, as we see, Natarsha Grimshaw behind the head. And Oh, there's another good bowl here from...
Great shot.
Great shot, that bowl there from Sarah Taukamo. And there's no number there now, Morris,
No,
is there?
there's not.
And this is the end, really. Yeah, they've got to get the number, isn't it? There's nothing
I
there.
can't get another shot? Can I not get another shot? Yeah, but can I not get another shot?
Yeah, that looks to be the only option, really, Morris, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. Certainly looks like the only option to get to that bowl and to try and turn it over or through it. So, well played by Sarah Taukamo, the Wellington, the Victoria skip. Played it well. As you watch this, trying to see this bowler, Kirsty Hills, well, she's turned. Well, had good weight, Morris, really, didn't it?
She
Had good weight.
too wide.
Had good drawing weight. So Sarah Taukamo should be quite happy to get another bowl in amongst that nest, won't she? Which just reduces any chance, really, of that. Because this is the end, as Morris rightly said, that they really have to score 2, 3. 1 really is just another end gone, isn't it? And Kirsty Hill wasn't that far away with her last bowl, as Morris rightly said. On the backhand, just a matter of where that line is. Body language says it's tight.
No, she's
tight and light.
Yeah, not here.
Well, as you know,
You don't get anything for short
well,
bowls.
in these surface, on this carpet, Morris, you do have to play with confidence to be up, don't you? You know, you've got to play with that confidence to reach through the head. And Sarah Taukamo doesn't really have to do much, but look at this. Jar the ball out of the head. How's that?
She's made 2 shots out of it.
How's that?
Nice bowl.
Well, it was well played, wasn't it? So, it is the side of Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly who scored. But again, as Morris said, Ian's is going to be their killer, just the one. And well, it's interesting there. I haven't noticed them be that much in the difference, but one's at 15 or 16 ends, and the other one's at 13. It's quite a difference.
Yes, I think the girls on Trish Croot's game, they've been pretty quick with.
3
Obviously,
to Victoria, which makes it 18-7 to Victoria.
there was 3. What a bowl!
Excellent.
What a bowl from the skip from Victoria. And that was that was a 4-shot turnaround, and that's closed. That's really that's closed the door now, Morris,
It
isn't
has, yep.
it? So Trish Croot and
Both games are in a situation now where the team trailing has got to score a big number, otherwise it's shake hand time.
well, they needed 5. Trish Croot and Sarah Trish
They
Croot.
hadn't done the ends right.
Yeah. So right. So they're playing 16 now. 17-7. Natarsha Grimshaw leading over Kerry Kelly, and remembering, of course, the winner of this match will be into post-section play, and the loser is it's all over for them. And they'll join on the bank those other 3, 6, 7 sides who are already in a position that can't make it through to post-section play. Good ball coming here from the youngsters. Have a look at this. Well played. Well played from Henrietta Scott. Drew inside the jack level bowl. Just rested it. Sat on top for a toucher. been very consistent. The young lead for Natarsha Grimshaw.
What is the actual name of the stadium here?
Hope Stadium.
Hope Stadium.
And yeah, someone did tell me how it, the Benny factor or naming rights came about. But it's great to hear though, Morris, that all the debt now on this has been. Oh,
it's no wonder he's fat.
Must have got a Kernan, Mike Kernan must have got a Bowls New Zealand ticket. Oh,
True.
Chuck the fishing line out. So 17-7 as they change over. Natarsha Grimshaw of the Kia Tower Club in Hawke's Bay, leading Kerry Kelly and Gail Douglas out of the Phoenix Club. And in the other match, it is the Sarah Taukamo of the Victoria Club in Wellington, leading the Trish Croot side with Kirsty Hill and in 18-7. And of course, Sarah Taukamo was unable to qualify, and this victory going likely in the way of the Wellington side will also prevent Trish Croot and Kirsty Hill. That'll eliminate them from any post-section chance. So the numbers get cut pretty quick, don't they, when they in this round, Morris, with their we're going to see two, well, of these sides here, at least two become out of contention.
Well, both teams trailing need to score either a 5 or a 6, otherwise it's shake hands time, Kevin.
Well, here's 2 now. Well, there's literally, if I look at the Oamaru, the Phoenix game there, with that bowl there just played by Natarsha Grimshaw, there's really no scoring chance, is there?
They've got to kill it.
The head's gone for them.
Yes, the only shot they've got is a kill.
There's every bowl there that's up wrapped past the head. Is both sides have got bowls leading on top of one another. So, yeah, it's as Morris rightly said, going for the kill, and it might be a slide on the way past, and no, not to be. Well, this could be shake hands time.
Oh, it definitely will be.
Because there's nothing they can do here. And Natarsha Grimshaw draws another shot, well, a negating shot on this other black bowl down the side here, which is exactly what she's going to do. Sit clean on that black. Well, now it's, yep, it is, all there is the kill for the Phoenix side. 2 or 3 down on the head is just Kerry Kelly just shaking the head. What do I do? Well, there's really, as Morris rightly said, there's only one shot on, and that's to kill it, because you're going to run out of everything otherwise. So well played by the Kia Toa combination, the youngster Henrietta Scott leading for Natarsha Grimshaw. Trying to play down to the jacks, just going to run into the front bowl. Got the jacks, well, got the outside of the jack, squeezed it right out to the side, and it'll be 1, I would say, to the Phoenix side. Pretty fortuitous.
Do you want to keep going? Okay. 2 to Victoria makes it 20-7.
I thought 20-7. Well, I think it's well played there from Natarsha Grimshaw. Not sure if it's shot or not. The measure, I think, might be come out straight away. What's that? 21-7, 27, Morris?
20-7, playing the last end.
What for?
Exactly. As I said to you before, Kevin, both of the trailing teams had to score a 5 or a 6.
That's it.
To warrant playing the last end.
So 1 down is the game. The Phoenix score a 1. Well, they're going to play in 17 now. Well, I think I know what you and I'd be doing.
I'd be shaking hands.
Yeah, the bowls will be heading to the bag. So I think it's fair to say that the North Harbour combination of Trish Croot and Kirsty Hill, who had won yesterday, played 3, won 2 today. They've had will have had 2 losses, so they won't be in post-section play. They'll be on the outer. And in the other match, the match between Kerry Kelly up against Natarsha Grimshaw, as we see Gail Douglas draw a touch-up. So it'll be the Hawke's Bay side that'll make their way through into post-section play. And another good bowl here from Henrietta Scott. That's where you want them, right in and around the head. Sure, it's not the shot, but it's up there.
She's played fantastic lead bowls in this game.
Been very impressive for us, isn't she?
And Natarsha's just had to do the polishing off and finishing of the heads for her.
It's been
it's a very impressive win. And in saying that, the Taukamo game has been exactly the same.
It has, isn't it? But it's also, the front does the job.
It does, and that's the game of pairs. I've had a lot of success at pairs, but if I haven't had a good lead, I most probably wouldn't have done it anywhere near as good.
The Jeff Hawken man.
Yes.
You played a number of years, obviously, with Jeff, didn't you, before he...
Yep, I was the one that got Jeff started in the game of bowls, and he certainly showed his wares, certainly in Taranaki and now on the Gold Coast.
Yes, he's been over there now a number of years on the coast. So, Henrietta trying to get down to it all. Gets to her own. She's got to. Well, that's not all bad, is it, Morris?
No, she's got another bowl on the head.
Third shot and one sit in behind the head. Nothing wrong with that. 20-7. It is Sarah Taukamo of the Victoria Club in Wellington leading the North Harbour side from Birkenhead. That of Trish Croot and Kirsty Hill by 20 shots to 7. And they'll be shake hands for sure after this end. And in the other match, the game between Kerry Kelly and Gail Douglas of the Phoenix Club in Oamaru up against Henrietta Scott and Natarsha Grimshaw of the Kia Toa Club in Hastings. Remembering both of these sides wanting this win to go through to post-section play, and it certainly looks like at this stage it is the Kia Toa side that will be making their way into post-section play tomorrow. A good bowl coming in here from Kerry Kelly, right in behind the jack. So Natarsha Grimshaw, she'll just be endeavouring to get another bowl up into the region, up into where the head, and it might just, well, she gets onto the bowl. Well, it's two down to the Kelly side, holding the couple, and they've got to score. Well, a big number. There, it's all over. The Kirsty Hill game v Sarah Taukamo, and it is the Wellington combination of Mary-Ann Wilson and Sarah Taukamo. Remember, of course, Taukamo, winner of the other year's inaugural mixed pairs down in Central Otago. Ran out the winner with Laurie Guy, and they have certainly prevented. Look at that, Morris. Jarred the bowl out of the head. That was a good weighted shot option. and really has now just closed the door completely on any big number for the Oamaru side. So we won't see Kirsty Hill and Trish Croot in post-section play tomorrow, and it's unlikely that we will see the Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly as well. Unlikely we'll see them in post-section play, but we will see Henrietta Scott and Natarsha Grimshaw. Again, Grimshaw playing down on that line, trying to get a result. She wants to be careful here. Oh, gets the jack on the way through, and there it is. It's a 1 to the side from Kiatoa.
So that's over. That's game over.
What are they doing?
Well, they should be shaking hands because that's 18 ends.
It's 18 shots to 8, and I think the youngster, Henrietta Scott, is saying, well, what are we doing? Play it.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Play it. So we are playing in 17 of 18. So there's 2 to go.
No, they haven't changed. It hasn't changed yet.
Oh, no. So I can tell you that Natarsha Grimshaw and her lead, the youngster, Henrietta Scott, they're safely through to post-section play. So at this stage into post-section play, we have got Joe Edwards and Kay Hammond of Nelson, Glenys Paisley and Pam Calder of Invercargill, Bridget Kitchen and Sarah Cleland of Timaru Town and Country, Natarsha Grimshaw and Henrietta Scott of Kiatoa in Hawke's Bay. And then we've just got to wait for a few other results to come in and to see who else will make their way through into post-section play. But those players are through into post-section play.
Well, it looks like Wanganui is going to beat Outram.
So if Wanganui, the winners there, they will qualify. And the others, well, there's
too close to tell.
Too close to call, aren't they? But with Wanganui beating the Outram side, as it looks as though they're going to, another qualifier.
That's my granddaughter, Danielle.
Well, the youngster,
she's played a magnificent lead bowl.
she has, isn't she? She's been outstanding. Has Henrietta. She's got bowls around the head, every end. Although trying to make contact,
Oh, no.
didn't have a direct line to the jack, so we're. I can tell you that Henrietta Scott and Natarsha Grimshaw will have qualified for post-section play, as we're just doing the courtesies. Is that what we're doing? And of course, we've got this afternoon our next games that we'll be bringing men's pairs, because this will bring the women's part of the event to a close, and we'll have the men's, and we'll just see what happens there. There's some pretty important. There's some big games coming up. I know that
the Auckland combination are. They need this.
They're in post-section play.
They are
defending champions.
And I think they put a tough game to
Well,
it.
someone came to us and said, there's some tough, you're right, Morris, there's some tough games for sure.
Oh, they played Dean Drummond.
That's right, they do. Of course, Drummond has won 2 from 2.
Yep.
So, yeah,
So that'll be a magnificent game to watch.
we'll no doubt be covering that match.
Well, I don't know.
On TV.
Huh?
Here we go. We'll see.
Next 2 games.
So here we've got in this next round, you're right, Morris, we've got the Carlton Cornwall game, Leif Selby and James Williams up against the boys from Hawke's Bay, Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey. And we've also got the George Amos from Southland up against the Kapiti Coast side. Yeah, I'm not sure how many wins Kapiti Coast have had, but that game there, that's
a crunch one.
it's a big one, that game, isn't it? And that should be, I think, should be a really top game with 4 very, very good players, and the Hawke's Bay side, you could say, Morris, or the Hastings club side, they're sort of carpet specialists, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah.
Well, Dean Drummond's one of the top players in the PBA, so and Murray Glassey's represented New Zealand in PBA.
Certainly has. So
Surely they're going to shake hands
they
this
must
time.
be shaking hands this time. They have. It's all over, and it looks like a 2 or 4, in fact, to the Natarsha Grimshaw combination with Henrietta Scott to finish, and they've now won their way through to post-section play, and Gail Douglas and Kerry Kelly, they say farewell. They won't be there. My thanks to Morris Symes, who's been with me throughout this match, and we'll be back shortly for the after lunch break, and we'll have live action this afternoon as we get down to the post-section, the qualifiers and post-section play in both the men's pairs and the women's pairs at the Somerset Champion National Pairs here at the lovely indoor complex here in Dunedin. This is Kevin Hicklin, and we'll be back after lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Hope Stadium here in Dunedin, where we have got now we've got the men's, the champion pairs, the Somerset champion pairs, and they're into round 4 of their section play. Remember, 3 out of 4 to qualify. We've got all of the women's qualifiers through now, 7 qualifiers, and I'll give you those very shortly. And welcome to, it's a pleasure to have Mike Kernahan sitting alongside me. Of course, Mike, the high performance manager for Bowls New Zealand, who will be the man in charge of our New Zealand side at the Commonwealth Games, due to depart in a few days or week or so's time. So good to have you along, Mike, and of course on behalf of all of us, all the best to all the team for the Commonwealth Games, whatever they be. The Paris, of course, and the blind players and the New Zealand side, and all the best. We know the big challenge ahead, as it always is in the UK, so we just hope it all goes good, and I'm sure it will.
Thank you, Kevin. That's the kindest you've ever been to me.
Well, Mike, you'll find now that in my aged years that I will treat you with due respect in your role, etc. All right. So the big game here, Mike, really, isn't it? Leif Selby up against Dean Drummond, and Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey, what I call two carpet experts.
Yep.
And Leif Selby, the defending champion, playing with James Williams, of course. Leif Selby needs no introduction, really, does he? A former world champion and everything he did in Australia, and now, of course, we're very fortunate now in his appointment working for Auckland Bowls, but it's great to have him here playing competitively in New Zealand, isn't it?
Absolutely, and look, he's really a model for any up-and-coming player. He's been there, done that, as you've said, Kevin, but when you watch him deliver, it's just so smooth and so easy. It's brilliant.
Well, I was going to say the point about Leif's delivery is that the really good thing about it is he's got a delivery, but it doesn't matter what surface you're playing on.
Yep.
It's so it just never changes, does it? And it's it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to watch him. And the other match we've got is the Southland side from the Invercargill club, George Amos and Dave Clark, up against the Kapiti Coast side from Paekakariki, Dereck Taylor and Nicky Morgan. And what do you think of the split screen thing? It's pretty.
Oh, look, I'm too old for this new technology, Kevin.
Yeah,
it's
well,
hard watching 2 games in a row.
It is. It is a bit challenging, I can assure you. But it's. We've even got the players now all mic'd up as well, which is also a new innovation. And of course, so Murray Glassey is certainly he's seen through the PBA as one of the best carpet leads going around, and he come back from ill health and he's back on the greens, and he's certainly a really, really good carpet player, as of course Dean Drummond is, who in 3 weeks' time, of course, will be part of the Musgrave Hills Club.
Yeah, so I hear.
Yes.
That's good for him.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's a good move, I think.
And I've already got the message from a certain person at the club that he will be in the pennant side.
Brilliant.
Very good. And the Queen, and of course the Queensland Premier League this year has been cut down in numbers. It's down to 12, I think it is. It's a smaller field, but a pretty competitive field, obviously. So, yeah, Dean Drummond will be in that.
Weight's good, mate. In
that as well. And I don't know whether you're aware of it, but your former playing, you played with because Brian Baldwin's retiring.
Yep.
And you wouldn't believe this. He was Gary Mounsey is in the Gold Coast champion pairs and is pulled up injured, and after not playing for a long time, Brian Baldwin's coming out of retirement and he's back on the greens and lining up as like a farewell before he departs and moves on. So yeah, Brian Borden, it'd be great to see him. The club's making a special tribute for him, so which he richly deserves. He's been at the Hills for a long time, and you know what sort of player Brian Borden was in his day. Morris is pretty handy, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm Mike, not Morris.
Oh no, Morris was here before you, about
So
the same
good on
age.
you.
That's about the only, I suppose.
Look, Brian was a great player and played a couple of times for New Zealand with Brian. He went to the '98 Commonwealth Games.
Was that Kuala Lumpur?
Yeah, so followed in the footsteps of his dad. Here's a brilliant bowl from Selby.
I was just going to say, you
set it
see,
away.
Selby, Drummond scoring the 2 on the first end, and down came. Of course, they're the defending champions, Leif, Selby and James Williams. Where they won this same event last year in I think it was Invercargill. They played it last year, and they're the winners. And Dean Drummond, who also will be playing next week in the triples in Nine. And it's not far away was that bowl of Dean Drummond's. So, with James Williams, who Leif's playing with, is now, just in the last couple of months, who was the greenkeeper at Carlton, has moved to the Bay of Plenty. He's gone into the family business there at the Bay of Plenty, and so he's come back this weekend to play for Carlton. So he's now residing in the sunny Bay.
Brilliant. So this is his swan song with Leif.
It is, yeah. It's they've done pretty good for someone that doesn't play very often. But Selby's got that, as you well know, Mike. He's a real. He just never lose that talent. He's right up there, and is an asset. It's great that he's here in New Zealand now, and it's great that he's got back involved in the game. And he's got the jack there on a slide to Drummond, just the one. So yeah, it's great now with the role that he's playing in bowls in Auckland, and much needed to try and rejuvenate the high performance players and the younger talented players in Auckland. And you know, I'm sure you'd agree, Mike, that he'll do a splendid job.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone with a track record that he's got, who can speak, will just add so much value to.
Look at this.
He's a brilliant bowler.
Look at this.
Outstanding. Just outstanding.
You know, that's not luck, is it? That's just true class and control and you know, as you rightly said, he's got a delivery that
Can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong, can you? It's never, and it never changes. So when do you leave? When's the team get underway?
So we leave on the 17th, which is next Sunday, not tomorrow, a week tomorrow.
Clean run.
Which means we arrive on the 18th in Birmingham. We're staying at Warwick University for the first 4 or 5 days until the village opens on the 22nd. So the village is actually within the grounds of the university, so we'll be staying very close to where we'll eventually be for the duration of the game. So I think the guys and girls are getting pretty excited.
Yeah, it's a great occasion, as you well know, and of course I'm not going to hark on about you, mate, but you know, reality is you were the last one to win a medal way back in 2002, wasn't it?
Well, as Mr Cameron likes to say, because our para men have actually medalled the last 2 Commonwealth Games, so he tries to reduce it. Yeah, so our men haven't won Blackjack's men haven't won a medal for 20 years, so hopefully this time round we can correct that.
And the women have had pretty constant success, haven't they, of various medals at the games. But of course, one could say, of course, that we've got a strong side, the best that's around it to be selected. But any side that all of a sudden
loses the likes of the services, the likes of Joe Edwards, creates its challenges, doesn't it, to replace that ability in a side. It's the number one player in the world, so it is big shoes, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's for those football fans out there. I mean, it's like either Ronaldo or Messi retiring, and all of a sudden you've got to find their replacement, and that's not easy. So we've got a group of young women that have worked really, really hard over the last couple of months and are looking pretty good. We had a training camp last weekend up in Christchurch on croquet greens, and they played well. So I'm hopeful that they'll continue the proud record that the women have at the Commonwealth Games in a couple of weeks' time.
So you were just saying to me a moment ago, so the format now, you play in small sections? Is that,
yeah, so there's
really
4 sections in each discipline, and there are 4 or 5 teams in each of the sections, so they're playing 3 or 4 games to try and finish in the top 2 to get to the quarter-final.
So it is a big challenge, isn't it? When you look at it that way, there's not much room for error, is there?
Well, there's no room for error.
No,
So
it's I'm just gathering. I'm just gathering some gear off tomorrow. It's not.
excellent.
Yeah.
Is this my new equipment that I'm
it's not.
taking
No,
away?
it's not. Nothing that's for you. It's far too.
Right.
It's technical stuff, Michael.
Good yard, Rosie.
So is that a new format with only just a few?
No. So they've had that format for the last. This is the 3rd games, I think. Certainly, I recall another great bowl from Leif.
Just sitting on the jack.
Certainly recall in the Glasgow games where
Yes.
Mandy Boyd played that shot to win a bronze
Got
medal.
the bronze
They
medal,
only had
2000.
3 in their section. They only played 2 section games and then went into the quarter-final.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
At Glasgow?
Yeah. So, if teams pull out, then you are going to get that situation. Here's
Good
a
bowl
very
here.
good reply. Brilliant reply.
Well played from Drummond.
Yeah.
Just played down to the counting bowls and just got a touch on the jack. And I'm sure in this particular game, Mike, that we're going to see a pretty high standard, especially from the 2 skips. We know their ability. Dean Drummond has certainly been. Let's say he's been. He would have been in selectors' minds at various times because he certainly he's played well at national events and in the centre, and has been a pretty strong performer, hasn't he? There.
Yeah, look, I think like most of our young up-and-comers, they've...
Look at this ball from Selby, coming round behind the... Look.
That's not bad, is it?
Changes his hand.
I think for these young fellas, they've actually got to understand that and I think they're slowly doing that, and you see the likes of Seamus and Sheldon who've matured significantly
Certainly
over the
have.
last 2-3 years, and so what we've got to say to people like Dean is you've just got to be consistently performing at that next level to put yourself in contention for the next step in your career. And Dean's really talented, but what I guess his focus needs to be is consistently, like the Sheldons and the Seamuses do, and just picking on them as 2 examples, every time they step out. And that doesn't mean winning, that just means they're in the fight.
Been here on the last day type thing.
Yeah.
And you're correct, and no doubt I think nothing wrong with Hawke's Bay, of course, but I think moving to the Gold Coast and playing in that competitive environment that's there on the Gold Coast can only be an assistance to him, can't it, really?
Absolutely.
So Selby again coming down that same line, trying to get to his counting bowl, which is sitting on the jack, and he's only a couple of rolls away really from being in that groove in there, but he's certainly, you got 2 skips here, I think, really know how to play on this sort of surface, and the really good thing about them, in my view, Mike, is they'll back themselves to draw the shot.
Yeah, well, that last bowl, Leif's just made it a little harder for Dean because it's actually right in the way. So he's either going to have to try and dead draw it or play with a little more weight than he did last time so he can get between those two bowls.
So he can scoop down in between those two bowls, just as Mike said. And here's the Drummond bowl now. Trying hard, just going to get
a bowl wide.
Just a bowl wide. Had that weight that Mike spoke about, so it'll be another one to the Carlton combination, two apiece, and they are, of course, the defending champions. And so, you're right in what you say that we've got, like we saw last year, Seamus Curtin go very well, win a national peers title, playing with Andrew Kelly, and the likes of the Bagley Howleys and the Seamus Curtins. Finbar McGuiggans, they're getting closer, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They're just getting closer, and even not to forget another member of the high performance squad, Krista Leif. He's had a good.
Won the state pairs and triples just recently.
Yeah, so that's and has also qualified for the finals of the Australian indoor as well.
Yep.
So obviously, going pretty well. So. Players like that then, of course, remain in the frame, don't they?
No, absolutely. And I had a conversation with Chris the other day, and he said, so what do I have to do? And I said, keep doing what you're doing, because there's a multi-nations and a Trans-Tasman next year, which we want to take more than 5 too.
And of course, back into the year, we've got the World Bowls.
Yep. So there's plenty to play for these young fellas, and obviously performances at the Commonwealth Games will have a factor in how the selectors view the makeup of the team, and so these young fellas on the fringe and the young women on the fringe just need to keep putting their head down and working hard, because you never know when that opportunity might arise.
Well, there comes a time, Mike, as well, as you said, with the Australian side, where, for whatever the reasons may be, there is need for change, or there is decision of change. But you've got to be able to have players, of course, that are going to then step into the breach, who are going to be equal or better of what's been there before. Yep. And we've got to create a competitive environment. I suppose a couple of years ago, you were part of the team when we went over to the Gold Coast, and there was the multi-nations, and there was we were there for a couple of weeks playing a variety, and we also brought over the development side, and that who also played. And I think the big learning experience from that was that possibly we measured up equally, I think, to Australia, or pretty level with Australia in the main event, but it was at that next level down where, in that, we'll call it the development phase, where they had a more consistent edge over us in both the men and the women. And
yeah, well, look, it's a number of factors make that happen, and one is that they've got probably 10 times the numbers of players in Australia than we have in New Zealand. And secondly, the vast majority of those players are playing 4, 5, 6, 7 times a week.
Oh, absolutely. So, but we've just got to find a way of finding who that next group of players are, and for them to have some opportunities, don't we, to...
Absolutely.
I'm not saying for one moment play the same as what the Australians do, but to create a competitive environment whereby, they are given a good opportunity to, so as when they do get that selection to step into the international arena, that yes, it's a new experience for them, but it's not a frightening new experience to them.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think he's not bad again.
He's not bad again. Going to sit on top of the... Wow, that's...
Same sort of thing, mate.
That's really, Mike, is I know you would agree that it doesn't matter how good a bowler Dean Drummond is, when you're getting that pressure put on you end after end, bowl after bowl, and it's a challenge, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's good effort.
Dean Drummond was only then a touch away from...
Yep.
So I'm picking Selby, well now Leif Selby, he will go down to where that bowl of Drummond's and the Amos game, we've got to get on the board, because the Southland boys jumped out of the gate well, and Well, he turned the bowl over as more than likely advantageous. I don't know that. I think he would have been liked to have been a wee bit deeper, but by turning the bowl over, just gives a bit of shelter on that backhand. Playing down with more weight now as Dean Drummond is going to be wide. Needs a feather, won't do so. So, yeah, all of a sudden, it's pressure, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, look, Leif's last bowl changed the look of the head, so that's what I mean. Dean could have just played the same bowl as he did with his first one and got a half decent result by just arriving on to any of those 3 bowls, but with Leif changing how the head looked at from the other end, it forced him into a different shot, which he didn't play well.
Well, ideally, he's trying to get that into that triangle of 3 counting bowls to get the front bowl of the triangle, and it could, with the weight that he played, move all 3 bowls around. But remembering this guy, he won, of course, a gold medal, and that was on artificial. That was on an artificial surface, wasn't it? At Delhi.
No, he won the world singles.
Oh, the world singles he won. Look at this.
So once again, Dean's now got a really difficult shot. He's got to make a correction, and if he's a fraction off, he'll be 4 down.
So
I think he's wide again.
Here's Drummond again. He's watching it. He's on it. It's going to go by.
He's wide again.
Exactly the same line as that first bowl. Do you think he's be able to go quicker?
See, I think he was forced into it with that last one, but I thought his first bowl was the weight he played was really good. That if he made a connection, he was going to hang around, and if he just made a minor adjustment in his line with a second bowl at the same weight, he could have stopped that 4 happening by just making sure that if he made a connection, his bowl was going to
remain in the head, wasn't it? It was going to stay in there.
So now he's played 2 really strongly weighted shots, missed both times, and there was no real target apart from hitting that front white one.
The jack was
Jack was sort of tidied up a little bit. So yeah, just shot selection, and that's why Leif kept drawing to the head, because he knew that he was going to force him into playing a different type of shot, which he did, and he gets a 4.
I just think that Leif Selby's got so much to, and I'm a fan, and I'll be the first to put my hand up, and I was delighted when the opportunity came up for the job at Auckland Bowls, and which duly then happened, because I just think he's got so much to offer, and especially to our up-and-coming players, to spend a couple of days on the green with him, and he's a hard taskmaster, just like yourself. He's not he's a guy that expects perfection, and he doesn't expect perfection on day one, but he's because he's a perfectionist himself, and Harry plays on the green. So I just think I also think as well, Mike, in his role, I think within the sport collectively in New Zealand, he can teach our up and coming players about what it's all about. He brings that, I think, that overall that overall management of self-management, which we know only too well that it's more than likely been one of the areas. Good reply there from Murray Glassey. It's certainly been one of the areas whereby the sport here in New Zealand we just need to brush up on.
Absolutely.
And if you've got people like Leif Selby as your sort of go-to people, it's got more pluses. Good bowl here from James Williams. It's very good lead bowls, isn't it?
And that's what you want to see when you're a skip, is that your lead actually nails it when you've just got a 4. So it's making it really difficult for the opposition to get out of this head, and all of a sudden there's a wee gap potentially. Although I think Murray's in a really good line.
He's pretty well down here. Glassey gets a touch on, moves the jet well.
Very good bowl.
That's as good as getting the shot, isn't it?
Oh, no, absolutely. That's now made it a really open draw for Dean. So
It's one of those things now where no one's really got the shot, have they? It's opened it up,
right.
Opened up a closed door, and it's created a scenario where, you know, the best draw man will get the result. 10-0 now. The boys from the south. You know that George Amos and Dave Clark. They.
I don't personally. No.
They're from the Invercargill club.
Right.
I don't know anything about the Invercargill club, but they need this game to qualify. They're sitting in the up there needing the win to qualify. I'm sure they're up there with that. So they certainly got the way to a good start here. So Dean Drummond now on the forehand. Now, you've been the methodical man that you are, Michael, and the technical man that you are. I just think... Look at, oh, well, that's as good as you'll see, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a good reply.
Good reply, isn't it?
Pretty good bowl, and he's replied pretty well there.
I just noticed that Dean Drummond at the delivery, he's got this thing with his hand, and I just think it can create issues of your line, but... Is he going to get all the way down? Is Leif Selby just goes by?
Yeah.
But Drummond certainly took advantage. Well, he didn't have a lot of room. You know, he had to play a good shot, didn't he, to draw inside the Leif Selby bowl, which he duly did.
So what's this about his hand that you don't like?
Well, just got the hand. I know the hand comes up, but it opens up. Sort of his finger just sort of opens up, and I just think
there's a wee flick there.
There's a little flick.
Yeah. It's actually very good bowl he's just played there.
Another good bowl in the head, because there's an opportunity, of course, for Selby to play through that bowl just to get a couple of turns out of that shot bowl. So it's another good bowl on the head for the Hawke's Bay combination. Tamara, she never stops working, Tamara. Look at this. She's doing all sorts of things. We've got a full crew in here today. And thanks to Harper, Erica, Tamara, and Icon. It's his name, Icon. That's true.
Hey, it's not a bad name, is it?
It's unbelievable.
Tell you, Leif Selby's close there.
Gets the front of the bowl. It's going to get it onto the...
Oh, he's two down there. And that was the value of Dean's last bowl.
But it was well played though by Selby. Just as Mike said, he got the bowl, just got the wrong side of it. Icon. We need to check on this tomorrow. I've never heard of an icon before, except that thing that dashes around the screen. So, Dean Drummond trying to add to the count. He's not going to be far away as the Hawke's Bay boy sits inside. Well, that's pretty well played, Mike.
It might still only be two, though.
Here comes the tape. Two was the call, I think.
He's a bit stiff there. He played a pretty good bowl.
Absolutely.
Just out of the count.
6-4. I just heard it there, so it was a 2, 6-4. But it is nice to see, Michael, and it's a lesson for all players, that how we see with Dean Drummond and Leif Selby, how that, what I would call nice control of their weight.
Yep, absolutely.
They're not sort of running at it, just confidence in their weight and control of that, and just getting in and around the head, and which they've duly done. And that's the ability that these guys have got, and you yourself in your heyday of greatness was, your strength was your strength, Mike, was always that ability to be able to draw the shot and then just change if you need be with a fraction of weight to get a result, and not to demolish all the good work that may have been done beforehand. It's a
game of skill, not strength, Kevin.
It is, Michael. Well, so James Williams, the former greenkeeper at Carlton, Cornwall, just coming up, lower the jack. Of course, I had the... We had the new Taranaki greenkeeper in here, of course, earlier on. And, well, he's taken Taranaki over already.
Yeah.
It's only taken Morris Symes a couple of weeks, and he seems to be in charge of everything that's going on down there. And so just say good luck, good on you, Morris.
Yeah, he's a good man. He's a good operator too. He did a really good job in Christchurch, then in Marlborough, and now he's gone home really to the Naki.
Yes, gone home. He certainly has, and it's a lovely club where he's gone to, the Fitzroy Club, which in fact is an amalgamation of 3 clubs. The old East End Club, which used to be based, well, still based there. The Fitzroy Club, which was just up the road, and the Smart Road Bowling Club, where Gary Mountsie and myself both started playing bowls.
Yep. So I don't think Leif would be very happy with this lead. Unless this bowl's
he needs
right
this
on it.
bowl. He's got what they call a unorthodox delivery.
Very unorthodox.
Is that what you'd say, Michael,
Yeah.
without being... Or it's just...
Too quick, Rosie.
Well, he'll be happy with this bowl. At least it's...
Will he? It's
Well,
in the way.
Might get in the way on that line down there, but...
Might not be. Might be okay. I think those Southern boys have just about scored again, haven't they? Just a 1, I think.
They have. So they've put themselves in a good position to qualify, haven't they?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they scored a 1.
So they saw Dean Drummond holding the shot, and these two...
The new goal is to get on the board.
You might have just heard that from the guys from the Kapiti Coast, from the Paekakariki Club. So Dean Drummond coming down the open side, and won't have the weight. And Selby, he'll back himself down through that port.
Yep.
On that forehand side, he'll back himself to get down through there.
Yeah, space, mate.
Looks to be on the line there, Mike, doesn't he? Is he under the bowl clean?
No, he's going to get an edge, but that might help him.
And touches
It
to the
did help
jack
him.
and sits. Well, he was never going to be far away, was he? It was. It may not have finished exactly where it's sitting now, but it was certainly wasn't going to be far away from the
Look,
shot.
he played it well, and again, that's that controlled weight. When I say controlled weight, he plays with a couple of feet of weight, so he's not going to disappear out of the head if he misses.
Correct.
He got a favourable wee rub, but he was actually probably going to draw the shot with that weight anyway.
And with that weight, it was never going to travel very far
No.
anyway, was it? So it wasn't going to career right across the head. So. So I'll just keep commentating while Mike Kernan eats my lunch.
No, just that.
I'm greatly indebted to. Well, but so here's Selby again on the mat. He's got that very deliberate glance when he lets the ball go, coming back again.
Identical line.
Identical line, gets inside the bowl, finishes just jack low. But you're right, Michael. Everything was the same, wasn't it? The line, the way, everything was the same, and that's about that consistency. And it's about, as we keep talking about, it's about a player who's up in the 90% of effective bowls, and that's, you're going to win a lot of games, or you're not going to lose by much, I should say, as well, if you can have a percentage ratio like he has with effective bowls. And I think that's for a number of our up-and-coming players, and some of those boys you mentioned before, that for them, one of their key lessons to me is to increase their effective bowls percentage, because that's really is the key, isn't it? And
this is the difference. So Dean's tried to play the same shot as Leif, and he's about 2 bowls inside it, and pump Leif's leads bowl up for 2 down. It's managing to control that line every single time. And in that occasion, Dean didn't and paid the price.
Yeah, that's so, and that's about, as we just mentioned, Michael, it's about managing the game and getting those effective bowls.
Yep.
And if you can have that high percentage, and to me, I'm hoping in Auckland with our high performance players or leading players, that especially some of our young players, to me, that's going to be so important. And it's not all about playing all the fancy shots. It's about creating effective bowls, which is going to put your side. It's exactly the same line again, Mike.
Yeah.
No change, is it?
No.
At
No,
all.
perfect.
Uses the same, he was on the identical track. You've got 3 bowls there. Sure, they've touched things, and this is a big end now. 4 effective bowls.
Yeah.
And sure, the James Williams bowl got knocked up, but each one of Leif Selby's bowls counted
Exactly.
within 2 feet of the jack.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, we go to a big jump, a 4 to the Carlton, Cornwall and defending champions. And in the other match, as Mike said, the combination of George Amos and Dave Clark of the Invercargill club, they're 11-0 over the Kapiti Coast Paekakariki side, Dereck Taylor and Nicky Morgan. So Invercargill club, Mike, you'd know from being down here, is that in town? Is it a big club, small club?
Oh, it's just your normal run-of-the-mill town. It's in town.
Right.
Club. Like most centres around the country, if I can be so bold, we have far too many bowling clubs, so the average membership is pretty low. And Invercargill is no different to your Green Islands or your North East Valleys up here in Dunedin. So small membership, relatively. But obviously 1 or 2 good bowlers within the ranks, because you don't win the Southern Champ pairs with being a muppet.
Well,
you can obviously play.
Mike, obviously, it's great now because we've got the indoor complexes and we can easily fit in the champion, what's now become the champion month. Murray Glassey just trying to sit on the James William bowl, and really it's made it 10-4 now straight away. Makes the head hard, doesn't it?
Oh.
That bowl and behind.
Yeah.
But Ian D, the now chairman of Auckland Bowls, who I'm doing quite a bit of work with, and Auckland Bowls right now going through a review of a number of factors, and we're at the point now where there's got to be some clubs make some hard decisions, because it's doing literally, I'm not going to name any clubs,
One roll on yours, eh?
but it's not doing anything for the growth of the performance of the sport.
No.
By just trying to accommodate a vast number of clubs, and Auckland Bowls are a wee bit fortunate. They'd have to rely on capitation fees for a living. They've got a bit locked away in the vault, but really for the sport to be, and for Auckland to be successful,
That's poor.
we've got to make some changes, really, because it's, and especially in Auckland as well now, Mike, if you're sitting on council land and you've only got 20 members, well, the council know that you're sitting on a few $1 million worth of land, and can that be better utilised? Can they get a better bang for their dollar? Well played. Murray Glassey just got a turn onto the bowl. So Ian D is very good chairman, and we're also fortunate now with Ricky Jane Swinnell is on the board of Auckland Bowls.
Oh, really?
He's joined, come on board through the certain person that we know at Sport New Zealand. With Sport New Zealand have been looking at or encouraging aspiring people to put their names forward for board positions for various sports. So Ricky Jane Swinnell you don't see this very often. And
Missed his line.
Missed his line under the head. You don't see that very often at all. So, yeah, it's Auckland bowls. We've got to make some hard decisions. And a lot of the centres, of course, around the country, that's difficult because they're geographics and all sorts of things. But, you know, for the sport to enhance itself really in Auckland, we've got to make some conscious decisions about making some hard decisions really. And it can only be a plus for the sport in time. So Selby again will come down. Well, that line might have just altered from there, has it, to play down because he was under the head with his first.
Yeah, the challenge for him is there's not a lot of gain by playing his forehand, unless he draws a stone cold toucher. Like the backhand's probably still preferable, which is what he's going to do. Just the way the head's lying. So if he just takes another couple of... Oh, he's tight again, or tighter than he needs to be, but...
he needs to get inside this clean.
Yeah, but see, that's okay.
It's okay. That's...
So again, that's made it harder for Dean. So
it's hard for him to add numbers, isn't it?
Well, he's one down, and it's actually hard for him to get in there.
10-4. That last end, Mike, you spoke about it, that because of the bowls that were played from both players, but mainly those Selby, and then Dean Drummond, who bowl here, going to sit outside the bowl.
Oh, it's a bit stiff there. He played a good bowl.
So Dean Drummond got caught in that, where do I go, that last end, didn't he, really? Yep. And couldn't find a weight and actually had a couple of ineffective bowls, and against the quality of Leif Selby, you'll pay dearly for it, won't you? As you should at this level.
Exactly.
So it's Selby again on the backhand. He's very deliberate. And trying to get down to turn the bowl onto the bowl. Well,
just the weight control.
That's just brilliant. Superb.
And now Dean's got nothing. Hence he's coming up to have a look.
It's it, but watching a player like Leif Selby and watching this now live, it's a coaching lesson really as well, isn't it, to players about you don't have to be running and whacking or at the head or trying to play under the head to play shots. If you can learn to draw, back yourself on the draw, control your weight, you can build heads. Sure, you're not going to score on every head, but you also put yourself in a position where you're not going to drop clusters of numbers, eh?
That's right. So he's 2 down and he's got some issues. There's actually not an obvious shot on. So...
No, there is no obvious shot, is there?
No.
Could he play down through the groove there to move?
Yeah, the danger is he's going to get an edge. He's going to get half the front white one of Leif's and get nothing.
Yeah.
And if he gets it full, he's going to get onto Leif's other one, which is going to get it onto
well, he's going to lose the ball out of the head anyway.
So, like, there's very little he can do here except get lucky.
Well,
that's the reality.
To be fair, when they're clustered up close like that, you have got a chance of getting some luck, haven't you?
Well, yeah, but...
Off a bowl?
That's not how you want to play the game.
No, it's not.
Because he's going to lose if he continues to rely on.
But if you're wanting to score, well, playing down to the bowls of... Well, he actually played a good bowl.
He got the shot out of it.
He did. He left that. So that was a well-controlled shot to the head, wasn't it? And left the jack level bowl, the bowl of Murray Glassey, who it's great to see back on the greens playing. Murray's been through some significant health challenges over the last couple of years, and
he's well on the mend, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He was telling me yesterday that from a guy who literally had no show, he's pretty much, I don't know how normal it is, but he's certainly he's in good spirit himself, and he's back playing, at the level that he likes playing at, and he knows he's got some limitations through his health issues, but he's back playing, and as we know, a very, very good player on the carpet, as we just see with that opening bowl, just
So
coming up lower the jack. But
they've gone ditch to ditch, so they've changed it up a bit, which they obviously need to do something. So a really good first bowl from Murray. When you do something like that, you've actually got to make sure you nail it, and he did.
And because right on that centre line, and straight away, it just puts that pressure onto the opposition, and James Williams is going to finish well lower the jack, and all Leif Selby needs to make sure that somehow he's got to draw into the jack to either rescue the shot or reduce the count or whatever, because as I keep saying, on this surface, it nearly happened. It was close. But once you get that bowl right in front of the jack, like he's done, that first bowl is Glassey.
Don't know where the second bowl went. Didn't come back into the
must
picture.
Have gone well wide. Can't see. We'll see. We'll move that camera around and we'll see where that second bowl. But there's a better response here from James Williams. Going to go by, but sits right on the centre line, metre behind. That's fine.
Yeah.
And we'll try and see where that other Murray Glassey bowl went to.
Come on, Erica. Oh.
Erica's out on the search
boys.
party.
It's the boys. It's our Polytech boys. Roger Southby and Jeff Simons.
Well,
their mentors.
You're in management control here, Erica. So,
Very nice, mate.
He's in the area here.
He's in the area to the jack line. Has he got enough to get all the way down to it?
No, but it's a really good second shot.
It's a good second shot. You're not going to drop many here.
I've had nothing to wave about you.
10-5, in fact.
Yeah.
10-5, the score should now be reading. After they scored a 1 on that previous end. The Kapiti boys are saying that they're on the...
They got a couple.
They've got a couple. They're on the board.
Major comeback on the cards, do you think?
Well, here's Dean Drummond. Trying to add to that head.
Very nice. Very nice, mate.
Coming down towards the centre line, and the
played
jack
it well.
played it very well.
Oh, not sure he wanted that,
But
though.
didn't want to just open that gap up, did he? Yeah. Just left a bowl wide on that gap, and
Probably still down here now. He's backed it up a bit. Get a couple of results.
it's also good to see, Mike, with Leif Selby and other listeners, I think, is that he doesn't rush onto the mat.
Probably this side,
No.
Doesn't rush onto the mat to play his bowl, does he? He thinks, decides what's the best option, what's the best percentage shot. So we'll see where this bowl of Leif Selby's, here you'll see it coming down, going to go by on the wide side, but be over the head. Just a few updates from around the greens. Here the Tikaraka boys from Gisborne up against Balclutha, and it's the Gisborne side who are leading after 7 ends, 6 shots to 4. Horswell, the Canterbury side, who were very impressive yesterday, up against the Oamaru Phoenix, and it is 6-3 to Horswell after 7 ends. The 1 Tree Point got boys from up north, and they've had 5 ends going, and they're up against Pat Houlihan, and it's 8-0 to the boys from the north over the Clyde combination. Karapahi from Thames are up against the Paekakakiri combination, and it is Paekakakiri who are leading that by 11-2. And in the John O'Shea side, with Lance Tasker up against the Carrington side of the Wairarapa, it's the O'Shea and Tasker side who have jumped out to a 10-3 lead after 7. 2 shots here, I think it is, to Dean Drummond.
Yep.
Trailing 10-5. And holding two. They'd really like to hold on to these two, wouldn't they? Because it gets you right into that. You're back into the match. So Dean Drummond out on that safer side again.
He's just going to slip past.
He won't mind. They've been over the head. Is it going to stay up? Yes, it will. So what weight do you think here, Mike, that Leif Selby's having a good look at the head? Does he play straight down through the James Williams bowl, try and get a split on the head? But, you know, there's another bowl,
He's only going to drop one more, and it's pretty hard to get his own ball out clean. He's had 2 goes at it, and he's made the adjustment with the second one and just scraped the right-hand side bowl as we're looking at it. So if he adjusts half a bowl again, I'm anticipating he's going to...
He could push it through on the...
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do.
So, Leif Selby from the Carlton Cornwall Club on the backhand. And as Mike said, he's playing with that literally controlled weight, trying to get down to the bowl. He might get the Glassey bowl, and where's that push the jack? He made contact with the jack.
He might be one down to that last bowl that Dean played.
We just need to get those cameras around there. Action stations, here we go. 1 to Hastings. Well, they'd be quite happy to get the point on the board, really, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Because
they played a pretty good head there.
They did. And they know that the shot that Leif Selby did play was a scoring opportunity. So 10-6.
Halfway through.
And 13-2. It's George Amos and David Clark of the Invercargill Club leading Dereck Taylor and Nicky Morgan of the Paekakariki Club from Kapiti. So they've kept that longer length, Mike.
Yep.
So Glassey on the backhand started his bowls at the Tikawata Club in counties. Oh. Good opening bowl from... He's a great Taranaki rugby supporter, by the way.
Who?
Murray Glassey.
Oh, that's what's wrong with him.
He's got good sense.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
James Williams, who likes the colour. So Williams
will be he had an opportunity to make it difficult, and he's come up 2.5 feet short. Well, I'm sure he'll correct with the next one.
So the recent training camps you had, Mike, gone well? The players are sort of all...
good, really good.
They're all set?
Well, I hope so. Only they will know whether they've done the work or not.
Good handy bowl from Glassey, just lowered the jack, but still in that good area. In there, James Williams now trying to get down underneath the Glassey bowl to the jack. He mightn't be far away here. How far is it going to go? Well, I'm sure over the head, Leif Selby, although down on the head, he'd be quite happy to get a bowl in over the head to get any jack movement.
Well, I think he'd be happier he missed there rather than missing short like he did with his first one.
So Murray Glassey again with his third bowl, and that's going to come down outside the jack, but it's going to be over the head. I don't think he liked that one out of the hand. Well,
doesn't look very good for me either.
Well, I don't want to pick on anyone, but you know, with that strangest delivery that he's got.
It reminds me of the way you used to play, Kevin, because you only ever played the backhand, didn't you? Hey, you never played the forehand.
I did once.
Once in a 40-year career.
Well, you know, when you're a very good number 2, you can just stick to one hand.
Right, okay. You know, no, absolutely, Kevin.
Let's say I enjoyed it, but yeah. So on that favourite backhand is Dean Drummond. And it's good to see that. What it is good to see with these guys, Mike, is in the main that they're sending the bowl out to get the work, get the bowl to work, not trying to play down under the line, which you see a number of players now trying to take the shortcut to the centre line, and it's just it's just not going to work. And you can't. I just maintain that you've got to, if you own the centre line, there's a good chance you're going to go pretty good.
Yeah.
So, Selby in front 10-6 on the backhand. And again, he's gripped that waiting line there, has Selby. He needs to get an inside slide, won't do so. Got onto the James Williams bowl. Didn't make any difference to still be 2 down. So Dean Drummond, he stays widest out on that backhand line. He's got everything in his favour. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? Certainly had the line just.
But it now looks really ugly for Leif.
Looks awful, doesn't it?
Yep.
It's really got to be a forehand. Turn his own bowl into the head, or just come under that on the forehand. So here is Leif Selby, former Australian player, trying to get to that bowl just as we spoke about, playing with that controlled weight, makes
Brilliant.
2 shots of it. Just played with that much, played
Brilliant.
with that yard of weight through to the bowl, really, Mike, wasn't it? And that's about having those effective bowls, isn't it? And they're both his bowls, aren't they? Both his bowls that are counting. And now the pressure changes again. And because of what happened, now, of course, Dean Drummond hasn't got a lot to play to, has he?
Yeah, well, Murray's just called him, I think, the wrong shot. He's told him to play ditch weight, and I'm just
down through on the forehand too.
Yeah. And I'm not sure this is a really good choice, to be fair. I could be proved wrong.
Well, he might get the split on the bowls. He's going to get the split on the bowls. Well, he got the touch on the bowls. Didn't dislodge them both.
He nearly played it perfectly.
Nearly played the complete split to get them both. Selby just coming down to have a look. I think he'll come down just to try and get inside the James William bowls, or turn it out, or get one turn out of the bowl. Would make shot of it. So here is Selby, and he's got it on that line to come down through the port. This looks pretty close. This looks pretty close. Does it get much closer than that?
Not bad, is he? Not bad.
He's 2 shots to the Carlton Cornwall combination, 12-6.
I see the Invercargill boys are holding shot again, 15-2 up after 9.
Yeah, it's
it looks as though that game's pretty much over.
It's in the bag, I think, isn't it? It looks pretty.
Unless he gets, he's not bad here. No, he's just going to miss.
Yeah, Michael, how's that number 1 daughter of yours? Got to ask, because she's a very, very special person.
No, she's just got her PhD signed off, so she's starting that.
Oh, so she's into the PhD now?
Yeah. And just almost had to have surgery on a calf when she injured herself in the gym, but grade 3 tear apparently, whatever that means. And I'm sure these young roosters will know they're all up with the play.
Well, they're all gym bunnies.
So she's in a moon boot now, but this makes her even more attractive.
Erica, did that injury sound pretty bad, did it?
Was that sorry?
A grade 3 tear of your calf.
Yeah, that hurt.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she do it?
Oh, up to it.
And Liam settled into his new role now.
He's at New Zealand Law Society, so he's enjoying that. Now, see, this is James has done really well for Leif there, so he's had to throw a different length, and he's put his first bowler foot past the jack, but importantly on the centre line. So that's really cool that he's done that, and of course it threw Murray off because Murray's finished halfway up the green.
Well, yes, and it can very quickly and will become a one-hand, isn't it? Becomes a one-hand head.
Oh, and I've just had a wee message from Peter Thorne. You know that Jess got engaged the other week?
I did not. Congratulations, Jessica.
So Thorny's watching the live stream, and he's now going to be as broke as I am because his daughter's getting married, and Peter will have to pay for it all.
Oh, he can afford it. Thorny's fine. He's got got little
millions.
vaults.
He's got millions.
Well,
richest man in Auckland.
Well, the guy sitting next to me is he's not short of a buck either. This guy in Dunedin.
I'm poor. Tell you, if James threads the needle here,
he is going to thread the needle and sit right.
Brilliant.
So congratulations, Thorny and Virginia, where you'll be walking Jessica down the aisle. Good ball here from Glassey. Just needs to get past to the jack. It's well played and sits inside. Well played by the Hastings player. So we'll see. Well, do you think Leif will Selby will try and get down? Is it too tight on that line to get down to that bowl?
Look, I don't
or the jack.
I wouldn't be surprised if he plays his first one on the forehand and just tries and draws as close as he can, but I might be wrong.
No, he's going to that forehand, get another bowl on the head. And he's certainly given it plenty of grass to come back towards the centre line. And he won't mind if it stays out on that line because
it's a good bowl.
One would think, Michael, that's the angle that he's going to be endeavouring to play his second bowl to get down through there to get to the jack. Dean Drummond will play on his back end.
So you're getting texts from everyone. I've just got a message from Macbeth here to tell you to look at your texts. So it's all happening here at the Bowls. The famous John Macbeth's trying to get hold of the infamous Kevin Hickland.
Well, you may not be aware of this, Michael, but John Macbeth and myself were born on the same day, same year, everything.
Right, same hospital?
No, he was in, I think he might have been in Timaru and I was in New Plymouth. I think. Right. I'm not 100% sure. But
is Leif going to get lucky here? No. Ooh, he nearly got lucky.
Oh, I get a message about the Paekakariki president. Yeah, from Mr. Macbeth. Well, may I say, John, that I'm looking forward to watching yourself in action. I think next week in the champion to champion triples, and I presume the people from they'll be down with the bells. Good even here from
great bowl
here from Dean Drummond and
three down, and he's got to hit it.
So I won't be too harsh into. I don't want that the Paekakariki president doing that thing, John. But trust all is well, and you're over the COVID now. So on the hunt on the back end is Selby. He's light, he's well under it, steered it under it.
Didn't expect that.
No. Well, this is that two, Mike? Three. Well, this becomes a big end, doesn't it?
Yep.
And that for the Hawke's Bay guys are right back in the game. And of course, the boys from Carlton Cornwall, they have to win this one.
It's not bad again,
He's well down again, past the bowl, getting down to the counting area, and the jack, well, it was. Well, that was a good four, Mike, wasn't it?
Very good four.
Well drawn four there. Of course, Leif Selby and James Williams lost to Rob Ashton last night.
Oh, that would have been fun to watch, was it?
I wasn't here.
All right. You're only doing half days, Kevin.
Well, where's Tamara? Yesterday I did, my boss, is she over there?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Tamara will tell you I did, I think it was 8.5 hours yesterday, I think.
While everyone else did 15 and a half.
Tamara did. But I'm older. That's, So good opening bowl here from Murray Glassey. And you're right, Mike, it's where they've excelled as well as when they've owned the length.
Yep.
And straight took that advantage of it. Yes, John Macbeth was all set to go to the Hawke's Bay South Canterbury Renfrew Shield match. And I think it was the day of or the day before Captain COVID paid him a visit. So John was...
so John just said same father. So not only were you born on the same day and the same year, same father. So you're blood brothers.
Boy,
you learn something every day, don't you?
He must have been busy, John.
Here's another good bowl from Murray.
Another good bowl here from Glassey. And here's what was happening before, early on in the game, Mike, that pressure's going straight there. The lead now is got on top of James Williams. Glassey's drawn 2 right on top.
Hey, now what's this Paekakariki skip doing? He's got his left knee bandaged and has got a huge thing on his right knee. What's the go there?
I'm not going to say anything after the sort of threatening comment I got from John Macbeth, sort of alluding to the president of Paekakariki. So
this bowls is obviously a very strenuous sport when people are wearing all sorts of bandages.
So Murray Glassey,
he's a bit tighter this time.
He's tighter this time. He'll be down on the other side of the head. He'll be over the head, which is...
Oh, that's all right.
It's fine. Over the head. So James Williams...
He's in the area this time, isn't he?
He's certainly on a better line with this bowl. Definitely is. Might just skip away. Got the jack
right in the middle.
And then in front of it as well, and falls over. Well,
that's a big bowl.
That was a big bowl because they were 2 well-drawn bowls from Murray Glassey. Leif Selby's pretty happy with that one.
Yeah.
12-10 after 11. And 18-2 to the Invercargill club, the Southland Centre, of course. George Amos and Dave Clark up against the Kapiti Coast combination from Paekakariki, Dereck Taylor and Nicky Morgan.
In the area, my mate.
So they need it for qualifying, do they?
Yeah, just checking the Paekakariki side. They played 2 yesterday, had a win and a loss. So, that means they have to be.
Yeah.
And the boys from Invercargill, they played 2 and had a win and a loss as well. So
one of them continues and the other one's gone.
Gone.
Right.
So Leif Selby trying to draw down to that James Williams shot bowl, going to be lower than Jack. He's short. And just to confirm again to you, we've got the qualifiers for post-section play tomorrow morning for the women's, and with Joe Edwards, with Kay Hammond, and we've got the Pam Calder is qualified from Invercargill. Well, so they've got 2 from Invercargill here. The women in the same club, both qualified.
Yeah, most clubs have men and women in it, Kevin.
But what I'm saying is both of them are going to qualify for the post-section.
That's brilliant, eh?
Yes, from this club you don't even know anything about. But
well, the men haven't qualified yet. They've still got another game to go.
Oh, yeah, they have too.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Dianne Patterson from Wanganui has qualified. Natarsha Grimshaw, Deborah Lloyd from Queenstown, and Dot Collis of Waitarere Beach from the Kapiti Centre have qualified. So those are the 7 qualifiers that have come through in the ladies. So, and the men's, of course, one more round to go before we find out who those qualifiers are. At the moment, it is this game here, Leif Selby and James Williams leading Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey 12-10. And it is the James Williams, Leif Selby combination who are holding shot. So Drummond
quicksand, eh?
on the forehead. I know how that line looks tight, and it is. So chance here, Mike, a safe chance for
Yeah, I mean he's played a one a yard short and then one a yard heavy. So let's see if he can make the correction and draw the bonus. He's only got about 6 inches to do it, but he's good enough.
He's good enough, and there's no dangers of knocking anything in or out. You see Rob Gibson, you can see through the cameras there, very busy.
He looks as though he's asleep.
I thought he was earlier on, actually. I didn't say anything, but I thought he was in Captain Z land. Yeah, you might be right, Mike. Or has it got too much on it? You might be right, Michael. Look at this. Just what you said. Hey?
He's not bad, is he?
He's not bad.
Right.
And it makes 2 shots of it.
I mean, he'll be disappointed with the last time when they dropped the 4 and he missed 2 runners because he was nowhere near it. But on the draw, he's been deadly, hasn't he?
So the Belcruther side.
Yes, Michael.
Yes, the Belcruther side after 10 ends, leading the guys in Gisborne. The guys in Gisborne in front.
Oh, that'll be right.
9-7. Horswell are leading the Oamaru Phoenix 11 shots to 6. Oh, and the One Tree Point guys from up north up against the Pat Houlihan skip side. It's now 13-0 to the boys from up north. Paekakariki up against Karapahi from Thames Valley, and Paekakariki after 11 ends leading 15-3. And the John O'Shea skip side from Tauranga, they are leading 10-6 after 10 of the 18 ends. So,
stay in there.
Handy opening bowl from James Williams, literally jack level.
Give it away.
14-10 now. Leif Selby leading Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey. Just slightly under the line is Glassey.
Just out. Try.
And really, it's a matter of James Williams, I think, getting just bowls around the head, and then Leif can do what he needs to do. And play will get underway here, of course. We'll be live tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
You won't be out of bed by then, Kevin.
Well, tomorrow will tell you for both the where were we last week, where we were at Hastings last week, and here in Dunedin, that I have
Yep.
10 o'clock we start tomorrow. Oh, goodness gracious, that's fantastic.
Well, you might be out of bed by then.
I haven't been late any day at all. Tomorrow will tell you I've been on the ball. She's not even smiling at me at the moment.
So James needs to really make a good correction here because the second bowl was very average, unfortunately.
Well, he's on a reasonably good line, but they haven't got the weight to get down there. Might sit inside, the Glassey bowl does, but still moved away from the head. He's got. So the guys from Paekakariki quite happy. They just said that they just doubled their score. So 18-4 now it must be because they. So Murray Glassey again. No, I just wonder, Mike. Do you think that they certainly at that point they really take off?
No, they're just tight.
Okay, I was just.
You watch Leif. Bet you he doesn't finish over there. Famous last words, of course.
Well, as we know, the key thing is to be able to, get back to that centre line, isn't it? That's just so important. And Leif Selby, no doubt, at this length, seeing these bowls come up, and as Mike said, he will adjust, and he's out on that. He's definitely out on the widest line.
Quick. He's a bit quick. Marginally.
Yeah, but really not that far away for us. You know, if you take that bit of weight off, he's not far away than that to the centre line. So chance here for Dean Drummond. There's room for Drummond from the Hastings
right
club.
line.
He's out on a good line here. Just going to depend on the weight.
Hasn't got the weight.
Hasn't got the weight. That leaves the door open again now for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowls all locked in that sort of narrow side of the rink. Selby just needs to make that correction on the forehand. Wow. And again, you just see it scoot off, needs to fall in, and it will do.
Yeah, he's made 2 of it.
But was under the line though, Mike, wasn't it? To be fair,
yeah,
he
it
was. You know, he got the
speed was brilliant.
Speed was. You're right. It had that dead draw weight. So Dean Drummond now down on the head. Certainly got the bolt out on that wider side of the rink. Won't come back. Will come back, but don't think it'll come back enough from out there, and won't do. Now the bonus chance for.
So it came back.
It came back right back to the centre line, didn't it?
But he's just a couple of feet heavy.
So Leif Selby's got the chance here to get that other shot and just put that nice little gap after dropping that 4, which is Mike rightly said, he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I reckon this is the right line. Yeah.
So, and believe me, the guy sitting next to me, Mike Kernan, he's one of the great judges of judging where the line is, and that certainly was. And as Mike also said, that last bowler, Dean Drummond's, was actually, he had the line right, he just had more than likely a yard of weight. And just went by with that yard of weight. Well, he's out on that similar line, Mike.
No, just a bit underneath it, so it's got a, yeah, he's just... I think clearly he was unhappy with that.
Yeah, he was...
Apologise to all our viewers. Well, that's 3 out.
Well, the head didn't look like that. It was going to be like that after, you know. But...
3.
3 it is. So 17-10 now, 17-10 to the Carlton side. And that's a nice, just a nice buffer as we come to end 12 of 18 or 2 hours.
Well, here's famous last word. So if Dean doesn't score on this next end, I think they won't win the game, because I think Leif's too good in terms of managing the game from, you know, 7 or 8 in front with 3 to go.
Well,
4 to go, sorry.
I was going to say, Mike, that, you know, yeah, he'd have been disappointed, no doubt, when they dropped that 4 shots, right? Yeah. And it wasn't at the normal, the level that we see of Leif Selby, and I'm picking now. I agree with you. He'll manage the game,
yeah.
You know. And this, I'd say, the next 2 ends, he'll just manage the game, and there'll be ends, no doubt. I'd say we won't worry that if he hasn't got the shot, long as he's long as he's not getting into a danger number.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
But this delivery of James, it's certainly different, isn't it?
His arms are way out, but to be fair to him, he's played not bad.
He's played very
game.
well. Look, he's come right back towards the centre, and he's only just higher the jack. So, you know, very good opening bowl by the Carlton Cornwall, or former, well, he is still Carlton Cornwall, but now just in the last 2 weeks taken up residence in the Bay of Plenty at Tahuna. So, It's interesting though, Mike, that should Leif Selby lose this match, win this match, sorry, that the boys from the Bay, they're going to win their last, and I think they've got a pretty tough one in their last as well.
Who's Leif got in his last?
I'm not sure who he's. I thought both of them had a couple of toughish games on the. But this is the real. This is the. You know, these are. I would say these are two classy. Well, it might be John O'Shea and Lance Tasker. It might be one of them. So Glassey not coming all the way back. So how are our men down the back there? How we get Harper and Icon? They're all under control down there. Great job these Polytech students doing, helping us out.
James is close here.
Just a couple of more rolls and he'll get the couple of more rolls. Brilliant. And a touch on the jack. And Leif encouraging that ball to fall over so it's down flat.
Yeah, but it's really, really good bowl, eh? Like it. In the context of the game, it just makes it that much more difficult for Dean and Murray to get themselves back in.
Well, Murray, Glassey's trying to get down, just going by with a metre of weight, or just go by the head. 17-10 after playing the 13th, and 18-3 to the Invercargill combination, 18-3 as we come to the end of end 12. So Leif Selby, I'm sure, will still just come down there on that back end, get more bowls in on the head.
In the area.
Yes, weight looks good down towards those counting bowls. Brilliant. Just went by. He'd be quite happy with that.
Perfect.
Though. It sits, mixes the bowls up, sits in between the counting bowls and the deepest bowl of Murray Glassey's. Drummond, Dean Drummond, he'll follow down that backhand line.
He's close. Very close.
Certainly is to the jack. And well played, but just got, as Mike said, where those, just the way how the head was laying, it was hard. So still the one down. Because he won't want to create a shoulder, he'll be happy if he gets a touch. He'll be happy if he got a touch on the jack on the way through.
Oh, down too. Oh, that's good.
It's one. It's got counting bowls on each side of the head.
Yep.
So you hear Murray Glassey get that to get movement on the jack down through there. And he won't be rushing at it. He'll just try to get down there on that. Oh, he's playing.
He's rushing at it.
Yeah, he's rushing at it. I'm surprised he's playing that weight. Needs slide. Got
all three of them.
Got all three.
Brilliant.
Got everything. So that leaves the Hawke's Bay guys. The Drummond combination holding a couple of shots. I was surprised he played that weight. I thought he would just...
He played it well, though.
He did play it well. Got right onto the target. So Leif Selby now with his last bowl to try and draw the shot here. So here's Selby on his backhand. 2 down on the head. James Williams getting pretty keen on this one as it comes down towards the jack. And to get inside the inside bowl, and does so.
I think so. The way James clapped, I
he gave that a good
shot.
Yeah, so well, he can't really sort of play that same bowl now the way because that bowl came in under the head. And in the trail, of course, there's a Leif Selby bowl sitting directly in behind the trail.
Oh, the
Very nice,
Paekakariki
buddy.
skips just played a good bowl in the next rink.
So there's not many options really here for Dean Drummond, is there? To
No.
he's
playing with a bit of
playing
weight.
with weight to try and get
Trying
down
to get the edge of it.
trying to get the edge of the bowl or the
gonna
jack, and
miss.
by goodness, that was a great attempt. Another end gone, one to the Carlton Cornwall side.
Game over.
18-10, you predicted it, Michael. And, Dean Drummond played a really good run shot to get the hot lay two. But no panic, not flummoxed as Selby, and just gets onto it, draws the shot. And not my call, Mike, but I imagine from your point of view, going forward, you would to be able to call on the likes of Leif Selby as part of the high performance program assistance.
It'd be lovely if we could.
Just ask.
Wouldn't it? Oh, look, there's the Peter Ballas's and the Leif Selby's and so on have got a wealth of knowledge and understanding of the game that just adds so much value to the high performance environment. And so Pete's still contributing, which is great. And if you had someone like Leif as well.
Great uppy bowl from James Williams.
Yeah.
Right.
Very good bowl. He's played some good bowls at the right time, James.
Played right on the back toucher. Look, I'm pretty sure Leif would be. He actually spoke to me yesterday. Yeah, good bowl here from Glassey. Just going to drop a bowl under the.
Yeah, it's a good response.
Good response. And he was intrigued. He said, "What's Mike Kernan want me for?" I didn't say to him to play for New Zealand.
It'd be even better if he could play, wouldn't it?
Well, he could. He's qualified under the but I think. But I think, did they not change it? It was 3 years. Did they not change it to 5 years?
Don't know. I mean, the value is more in what he can bring.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think he can bring. I look. He's not. He doesn't really play a lot of bowls to be fair to the guy. But I just think what he can bring to the overall future and development of players and seeing that he's involved in the sport, and I just think that it's sort of a value, Mike, that we would be a key ingredient for us going forward to be able to have that on hand, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
There's two short bowls of Murray Glassey's. It just makes the head a bit. Just a one-shot option, really, isn't it? For the
but if Murray draws onto the shot bowl and stays there, he might have a couple, and then
it could well do.
But he's tight.
He's tight again, isn't he? Down that line, might hold up a bit longer than I thought. He's going to get the jack round the corner, which is still it's a good result. Move the jack about.
Problem is, it takes his two front ones out of play now,
Correct.
so they're not in the game. So, Leif will. You would expect to draw somewhere handy, and then all of a sudden it's difficult to get a number, and that's what we're talking about, managing the game.
Absolutely.
Leif will manage this game really professionally over the last four ends, I would expect.
Well, he's certainly, he's got the pedigree, hasn't he? There's no question, and this is going to put added pressure on this bowl, especially if he gets the jack clean.
So, unfortunately, Murray played a couple of decent bowls which were probably a foot short. Now they're a yard short. Now poor old Dean's got nothing.
He's got no effect, nothing to use at all, has it? He's been his chances have been sort of just sliced out of this end, haven't they?
Yep.
But again, going back to Leif Selby, he just played with that weight, knowing that he was going to reach the head.
With a foot of weight.
Foot of weight, and under the head, And sort of, I suppose you could say, Mike, plays that Australian way of playing is not to be frightened to reach.
Yeah.
Where I'm not criticising our players, but so often we'll just try to get that dead draw to the front of the jack. And the Australia philosophy is we'll play with the draw weight to get to, we'll back ourselves. So three, and it's just as you said, Mike, he's happy with that 3 on the head, and he's telling Dean Drummond, I'll get down the back, and you go from there, boy. Just going to come past his front bowl and getting down towards the 2 metre mark, and there it is, right perfect, right under the number.
Yeah. So the problem for Dean now is he's only got 2 bowls left. He's 3 down. He's got nothing past the jack.
And the scoreboard running against him.
And the score's running against him. So, very difficult position to be in, and will have to play a miracle bowl to get out of this, or get out of this end.
So trying to play down through that port, trying to get down to the bowl. This is a pretty good attempt, though.
Oh,
wow.
Well, oh dear. But look,
he
he's
played with weight to move bowls around, didn't he? He was in the area, and he played with the weight to move bowls around. And of course, Leif looking now whereby if the brown bowler James Williams was get dislodged, all of a sudden we've got a change in head, but he's looking there to draw underneath the Murray Glassey bowl to finish in that area, which would just cut the options down of numbers again, as we just spoke about, Mike, isn't it? What he's really trying to do here is, if it counts, that's fine, but he's really trying to manage the head in case the next bowl.
And now what he's doing is he's just worked out with James that if he plays on the backhand, they've got 3 or 4 seconds by the looks of it, but if he plays on the backhand, he's not going to hit any more up. And if he plays decent weight, he'll get second or third shot, something like that, and just minimise the damage potentially. If Dean plays a goodie and gets it. So he's got to play tight to get under everything, and he's once again played it
perfect weight,
absolute
sits
perfect
and gets
weight.
Another bowl on the head.
No, it's precisely, and that's the whole point of playing it.
So all of a sudden, that's what could have been a 3-shot, possible 4-shot if he stayed with that. And you're so right, Michael, with that weight that he just played. Just see where the bowl finished, and nothing was going to go very far, was it?
No.
Similar speed, yeah. Similar speed.
And if one thing, Mike, is I'm sure you'd agree, for a number of our players, very good players, but Leif Selby to me is showing that you can play attacking shots without losing your bowls, and you can still maintain control of the head without having to sort of rush at things that are, he's.
Yeah. He's not played this particularly well.
Oh, look at this,
dear, oh dear, oh dear.
A double sideways, just the one.
Well, the thing is, it's only one, so look, Leif's got last bowl in the next end. He's 7 in front with 3 to go. You wouldn't expect him to be in any danger whatsoever.
No, and look, Dean Drummond got the result. He's up to the head. He was.
Oh, it was terrible.
He wasn't on the target, that's for sure.
He was 2.5 feet wide of what he was trying to do. But look, that's bowls. He got a result. And that's all that matters to him right now, because he's still almost slightly, ever so slightly in the game. If they can play a good ditch to ditch here, though, they could give Leif and James a bit of a fright, but...
Well, it won't with that opening bolt. Because it might finish up with decent weight, but it's under the line, it's a metre away, and... One would think to get that number, that head that we were talking about, It's really as well maximising that first bowl. That first bowl, isn't it? That cause so often can be such a strong factor. But James Williams is going to go outside the Glassey bowl.
Well, it's better there than that far short. So that's why Leif gave it a wee clap, because at least it's still in the game, where if it had been that far short, he wouldn't have been in the game. And Murray, unfortunately, has gone tight again and doesn't like it. Well, maybe it was because he was quick. He knew
he didn't like it out of the hand, did he?
Didn't like it at all.
He signified straight away. The body language told us that it wasn't really where he wanted to be. Knew he was heavy. On the backhand now is the Carlton Cornwall lead, and this would have to be tight down there.
It's tight, unless he's short.
You have to have like dead drawing weight to know he's short as well. So Glassey on the backhand, he can come around there. He's gone to the open hand. Well, there's a metre, isn't there? And
he's greened it well.
He has. Is it coming back? Oh, no, it's not.
He's going to hit his own.
I'd be disappointed, really, after getting a shot on that last end. That they couldn't start the head off with some domination with the lead bowls. 18-6 now, George Amos of Invercargill leading the Capital
Coast.
They
just scored a couple, I think.
So 18-8.
No, I think Red have just scored a couple. Haven't they? Or maybe not.
Needs to work now inside the gap.
He's
inside here. He's going to get inside the bowl.
Half decent.
Well,
he's got the shot out of it.
He's got the shot from... And at the end of the day, Mike, it's as long as you beat the nearest bowl to the jack, it's the shot, isn't it? Doesn't have to be on top of the jack. So at the Commonwealth Games, the pairs, we were talking about this yesterday, the Commonwealth Games plays, I'll call it New Zealand pairs. It's 3 bowl pairs.
Yeah.
So gone to the days of the...
No 4 bowl.
Yeah, that's all gone.
Yeah.
So we are just playing 2 bowl triples, singles, and fours. Good bowl from Drummond and Selby. I'm sure he'll follow that bowl down on the forehand. Always has that very deliberate look on the mat. As the Carlton Cornwall player just coming down to the shot bowl now, and
very good.
Very good. He'd be happy with that. One down, and not a big number sitting there waiting for Dean Drummond, really, is it now? So you play normal singles, 3 bowl pairs, and 2 bowl triples, and fours. And are they what they...
And the paras and the vision impaired are 3 bowl pairs as well.
3 bowl pairs. Now, what was the story? Interesting it was, and sad, but also very enlightening. Good attempt here from the blind bowler from Burnside,
Dean Robertson,
who all of a sudden has got his sight again. Is that?
So it's a really bizarre situation. So Dean, and you'd have to ask why. Dean had never been tested with corrective lenses before. So when they had to do the classification test, Leif just coming up a bit short there.
Short.
When they came up with when they had to do the classification test, they have to test with a corrective lens. So they tried him with some glasses. All of a sudden he could see. And he could see out the window, he could see the Port Hills, he could see trees. And he genuinely couldn't see more than the metre without them. So it's a wonderful story because, as I think you might have seen, and a number of viewers here might have seen on the news the other night, a picture of him holding his first grandchild, his granddaughter. So how good's that?
Fantastic.
Tell you what, Dean's played a good one here.
Down under the head, and that's a couple.
Yeah.
And so he because I remember Kevin Smith saying to me, I can't remember what event it was that we were at, and he said that his vision was a metre.
Yeah.
He said that's exactly what his vision is, and it had deteriorated
from about 8 years
ago. 8 to 10 years of age or something. And, man, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. So the sad thing for Dean around all of this, apart from the fact, the sad side of it is that he misses out on going to the Commonwealth Games, which he'd worked really, really hard for. Now we got Leif trying to work out how to limit the damage. And if he plays a shot and it goes wrong, what might it look like?
So, if he plays literally draw weight to his own bowl on there, let me get enough pull around there. So, and if he does get contact with that bowl...
Well, if he's in that channel somewhere, as we look at it on the left, between the James's bowl and Leif's first bowl, if he's in that area, he's got a lot of chances of reducing, even with just a couple of feet away.
So tell me, with this, so is his vision, I saw him there with the glasses and he was smiling, etc., and Kevin Smith was rightly, he was excited for him and not excited, so to speak. So, watch this bowl, watch this bowl, he's close here.
Just everything but.
Everything but, just a roll really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So how is his vision now? Is it normal vision? Or
it's not normal vision, but
reasonable vision.
But decent vision, yeah, which is fantastic.
Can he drive was it too?
Well, no, Dean is he's a hard case. He's a really, really good fella. And so the joke is that he's really gutted now because they didn't give him a driver's licence with his glasses. So,
how long? A few minutes. So, just been told by Stephen Beale, there's only a couple of minutes to go now on the clock. That also could go against the
he doesn't listen, does he?
The boys out here. And so some updates. Belcrutha leading the Gisborne side by 12-11 after 14 ends, 12-11. Horswell, the Canterbury side, up against the Oamaru Phoenix, and it's the Canterbury side leading by 17 shots to 7, 17-7 after 14. Clyde are really, the boys from up north are really making life difficult for Pat Houlihan, and they're leading 17-4. The Papakura side leading Karapahi from Thames Valley 19-4. And the Tauranga side, the Lance Tusker side, John O'Shea, they're leading the Carrington side of the Wairarapa by 15 shots to 10.
What you got, Muzz?
Good bowl from Murray.
Very good.
So 18-13 with 2 to go.
So does this mean for the
so he can't play vision impaired bowls anymore.
Right.
So he's going to continue to play bowls because he loves the game.
Oh, he loves it all right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So he's at Burnside, as you said, and he's going to continue to.
Oh, good bowl here from James Williams.
Brilliant.
That's a brilliant bowl through that port to that. Certainly got that. Oh no, he loves it. He loves his bowls and certainly mixes in well at Burnside.
Yeah, he does.
And he enjoys the camaraderie that goes with it, and and it's great. It's great for him. But it was very nice. Graham Avery get the chef de mission.
Nigel
Avery, sorry, but still presented him with his shirt because he had been selected to play for New Zealand, and it's a nice touch that he's got that memento. That
it's brilliant. And look, Nigel contacted me because we were on the Athletes Commission together back in the day, and Nigel did contact me and said, look, can you give me Dean's contact details because I want to make sure I get hold of him, and so I just thought it would be a phone conversation and but no, he's gone down to Christchurch with a shirt and presented him. So I just think that was outstanding, to be honest. Yeah.
The CEO of Sport New Zealand, will be with you.
Junket, is it? I hope she's not watching this. having said that. So how long's Raylene going to be there for?
I'm not sure how long there's. So there is Eddie Glassey, Steve Chu, and Raylene, who will be there in their roles of Sport New Zealand, High Performance Sport New Zealand.
Cool.
They definitely will be there, that's made it harder. Yes,
now, for those viewers, it's actually 18-13, not 18-11. So 18-13 after 16.
And of course, Brett O'Reilly will be there as well, because there's a World Bowls meeting or get together.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
To be fair, I think the move to Australia is positive, and I think that Brett will. I've been talking with Brett, and I think there's some positive moves for the sport at this part of the world.
Yeah, look, well, as I understand it, World Bowls are moving the headquarters to Australia.
Yes, correct. That's they are. The advertisement's out now for the CEO's role, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So
that's a nice picture of James's back. So it was a very good drive from Dean, but he left one of James's bowls there, so
makes it harder now.
Well, he's only got one left, so he ain't going to be scoring many on this end.
Selby can draw another one down through there underneath the James Williams bowl, and to get down to the jacket, he's in that area. Just how far is it going to go by? But he won't mind if it's down over their head. And, well, he wasn't that far away, to be fair, Mike, was he? Only a roll away from remaining into the count.
Well, he can only draw here or try to sit the bowl. He can't play with any weight because you don't want to get his front one out. So, game over, Kevin.
One of the points that I've brought up with Brett, though, in that discussion with him, and it to do with the Commonwealth Games, and the 7-man sides, or 5-man sides, and why we can't be like other sports, as an example, whereby, yes, they have reserves, but if we take hockey, all the other sevens, all the other sports, is they can still, you can change your team around, and you can play. Bowls has got itself in this predicament where you're restricted like to a discipline rather than a team. So why can we not then not pick a 7-person team, and then you just pick the 5 that you want to go out and play?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I'm not sure whether I agree with that or not, Kevin. I mean, yes, I'm old and therefore a bit of a traditionalist, but he's just going to miss.
Just had to get around it. But we won 1913. I just thought.
I'll stop saying my score into the mic. It hasn't been well.
So, yeah, look, I think the biggest issue we've got with the Commonwealth Games is if someone gets COVID. And there's still no clarity. A week and a half out, there is still no clarity as to whether or not you're going to be allowed to either replace or substitute a player. Because if, for example...
It's going to happen.
Well, you would...
I'm not saying the New Zealand team, but it is going to happen, isn't it?
Well, you would. The chances are there's a genuine likelihood that it could happen.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's no clarity around whether you're allowed to use, or so you get a fours team. And one of the 4s gets COVID, they're all out. We can't play anymore. So I'm not sure they got that stuff right, to be honest.
So are we taking any reserves?
Well, we can't make that decision until we know. I mean, there's no use taking them if you can't replace them.
Absolutely.
They use replacements and substitutions. So, look, I simply don't know yet is the answer to that question.
Because based upon that, you would think, because, if you take the ratio of chances, you don't know who it's going to be, but there's a strong ratio of chance that It's some sport, somewhere, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yep.
So that's a strong consideration, really, isn't it? That, and ideally you don't want to go over there as a reserve and sit on the bank for 2 weeks, do you?
No, but it still would be nice to be there and be a part of it. And
Absolutely.
So that's the end of the game. Can't get 6 now.
No. And I see that the Southland Kapiti boys, they've
pulled the
plug. So that means that the side from Invercargill, from the
Well played. Outdone.
you just hear them say outdone all the way, and they were. So, and well, here's the split shot coming very early, I would say, from the boys from Hawke's Bay. Play through the. Well, they're not going to. You'd think they'd try and play that.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. They're going to draw the shot instead.
Probably.
Going to draw the shot instead. Well, that's a fantastic effort. So that means now the team from Invercargill, they need to win their last game to qualify for post-section. The winner of this, if of course these players here, this is the Leif Selby. Look at this. That's pretty good, Michael, isn't it?
Yep, very good. Is this the second last end, not the last end like I think it is?
Does the end up playing?
Well, it's more than 16 they played. They played 16, haven't they?
I thought they had, but...
Anyway.
Selby again now, come down on the backhand, trying to... He was only a bowl away, really, from coming around those front bowls all the way down. Not going to this time. You see, you know straight away. Oh, Shooty's got to...
Up under those with the split.
Yeah, Shooty's got to play for the split now, doesn't he, with that third bowl slipping across there. 19-13. It is the Selby side with James Williams, the defending champions, who are leading. Dean Drummond playing down, trying to get to the split. Needs to get under this bowl of Williams. Not going to. He'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Yeah.
Be very disappointed. So the Carlton boys are in a pretty good position to chalk up a W. It's like a catering camp over here, isn't it? If you look,
They got lollies and chips and...
They've got everything.
Yeah.
Tamara's is all healthy food.
Well, isn't really, because she's got some raspberry things there.
So just coming by.
Still got a chance. He's gone a bit heavy.
So... do you think he's played on? Well, it doesn't matter which hand you play it on, really, is it, to get to the split? It's the same result on the split on either hand. So here is Drummond.
He's tighter.
Trying to get to that split. And he's closer to get to the split. Played it well. Gets the double split. And might have made 2 of that.
No, more. 3 or 4. We don't know because no one indicated anything.
Let's see what happened there.
Oh, we just got the jack up in time. I think it was pretty close to time up.
Oh, is it on the bell?
Yeah. He was very quick in getting that jack up.
So we're not sure what that score was on that last end. So Mike's just going to jump out and find out what was that they scored? Definite number.
3 to Hastings. Score
3.
1916.
So 1916. As we play the last end, literally as Mike said, on the bell. And of course another round yet of men's pairs still to be played. The women's qualifiers for post-section play tomorrow morning here have all been found. So there's a pretty good opening bowl from James Williams, and as Mike has said, he's been pretty consistent throughout the game, Mike, hasn't he?
Not bad. He's played a couple of shorties, but overall he's probably reasonably happy with his game.
Well, he certainly hasn't really left Leif in really sort of vulnerable positions, has he? Where there's nothing on the head. Glassey coming down towards the jack, still not enough. Running lower the jack. So James Williams will stay on that backhand. This is certainly the last end, one way or the other. It is the last end. And he's tighter on the line,
He's
coming
short.
down here and short. And
Oh, he didn't want to be short. There's the bell.
there it is, right on that bell. So we might have.
If you like, go one down.
So
Or
Glassey.
change. It's up to you. I'm happy.
Just not sure what hand he's going to play here.
Oh, he didn't get that one away too good.
No, because
That's not a big arc. He's
Well-
just a bit quick, I think.
I'm sure Dean Drummond won't mind if it comes past the head. That's a pretty good bowl, Michael.
That's a good bowl, yeah.
It's a good bowl, just over the head. So here's Williams on the backhand. Well, he's got this bowl not out wider at all. I know he's riding it, but
He's still
it
smidgen
depends where the
short
weight
with
finishes. And yeah,
Looking for that. Little bit of
Won't be happy with that.
no, so 3 looks a challenge, isn't it?
Oh, he's got half a chance.
Well, he's always got a chance because he's got 3 bowls, but
Yeah, but he's got 2 bowls past the jack, and
he has, and
Leif's
Leif's
team hasn't
got
got
no
any.
bowls over the head at all. So you might see your former mixed pairs partner.
Oh, she'll be in the VIP lounge, mate. Not out on the green with the lads and the lasses.
Oh, I'm sure
She'll be eating canapes and drinking champagne, won't they? Courtesy of the Commonwealth Games Association.
I'm sure, Michael, that Raylene would make every endeavour to catch up with you.
That would be lovely. So that first bowl of Dean's hasn't helped him, actually, because it's pumped one of James' short ones through.
Through into the head, or into
And
that
just-
triangle, isn't
yeah,
it?
it just makes it a little tougher now for him to get a 3 out of it. But stranger things have happened. But I made the bold prediction a few ends ago that Leif was going to win this, so I've got my fingers crossed at the moment.
Well, I'm still right. Yeah, look, you'd still be riding that horse, to be fair. Michael, he's got this out on a good line.
Very good track.
And it'll just come past the James Williams bowl and just goes past the bowl of Murray Glassey's. But the point is, it doesn't matter because each bowl sort of nullifies each other bowl.
Although if Dean plays on the backhand and comes underneath the head and sits James's bowl out that's just short, he'd be lying 2 or 3. So that's what he's trying to do.
So endeavouring to get down to the bowlers.
Yeah, and he's close.
And he's close. He's close. He's going to get an unlucky feather. That's the... Well...
He's probably got 2.
Yeah. All of a sudden that changed around. Got the bowl. Here's Selby now on his forehand very quickly on the mat playing that one. He was into action pretty quickly. Needs to get inside this bowl clean and is going to do so. And
brilliant.
Yeah, well, that cuts
that makes it hard.
That makes it hard now. That bowl in the middle. Only possibility, perhaps, is to get down through there under the bowl, and for his bowl to stay as well. But we have to play with have to have a bit of
Yeah, I
weight.
think the problem is that the front bowl of James beats the front bowl of Murray's to the right as we look at it. So if he gets the bowl out clean, he'd only get a maximum of 2. So he's actually got to get both of those bowls.
But as you said right along, Mike, that bowl of James Williams was a good all along.
Yeah, was
because it was straight line with the jack,
yeah.
and it was in a good position. So Leif Selby, 1 bowl away from the win, and
Losing your one though, won't we?
just to play his
Lose your back one.
win his last game.
That one at your feet would lose that if I got the red onto the white.
Dean Drummond, just not 100% sure of what shot. Well, it's sort of your twixt in between, I suppose.
Well,
really,
he's got a very much lucky bag, as Steve Beale likes to say, with this shot. He's got to get lucky to get 3. He can get 2, but he's got to get very, very lucky to get 3.
So on the mat is Dean Drummond, and it's really, and he's playing with a lot of weight, trying to get down through the port, and got the kill. So, what's the rules here? The bell's gone, kill?
I must have to replay it.
Must do. Or have they shaken hands? Is it?
Because it's the
Replay.
last end, I think they have to replay it.
Replay. So another chance for the Hawke's Bay side. And he wasn't far away from getting the really good result, was he? Really?
Well, that was probably the best result because it was going to be hard getting 3.
It was hard to get 3, absolutely, Michael. So, good crowd in here. I had Oliver Mason in here before, and he was telling me about
How good he was?
the complex. What he was talking to me about is how well it now gets utilised for, that's literally Erica from Bowls Canterbury. So the complex gets plenty of use throughout the week, and
Yes, it does. It's it's a really well utilised facility now.
it's been a great turnaround, hasn't it, from where
Yep.
it was situated, how it was
15
situated
years ago, it was on its last legs.
Certainly was, but they've got behind it and got obviously a good band of workers volunteers who got it up and running again, and now is a 7-day-a-week operation.
Yep.
And
All run by volunteers.
yeah, it's incredible,
Brilliant.
isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant.
So there's a group of volunteers who obviously work a roster or whatever, I presume, and that's a real credit to everybody, isn't it? That to run a complex like this on a volunteer basis, it's great, and now to be debt free as well, as Jim Scott was telling me.
Yeah.
So the debt that was there has all been paid off, so it is completely debt free. So, that's from where the predicament of a few years ago, it's a great outcome. So, Murray Glassey just drew this first, lower the jack. James Williams was just very, very wide. Glassey coming down to past the jack, gets the jack round the corner. So now the shot bowl sits on that straight line in behind the jack. It's imperative now, though, that Williams gets a bowl close on the head for his skip, Leif Selby. And I don't know, well, that's going to be short. So, all of a sudden, after Murray Glassey's played this bowl, the boys from the Hawke's Bay are going to be holding 3 shots.
Yes, you would expect. It's got it down a nice line too. Just pretty darn good.
That's very good. In behind the jack, that's 3 good bowls from the Hawke's Bay skip, and
I think he's put a bit more on this.
how far out is it? Needs to start working now. Needs to work now towards the
bad.
shot bowl. Needs to work now. Needs to work well.
Well, he's beaten two of them anyway.
Beaten. He's sort of helped the cause.
But Dean's still got a... Dean can move the jack, as he's just indicated.
Yeah, just
6
indicated.
inches.
Play under the brown bowl. Reach to the jack. Gets a couple of turns on it. 4 shots.
Erica has done a wonderful job looking after the old incapacitated Kevin Hickland while bringing him a cup of coffee and a scone, and it's all happening here at the Bowls.
Thank you, Erica. So, Dean Drummond, as Mike rightly said, has indicated what shot he's going to try and play down underneath that bowl of, well, even if we got the inside of the bowl, Mike, and rolled it out of the head.
Okay.
It's the same result. Well, not the same result, but a helpful result. So here's Drummond. No, he's going to...
He hasn't reached it.
He hasn't reached, and he's inside the line.
Well, I never.
Nah, he'll be disappointed with that. He was never...
And he's actually now made it hard for himself.
He has, and now Selby will go to his forehand, trying to get, he'd be happy to get second shot down past the front bowl. And we watch this bowl coming down towards the head now. How far is it going to run by? And we'll sit inside this bowl.
Absolutely perfect.
And I mean, it's 19-16.
Yeah.
They're holding a couple. It's the Drummond combination. I think he's a wee bit uncertain here what shot now to play.
He's coming underneath the head to sit on the James's bowl. That's what Murray called him. So hopefully he reaches it this time.
On the forehand, trying to get down to...
No, he hasn't got the weight for it.
He's going to
Not for
skip
that line,
outside
anyway.
it.
Oh, here we go.
He's going to get the old slidey
Here
slide.
we go. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Well, we'll hear in but a moment.
I think I know what Leif will be doing.
You think you'll play down to try and
He'll just
to get that sit
play on the backhand to make it really awkward, I would suspect.
down that Murray
To
Glassey
those
bowl.
two bowls, yeah.
To play down to where that Murray Glassey bowl's the
And look,
target.
he'll just play with a foot away because
just
he
reach
can,
down on that backhand.
Oh, he's tight though.
He is tight,
isn't he?
But he's holding up. He's holding up because he's playing it with a lot more weight. And
not bad.
Not bad.
To be fair.
That's certainly that number that we were talking about, Michael, has gone. The only chance of a 3 to get the tie really now is to come down and...
Well, I think he can get 3.
Well, what's his chance if he drew... Well, oh, that doesn't sound good. I haven't played many good ones. No. Down that hand, that sort of... It stifles the confidence room a wee bit. But I was just wondering, Mike, we'll get another look at the head in a moment, whether he can... Now, so if he was to come down, get a touch onto the jack, you've got Dean Drummond bowl there and a Murray Glassey bowl there. Can he make 3 of it on
I think
trail?
he's going to come down on the backhand from the way they were talking and try and get onto Leif's first white bowl and get the inside of that, which gets the outside of Leif's second bowl, and he's probably sitting 3 or 4.
He'd have to be pretty quick, though, wouldn't he, to hold that line down through there.
He is pretty quick.
He is pretty quick to try and get...
So that's what he's trying.
And he's outside the line. He's going to get that.
Oh, he's
got the
killed
jack.
it.
He's killed it again.
So he's only a yard off target, but he's killed it.
Well, that kill was never really on off that line, was it?
No.
But he got the side of the jack, actually. And
So if they keep doing this, you'll miss the rugby, Kevin.
that won't be happening, Michael.
Oh, that was the extra end.
Oh, that's game. Oh, so are you allowed 1 kill on the time limit?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I think what they're suggesting is
so
If we were to get 3, it'd be extra, and that can only be, that can't be killed. That's
so they're playing another
confusion reigns.
Confusion reigns. Don't know what the actual ruling came about there.
We'll ask the tournament controller who's right beside us.
So I'm surprised that they're playing another end.
Are they playing it because it's the last end?
Yeah, but Michael, you don't. There's normally.
I don't know what the rules are for this event.
The rules always were that you kill it after the bell.
Yeah, but each tournament's different.
That's fine. They're now playing. Final end, and they can't kill this one.
I can't kill this one.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Because that started that end.
Oh,
That was fine. This end is respawned. So there's no closure this end.
Well, I don't think Leif would be that happy if he finds out what the rules are.
so we've got the replay in James Williams now with his first bowl, and I think he's going to.
He's handy.
He's going to make life challenging from his very first bowl, finishing just lower the jack.
Perfect.
On the centre line, Murray Glassey went a metre over, 1916. They certainly couldn't play this again after that if it was get killed. You would think, would they? Would you just kill
I
it
don't know
today?
what the rules are. I've no idea.
Well, Murray
Neither
Glassey's
does anyone
going
else
to
by the
be
sound of it.
low and narrow, where he's going to be low. Now here's the thing here for James Williams, just to make sure you're over the head, Mike.
Yeah. He sort of wants to match that bowl past
down this
the
bowl. The metre behind is where his target needs to be, and he is heading down towards that area. May not get all the way down there, but
down to there, get that bowl.
he's maybe a bowl and a bit jack high. Glassey now trying to get down to the shot bowl. Movement of the jack down through the port to get to the jack. It's on a good line. It's going to come back far enough. Trying to get the jack, trying hard to get the jack. Just going to go outside the jack. So the imperative here now for the Carlton Cornwall side. That's your jack. Is yes, Leif Selby straight away saying to Williams, to James Williams, get down here. Mix these two up down here.
Well, I think he's got the weight.
I think he's still missing a metre of weight. He's not coming back.
Got a bit more than I thought he had. Yep. No, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
So Selby really doesn't have to build the head up anymore, does he?
God, no.
Because the way the angle is, that it would be trying to play with weight to get some movement. On the forehand is Dean Drummond, trying to get down to the jack, and he's under the jack line, very much so.
But that's okay, because he's still got a bowl in that area now. I would expect Leif to be playing the backhand
So Leif
to cover those three.
Those three bowls there is really,
somewhere around there.
if you can get a bowl in amongst that media bowls, that sort of... So on the backhand now is Leif Selby, and as Mike said, well, he's not. Did he want to be there, Mike? No, he doesn't. Doesn't want to. Well, he got over to this other side of the head, but the scoring is on this other side.
That's right. The speed is perfect.
Yeah, so
he wants a bowl with more.
So there's no doubt, as Mike rightly said, Leif Selby will be slightly wider with his next bowl just to cover that. It was Dean Drummond trying to get down to that trail. Trying to get the trail is going to be outside. Well, played it for him.
Makes it a bit harder now. He's a bit unlucky, really. He tried to correct this line.
Yeah, he was trying to get down through there. If he got the jack fine. Look, I still think Selby will be happy to get down amongst these bowls down here on this backhand side, get a metre over the head, which where he's going. He's certainly right out on that wider side. That's the widest he's been. So no, he can't. Dean Drummond just asking. He can't kill this now.
So I think we've got, and I say I think, we've got some clarity about what the rule is. So because it's the last end they're playing,
yes,
if it continues to be killed, they can continue to replay it because it's the last end.
Only if there's a draw.
Well,
an extra end, then an extra end required.
So here's Drummond. We'll know after this bowl. And gone away under the head. And that'll see the defending champions, the Carlton Cornwall combination of James Williams and Leif Selby, run out the winners by 20 shots to 16. Good game though, Mike.
Really good game.
You know, some really good shots played by all four players. Good control of the, good drawing from all four players. Good control of the weight. So that puts the Carlton side, they're through into post-section play. And Michael, thank you for being here this afternoon. Most appreciative of your time.
That's all right. We've got guests at home and you've dragged me away for 5 hours.
Okay,
so
well, I'm sure
Jan won't be happy.
No, I'm sure Jan knows you with me and she'll be...
Oh, that's who worry. No, thank you, Kevin. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But a huge shout out to our young crew here, doing a wonderful job as always, led by Tamara. Brilliant.
Yeah, do a great job. And Mike, all the best for the excursion to Birmingham. All the best to the team. And we know each one of the players, every one of them will be giving 100% plus to try and wrest home some medals and good performances for New Zealand. So on behalf of all of us here, all the best to the team. And
thank you.
Have an enjoyable and successful Commonwealth Games in the UK.
Thanks very much.
Come back safely.
Cheers.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Hope Stadium down here in Dunedin, where we are playing the last round of the Somerset Men's Champion of Champions pairs. This is the last round of section play, and we will shortly bring to you the qualifiers and what's happened in the round before, which is the key round that we've just finished, and we'll bring you the update on that shortly. The live games that we're bringing you is the Tim Hook and Dean Gilshnan out of the Taukamo Bowling Club in the Manawatu, up against Pat Houlihan and Connor Muir of the Clyde Club in Central Otago, and John Carruthers and Graham Tredegar from the One Tree Point Club in Northland, up against Roger Glendinning and Jared Trevethan of the Geraldine from South Canterbury. With me this afternoon in this round, I've got Brian Harvey, well-known Southland player. So welcome along, Brian. Good to have you here.
Yes.
And enjoy this last round as play is just getting underway. And as you'll see here, it's a bit different with split screens. It's we just rotate between the two. We fire as we go. So, and the couple of the players out there are mic'd up. We'll hear. They'll keep us up to date of what's going on as well on the scoreboards. And of course, this is the round, of course, where you, for a number of teams, you stay alive or you go home.
Correct, Kevin. Yeah, thanks for having me in here today. I just come up to watch the rugby tonight, but I've been dragged into this, so just bear with me a bit.
Oh, it's great to have you here, mate. Fantastic to have you here, and we're all looking forward to a good test tonight under the roof at Forsyth Bar, and
same bowl down there, mate.
And of course, you're not going to get wet in there, are you?
Definitely not.
And I'm sure it will be a great evening at the stadium, at the Forsyth Bar Stadium, and it was great in the last round that we played to have Mike Kernahan here with us, who's about to embark upon the Commonwealth Games foray, of course, and of course with them about to go, Mike was able to give us an insight into what's going on as they build towards that pursuit of medals at the Commonwealth Games. And it's the Hook side from the Taukamo Club in the red shirts, you can see, and they just got a
We're on the right.
Yeah, good bowling.
Crash, both. So a bit challenging, Brian, when you can't see the
yeah.
the head, and at the moment we can see some shirts.
Yeah, no, we'll come right soon.
We did have a great game that we just brought a few moments ago. Of course, the Leif Selby match up against Dean Drummond. That was certainly a fantastic encounter. Really tight game.
Good balls.
Well, Pat and Connor will be after a bit of redemption here after their last game.
Yes, they certainly they got a real touch-up, didn't they? That was by the One Tree Point team, wasn't it? The Northland team,
yeah,
I
it was
believe.
a wee bit of a surprise, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, they when the results, the progress results were coming through here, it was, it was quite surprising, how it was going, and it was convincing, really, wasn't it? In the finish, they change over on this, the first end, and of course this is the end. This is the round, of course, where you're either there or you go home tomorrow morning, or this afternoon, or tonight, or whenever. You won't go home today. You'll stay for the test, of course, and the enjoyment of the test. You've got accommodation, obviously, because
no, we're going back tonight, actually. So.
Oh, you're going back after the game?
Yeah, it's roughly over It's only 2 hours away, so it's not that far.
Oh, so you can you'll get all the way. You'll get back tonight. So here's Pat Houlihan, one of the legends of the sport. Does a lot of work for the sport that not everybody sees. It was Pat, and of course he came to Australia with us in the over 65 team to Australia. Pat was part of that team. We went to the over 65 team to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I've played a lot of bowls against Pat and Connor. Both very good bowlers.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They, by goodness, we certainly Tim Hook. He's certainly wrapped up. That's certainly that's the man of the 2 winters hat he's got on, mate. That's a real.
Yeah.
That's a real.
And
then we've got the sun hat next door, John Carruthers. That's the skip from the 1 3 Point Club. John, of course, who is retired, moved up there, was previously at the Onehunga Club and at Carlton before that, but a very good player. And he's got it's unusual playing with a sun hat on inside.
Well, yeah, and here it's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
That wouldn't surprise, I think, for a first. There you go.
Yeah.
So here's Carruthers, and I say we'll bring you the table. Well, you got on one rink you got the sun hat, and the other one you've got the full winter fluffy on, haven't you?
It must be quite warm in here though, because I've been watching quite a few bowls up here, and there's actually people playing with jandals on.
Well, yes, there is that. Yeah, you've seen them, have you? There's been quite a bit of talk, Brian, about those jandals, and there's a debate about it because those particular jandals, they're actually legal in Australia. They were purchased in Australia, the ones that we saw, and they're legal footwear in Australia. So the jack's been moved over there. Pat Houlihan, the front bowl. The black bowl of Pat Houlihan. He's got the bowl out on a good arc. How far is it going to come back towards the centre line? Just going to go by. The green running around about. It's interesting. This morning with head Oliver Mason in here, and he was telling me it's about this time that you'll start to get about a yard of variation of pace.
I actually come up here quite a bit and play in the PBA up here.
Yes.
And against Oliver and his brother and quite a few others from down home. The surface is absolutely tremendous.
It is, isn't it? It's Morris Symes in here as well before, and Morris, of course, a greenkeeper in his own right, and very much involved in the Greenkeepers Association, and was remarking that this surface here, he reckons, was top draw. So Pat Houlihan opened with a 4, and they've obviously scored again here on this second end, and. We noticed last week in the indoor complex in Hastings, and Dean Drummond, who of course plays there all the time, confirmed it to me, is that we saw the bowls late in the afternoon in Hastings, just another metre of weight that you wanted. It was interesting. They were still sitting on the natural line into the jack, but just you needed that yard of weight all the time on them.
Well, actually, even in here, the speed can differ a bit. But it's great surface to play on.
So how long's the blue surface been there now?
I'm not too sure actually, Kevin. Maybe 3 years. Don't quote me on that.
But it's and the complex now, it's fantastic because of course it's now debt free, and of course you down at Invercargill you've got an indoor complex down
Waverley,
there.
Yeah.
At Waverley.
Yeah.
So we'll see here on the Roger Glendenning Carruthers match. It's the Carruthers that scored a 1 on the first end.
That last bowls.
And they're going around to see. So I'm pretty sure I heard 4 was the call for the John Carruthers side, And of course, we'll shortly bring you. We'll bring you, of course, the
Well played, Connor.
what's going on here with the who's still got a chance. So Connor Muir draws right on top of the jack.
Connor Muir is a very, very steady bowler. Very steady.
Well, Pat and him played together quite a bit, don't they?
Correct, yep. Yeah, they've won quite a few tournaments and championships amongst themselves, so...
I've got an idea, I'm not sure. I haven't because Pat went over to the
ball for 3.
Pat went over to the Australian Open this year.
Yeah.
And there was one of the players from down the set that went with him.
Alistair Watson?
I think that might be the name, yes. I think.
Yeah, they play a lot of balls together.
So trying to get to sit on the bowl, there's the Patterson man, and just got a touch on the jack. It's a touch, it sits right on top of alongside the jack, and it was a 4 for John Carruthers, so they've jumped out to a 5-0 lead.
And just opened with another very good bowl there.
It is a good bowl from the Carruthers combination. That's a lead of Graham Tredegar, and that's sitting right on top of the jack. So Dean Gilshnan of the Taukamo Club going to get, no, not quite, all but good response here from the Roger Glendinning side, sits inside the shot bowl. So, Pat Houlihan, obviously, he plays out of 2 clubs, obviously, does he?
Yeah.
Alexandra and Clyde.
Yeah, he's sort of, he moves around a wee bit. Yeah. Yeah, like I said before, I've played a lot against Pat, and he's very good to play against. He's never short of a word.
Stay there, mate. You got the
No,
shot.
I've had... he's been a number of the times when we've been commentating in Australia. Pat's been over there at that time, and he's and at nationals and all sorts of things, and always good company. And sensible bowl there from Pat Houlihan, just going in behind the head, getting that yard in behind that safety, because you'd think sooner or later Gilshnan has to try and get contact with these bowls. He's got pretty good weight here. How far is it going to go by? There's a good attempt here from the Taukamo man. It falls in out.
It's a very good head there at the moment.
Very, very good head. And the last game that we had, the Dean Drummond match up against Leif Selby, and by goodness, that was certainly some great bowls. Well, Leif Selby showed all his class.
Well, he played for Australia, didn't he?
Certainly did. Won a gold medal. Well, he's won the gold medal in Delhi.
Yeah.
And won a World Bowls as well in Adelaide. And he's certainly played out of the Arilla Club. Looking here for a result. Gilshnan gets the jack out around the corner.
Might be still 1 down. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so Leif, he's won the world champs.
Yeah.
He's certainly...
I'll draw onto your bowls, turn it over.
And played out of the Arilla Club, and he was ranked at that time. When he stopped international play, he was ranked the #1 player in Australia at that time, and it's fantastic.
No mean feat, is it? No mean feat.
Oh, no, not at all. But you saw it today. His ability on the draw is just... he's uncanny with his ability on the draw, and Pat's under the line here, and he's carrying a bit of extra weight. Might get a generous slide, just misses the jack on the way through. See the jack being moved on the next rig. The jack's moving everywhere. Man with the...
You'll know Roger Glendinning, Kevin?
Yes, I know Roger. Yeah, from
he's been around for a while.
Yes, I knew mainly from his days in Canterbury, of course, and played for Canterbury in years gone by. So here's Gilshnan from the Taukamo Club, trying to get around to the shop bowl. And that's well played. Drew round the front bowls. That shot.
Yeah. They're on the board.
We're just not sure who's got the mic in that game. Who's because the players we've got one player mic'd up as well. Sorry,
I think Pat has.
So to confirm,
a metre.
To confirm us with the score, and Jack's been delivered by the Taukamo lead. Dean Gilshnan.
Yeah, they scored a 1, I think.
Right, so 5-1. Oh, here's next one is the blue ball knocked into the head when, not sure who knocked it in, but goodness, they were down and
there's a lot of different coloured balls around these days, isn't there?
Here's the drive, trying to get the jack. Well, look at this.
You've got 3 beauties against us like that.
That's
got the jack clean, did John Carruthers.
Did you get shot?
5-3 it is. Pat Houlihan.
Yes, up.
That cat went a long way up the green.
Certainly did, didn't it? Came back a long way. And we saw there Connor Mewett draw just in behind the jack. And you'll see here for Roger Glendinning, it's more than likely the easiest shot that he's going to draw.
Definitely.
And again.
So, Pat Houlihan.
Pat really does get an armchair right at times, doesn't he?
Well, his lead has been around, you know, he's Connor Muir got the jack, got a toucher, slid out to the side of it though.
Leave the skipping to me.
So, the Taukamo man going to be under the line here, and as Mike Kernan and I were talking about in that last game,
Just back to the draw shot, Connor.
if you play under the line on this surface, you're just going to finish up with a lot of ineffective bowls. You've got to be coming back into the head, and Connor Muir
You're looking good again.
looks to be on a good track. Looks to be on a good track as it comes down towards the jack. Going to sit on his own. Shot bowl sits inside it. Toucher sits right on top of the jack.
Pat says that's more like it. He doesn't ask for much, does he?
I know, Pat's. Yeah, it's, you know, as we know, Piers is such a leads game, and 5-1. John Carruthers leading Roger Glendinning. And leading for Carruthers is Graham Tredegar from the One Tree Point Club up in Northland.
The weight's pretty good, eh? Weight's good.
So, trying to make Tim Hook trying to get to those counting bowls. Not going to do so. Pat Houlihan now's really got the opportunity early on in this head to.
He probably doesn't want to go near it too much.
Well, he gets to the outside.
Yeah.
He can outside of the head, and can still count, which he's going to do.
Doesn't really want to make a target.
Yeah, he's going to sit on that.
It's a good metre down.
That really just tightens it up fattens it up a wee bit, but not. It's actually behind the head where it's fattened up, not in the front of the head. So Tim Hook playing down to try and get some contact. He's on a wider line and touched the bowl, got nothing. He's got to be very careful to hit out his hook because he could be looking at a 5.
Well, yeah.
Any drop of the clock. So Pat Houlihan doing his utmost to draw another counter, and he'd be happy if he sat on the other side of the head. Didn't really need that weight, but 3 shots, and so I'd be questioning playing on that hand now. I think his option is actually playing on the backhand down underneath his weight, and that's what he's endeavouring to try and do. No, he's not. He's still trying to play that line. It's going to cut now. Going to move now.
Yeah, he probably really needs to be playing a wee bit more positive, I think.
Well, if he's going to play that, I think he's better to try and play the other hand down under the blue bowl, because there you're reaching the target. You're playing to reach inside to the target. And really, Pat Houlihan should be disappointed with this, because the door was left very, very wide open. That'll be a 3 to the Houlihan, the Clyde side. It takes him to 8-3 after 4 of the 18 ends. And in the other match, it is John Carruthers who is leading 5-1 as we play in 4 of 18 and this 2-hour time limit in the last round here of section play.
So in the Carruthers Glendinning game, Kevin, who needs it, or do they?
Connor.
I'm just waiting, Brian, to get the result sheet, the update sheet through, and we'll know who needs what in this particular in this round, because that I've worked out that we're sitting at 7 qualifiers or 8 qualifiers at this stage. Another good bowl here
from Connor.
Yeah, right on top of the jack.
He's hit his straps, and I think Pat is already out. I don't think he can qualify.
Come down through there again.
I might be wrong on that, but
so did Pat Houlihan lose his last game?
Yeah, he lost it by quite a bit actually.
Oh, that's right, he did to the yes, he did to the 1-3 point to the guys in Northland.
So probably it shows you a wee bit like when the pressure's off, there's, your bowls just flow, don't they?
Well, we saw that this morning in the Sarah Taukamo from Wellington's game up against Kirsty Hill in North Harbour. The Wellington girls couldn't qualify, and really it was one-way traffic right throughout. So just to confirm the qualifiers for the women's pairs tomorrow morning here, the Nelson side of Joe Edwards and Kay Hammond, they've qualified. From Nelson, Glenys Paisley and Pam Calder of Invercargill, Bridget Kitchen and Sandra Cleland of Timaru Town and Country, Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke of Wanganui, Natarsha Grimshaw and Henrietta Scott of Kiatoa in the Hawke's Bay, Deborah Lloyd and Jane Anderson of Queenstown, Dot Collis and Jane Watt of Waitahiri Beach on the Kapiti Coast. They've won their way through. So 7 qualifiers.
Good bowls. Well done.
7 qualifiers through in the women's pairs, and we're just waiting. We'll get that update shortly, and we'll know where we're situated in this last round of the men's pairs. And knowing that Dean's, we saw. I sort of want to see that result sheet, because that was the Dean Elgar win. That was a really good win against the Leif Selby win. That was a crunch game, that one, because they had already lost to Rob Ashton, had the defending champions. They won that game against Houlihan in a really tight encounter. A really good exhibition of draw play, and Leif Selby certainly showed all of his class. So tomorrow morning we'll be underway, and we'll confirm once these draws are finalised. We'll confirm what time that will be live tomorrow morning for finals day of the Somerset National Champion Pairs. And next weekend we will be again on, that was a good bowl from Pat. Got a touch, and turn that into 3 for sure. So we'll be at Nainai next weekend, of course, for the Somerset Champion and Champion Triples. So we'll be bringing you live action again from Friday. Yeah, from Friday. We'll have live action right throughout. Good response here from the Takaro side, from Hook getting the jack. Got the jack clean. Just
yeah, I think he's made 2 of it.
Jared? 2? 2.
To which bowl? Which bowl are you down to? Down there?
So, Houlihan's going to play down. That was it. Tim Hook drew the shot. Well played with that bowl of his end. So now Houlihan endeavouring to reach down on his forehand, trying to get to what is deemed as the shot bowl. And he's on a good line, needs to get this, gets that, and got the jack as well. There's a jack level red out there, but certainly it's the Pat Houlihan bowl which will be shot.
It's quite deceiving who's got shot.
Oh, absolutely. So, you know, sometimes the angle of the cameras just make it, it can be pretty challenging. And trying to get the shot here as Hook needs to get underneath the bowls on the draw, trying hard. He's got enough to get that run inside, and he's going to do so. Well played by the Takaro skip.
Carruthers has jumped out to a 7-1 lead.
That's a good start for the team from Northland, out of the One Tree Point Club. So Pat Houlihan now down on the head after that good bowl from Hook. Tim Hook got that just drifted inside the bowl, and
good bowl, Alfie. Great bowl, mate.
Pat Houlihan trying to get down. He's close.
He's on a good line.
He's on a very, very good line to get to the jack. The blue disc and sits around. A toucher, well played by the man from Clyde. That was just did draw weight around through that port. Got to the bowl, the Tim Hook bowl.
You stay there, buddy.
Obviously you can see a good draw.
Yeah.
Those bowls certainly on that backhand side certainly complemented and came back a long way.
Yeah, it's pretty true, isn't it? Like
very much so. This one may be too much on the wide side, and will be.
That's good, mate.
It'll take Houlihan now to a 9-3 lead, just the one. 9-3 to Pat Houlihan and Connor Muir from the Clyde Club in Central Otago. Nice 2-green club.
Yeah.
On the main street there.
Yeah, it runs pretty quick too.
Yeah, it's very nice. We had the pleasure of when the national championships were on at Central Otago
Stay there.
a couple of years back.
Green's good,
we
buddy.
stayed in Clyde. We actually stayed in what was the nurses' residence for the original maternity hospital in Clyde, little stone cottage right in the middle of town, and we stayed there. Very enjoyable.
Yes, I actually played fours there, in the fours. Had a team there, so yeah, it was very enjoyable.
Lovely spot.
Yeah.
Good ball, Connor.
And it's good they've got it back again.
Connor Muir is playing very, very well here at present. He's he's certainly drawing. He's getting good. He's getting good consistency in around the jack. Certainly making life difficult for the lead for Takaro, the Tim Hook. Sorry, Dean Gilshnan, the lead. And trying to get down to the jack is Gilshnan. And this too's a good looking bowl, and it's going to finish just over the jack. 7-1, John Carruthers leading Roger Glendinning, and there's we're playing 5 ends now. And of course 18 ends, no time limit. On the backhand is Connor Muir. And again, this looks on a fairly good line. Just how far is it going to come back? Oh, no, it needed really another metre. So which club are you out of in Invercargill, Brian?
Waikiwi Club.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
okay.
it's quite a strong club, actually. So, yeah.
So I'm just getting some updates from the jack on the side.
He might be still down, I think.
Yeah, I think we're holding. Yep. Draw down here.
It
Try
just
and match that
confirms.
Peter Thornton just telling me that Mike Kernahan could be the reserve as well and play at the Commonwealth Games should Captain COVID arrive in the New Zealand team. And he certainly could, no doubt about that.
Yes, he's
About a metre.
he's certainly good.
Good ball.
So Connor Muir's, he's making life pretty difficult, isn't he?
Yeah,
And,
even when he hasn't got the shot, he's not far away. He's giving Pat something to play to.
Yeah, he is. Every head he is giving.
Which Pat needs.
Yeah. So, one of the dangers there, I just heard Tim Hook saying, and it's a danger, indicating to try and play under the head on the draw. Well, these surfaces, trying to play those shots under the head, like it's very, very difficult.
Yeah,
and not that effective in a lot of cases.
I've found that you do have to be quite positive instead of just trying to play that.
You've got to be playing with, rather than play with some weight to hold the bowl up on a line, rather than trying to play just under the line on the.
Like most indoor surfaces are like that. Most ones I've played on anyway.
So here is Pat Houlihan leading 9 shots to 3. As we play Ian 6, 1/3 of the way. Pretty handy start for the boys in the south. And just question how far is it going to run. Need another couple of metres of weight.
You get around the country a bit, Kevin, like with these things.
Yeah, well, this week we're in Dunedin. Next week we're in Nainai.
Yeah.
And then we're back in Hastings. Last weekend we were in Hastings.
Yeah.
So Tamara and I, well, I shouldn't say just Tamara and I, but I say that we call it the Bowls New Zealand travelling trip. We get around the country all right. We of course did the Bowls 3-5 down in Nainai not that long ago, and of course we also do the Nationals, of course. And of course we're back down here in Dunedin in September. I think it is the North-South match.
Yeah.
We're back for that. So, and then next year, of course, as well, we've got
Very good.
we've got the Nationals, of course, and both lots of Nationals and coming back to Central Otago, and of course we'll be covering that. And then as well, we've got Trans-Tasman in New Zealand.
Oh, it's full on, isn't it?
Year. Oh, it is. But I'm sure though, Brian, now you've been in here and you can see the equipment now of which Bowls New Zealand have got. It's
really good, and it's like I was actually watching it yesterday, and I watched it last weekend, and it's pretty addictive.
Well, it is, and you know the coverage you can see from a technical point of view. It's a very, very well equipped operation. So there's
two.
So this is a handy lead now. It's becoming.
You don't hold them much, but
So Tamara and I we've been travelling.
how many?
2 it was. So it's 11-3 now.
You played for the boat.
So we've more than now about four years. We've been I think, travelling around the country, doing all sorts of events, and in Australia, of course, as well. So it's, look, I no longer play, and this is my love now of the sport is doing this and mentoring a few young players around the country. I'm doing some mentoring with them, but this is the main.
I've actually been watching more bowls than I've been playing in the last 6 or 7 months. I had a knee operation and sort of put me out of action for a while.
But the coverage is good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're very proud of our coverage, very, very proud of it. Another good opening bowl here.
Connor's just,
Well done.
Yeah, he's going, Connor Muir, he is going really, really good. John Carruthers leading Roger Glendinning 7-2. Here's Glendinning on the mat. Was former New Zealand fours winner a number of years back, trying to get down to the shot. He's played this well as
he's played it.
Roger Glendinning played that really well.
Back, buddy.
Sits right on top of the jack.
Yes, hard to get to.
And it is hard to get to there. It's in a spot where it is difficult to get to. John Carruthers will play on his backhand. Oh, that has to be tight, surely.
Nicely done.
It looks it, doesn't it? It's
really
shorter weight.
I know it's a different line for a lefty, but that was always, you can tell if it leaves the hand under the line.
Yeah.
It's that's where it's going to stay.
Oh, I won't knock left-handies too much because I'm one myself. So.
Yeah. They certainly have a different line.
Yeah.
They certainly run a different line.
Yeah.
So good response here from Dean Gilshnan. Just goes by. The impressive thing about this match so far, the hula and hook game has really been the start off the front from Connor Muir, who's been very consistent and really has been. He's been outstanding, actually.
Yes, it's a bit of a shame we're not going to see them again, isn't it?
Yeah,
after this game.
He's outstanding. Here's John Carruthers now trying to get down to that shot bowl. Needs to get past the front.
We cannot see too much.
No, but he's not going to run into the front.
And there again, mate.
So that lead, what's his name? Graham Tradiga. Likes to wander around the head a bit, obviously. So, has and drawn the shot in there. Well played, Tim Hook. So I can tell you now, I've got the update on the men's, and I can tell you, I'll just give you the qualifiers at this point. And in fact, we have got 5 we've got, there they are, Owen Bennett, Murray Wilson of St Kilda, Morris Symes and Kevin Greenwood of Renwick and Marlborough, Rob Ashton and Wayne Coleman of Johnsonville, Dennis Brewster and Phil Austin of Horswell here in Christchurch. They've won 3 from 3. Lance Tusker and John O'Shea, they've qualified, as have Dean. That's all. That's the qualifiers at this stage, all right? So the big games that we've got out here now, of those still with a chance of needing this one to qualify, is Dean Drummond of Hawke's Bay, Frankie Lim of Papakura, George Amos of Southland, John Carruthers, who is out here, has got a tidy lead from One Tree Point, Leif Selby and James Williams, the defending champions, and Tim Hook and Dean Gilshnan, who are playing out here as well. And so Gilshnan and co are struggling.
Great.
So the jack's been moved and that
out to the side there. Is that a Pat Houlihan bowl that's out to the side that's sitting in the shot?
Yeah.
So it's Carruthers leading Glendinning 7 shots to 2. And of course the Glendinning side can't qualify, but the Carruthers side can. Carruthers leading 7-2. You're right, and so Pat Houlihan is unable to qualify, but Tim Hook, the Manawatu boys, they can qualify.
Yep.
So they're down 11-3. So challenge for them. And of those other qualifiers, well, I'm not sure who. There's of course Dean Drummond, Frankie Lim, George Amos, Leif Selby. So we might get
Three
to
down,
that.
are you? Yeah, good starter, Alfie.
So
Good
it's
starter,
3.
Mate. A couple of metres.
So does Pat go for the second shot here, or try and get to the jack?
No, I think he'll actually go quite positive at this. But then again,
So here is, well,
He's on
if
a tighter line
he's
anyway.
tight though, he's tight. Needs a fortuitous slide here, not going to get it.
Yeah, your track's good, buddy.
And of course a bowl left for the Takaro side for Tim Hook. And he's
could
got
bring them
plenty of
back into the
room.
game.
Here we go. This is it.
Yeah, good correction here.
you might pick up a 4 here by the looks of this.
Shot, ball.
It will if it gets past, though it doesn't quite get past that front. So John Carruthers, of course, who was hit from One Tree Point, who of course can qualify. Well, he's playing Roger Glendinning, so he needs it. He needs it to get through. George Amos of Invercargill, he's playing already a qualifier. That being Dave Brewster of Horswell here in Canterbury. Frankie Lim and Steve Bicknell of Papakura, who also need this game. They're playing now Lance Tasker and John O'Shea and Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey, who just got defeated the round before by Leif Selby. Well, they're now playing Rob Ashton, so they've got a tough day at the office. So Dean Drummond needing to beat Rob Ashton, and then down the bottom here, as I say, we have got Leif Selby, who needs this one as well, and he's playing Dereck Taylor of Paekakariki, and Tim Hook, who you know out here, who just picked up.
He just doubled his score. He picked up a 3.
A 3,
yeah.
So 11-6. So those are the sides, those are the combinations that can qualify. Of course, as we know, some are already through. So those are the combinations, out of those combinations, that we'll see through the post-section play tomorrow. John Carruthers leading Roger Glendinning 7-5 after at 7 of 18. Pat Houlihan leading Tim Hook. Remembering Carruthers wants it, and in this case it is Hook that wins it, and well played again.
Connor,
the front bowl of Dean Gilshnan was fairly close, but straight away we saw the lead, who's been pretty impressive, Connor Muir, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm glad he doesn't actually play in the PBA up here.
Because he's certainly been drawing exceptionally well. Dean here, Dean Gilshnan trying to get down to the shot bowl, going to get the jack, moves it around the corner. Yeah, touches it out into the open. Well played by the Takaro man. Remembering they need this win to qualify, as does John Carruthers. So Connor Muir close again here. You'll see it break under Pat Houlihan's legs.
Well done. Good ball.
And it's shot just lower the jack. Tim Love, he'll now follow that forehand. That forehand shot just played by Connor Muir. It's a hand that he'll play. Trying to get down that line to the shot bowl. Just question how far is it going to run. That's going to be under the head, is it? Yes, it will. Just needed just a wee bit more green to get around the bowl. So Pat, very nonchalant to Connor Muir. Just draw another one because I don't want to. So again, Muir. Just depends how much weight it's got to get up to the counting bowl, and will do so.
Yeah,
good bowling, Connor.
And very, very well played.
What's me weight like?
He's certainly
You feel better when I'm giving you instructions, don't you? Good stuff.
he's certainly putting the pressure, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly making a good foundation there for Pat.
He certainly is, Brian. He's getting the bowls around the head and really making it somewhat softer for his skip, Pat Houlihan. Remembering, Houlihan side can't qualify, but the Tim Hook side can. And Roger Glendenning just ran into a bowl there. Not sure who's got shot.
The score's closed up in that game as well.
Certainly has. They picked the 4 up, I think it was, a moment ago. John Carruthers coming up to have a look at the head. I'll be honest, I don't know what he's looking at. I really don't. It's
Connor just said he's down to that bowl.
So that's the bowl at you'll see the red disc there, the Manawatu side. They've got the red disc on their bowl. So Pat Houlihan needs to make sure that he reaches up into the bowl or the counters in front.
He's got good weight.
He'll get the side of the counters and but played with perfect weight. Could have got a double result there, really.
Yeah. You'll probably blame Connor for that, not having him close enough.
Well, he's got the slide. He was getting the shot. So John Carruthers, I can see on the mat, being up to have a look at the head and playing down on his backhand.
Don't think he's going to run it. Not quite.
I haven't got enough, I'm not sure.
You want me to come down this side here now?
Yeah, I thought he might say that. He's going to play his backhand.
So
what
he can play under the head with weight, can't he? And that's exactly what he's doing, trying to reach those Connor Muir bowls. Is it going to hold up for long enough? Yes, it will. Going to get the splits in the target area, follow through, shot bowl. Well played, Pat Houlihan.
Perfectly weighted shot.
And it just came down through there, made contact, and got a back bowl out of it as well with just playing that controlled weight. We'll just wait for that score to change on the Carruthers-Glendenning game, as obviously it was Carruthers who scored. It was his lead.
Yeah, I was sorry, I didn't actually take any notice what happened there in that head.
Graham Tredegar, definitely, he's led off with the mat.
It's just that weight thing, isn't it?
And just see what sort of weight Tim Hook will use here, whether he'll search, just like Pat Houlihan.
Oh, what do we do for another trick?
Whether he searches down through there for the bowl. Biggest thing is to play with weight, so the bowl's going to hold up through the port on the backhand. On the backhand, trying to get down to it. That's his own bowl in front. Trying to get through the port. He's going to get a slide this time, and we'll just go by and got the feather and moved it to that black bowl. It was the red disc bowl, you'll see, and definitely be one.
Hopefully get onto mine and turn it through.
So, as Pat Houlihan said, trying to again.
Carruthers picked up a one on that last head, Kevin.
Oh, it was a one.
Yeah,
Carruthers match. A one to John Carruthers. Nearly now 8-5 over Roger Glendenning. And I think Pat Houlihan really can sort of play with that same sort of weight up there on the backhand.
Yeah, well, he can't really get into any trouble there, can he?
No, he can't. He's got two bowls that he can make contact with on that backhand and run through their head.
So he must have heard us. He's playing that shot.
Yeah, and he's on a good line again. He's on a great line to get the black, and unlucky, really. Well,
no, I think he might have it.
He certainly.
Oh, here, Dereck. Great ball, mate.
So, did they say it was Connor Muir's got the jack? and he's now got the match. So that was well played by Pat Houlihan.
He played 2 good bowls there.
He did, with both those bowls where he played through with just a yard of weight through the head. So that's we're now up to 8, end 8. Another one to Houlihan.
Close. Down there again, buddy.
You know, just watch on that other hand there, the other rink there, really of how I think, Brian, you can waste bowls trying to play.
Come on now.
We saw the lead there, Graham Tredegan, trying to play down under there. It's far better.
He might be actually better playing the other hand.
Yeah,
follow, because...
Well, it's just, you know, it's...
He's not finding it there, is he?
No. Well, there's a bowl half a metre out to the side, and on the other side he's got 2 bowls which would be a good couple of metres away. So really,
his weight's not actually too bad.
Nothing for the skip, but playing that line of that shot, he's always playing away from the head. Another fantastic opening bowl here from Connor Muir. He's been, he's certainly been. He's on fire, isn't he?
It's almost like he's got a remote in his hand, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly he's been outstanding every end. He's got one literally on top of the jack, literally every end. It's surprising that they've only won the one game, because if he's playing like that, you would, you know, here's another good ball, but
he's
just got a touch though and moved the jack out a wee bit. Did Connor Muir, definitely a counter, but moved it out. On the back end now is Dean Gilshnan trying to. Oh no, I don't think there's any funny tricks.
No, I think Pat's trying to make excuses.
Yeah, I don't. You have to be careful, Pat, when you got the microphone.
Yeah.
I don't think it's playing funny tricks at all.
No.
It's playing with the right weight and the right green. Really, Brian, isn't it?
He's a hard thing, all right.
He's down into the area here.
He slid up.
Doesn't get the slither, but that little slide, but was certainly in the area to get a good result as we hitting the halfway mark in this last game of qualifying for the men's pairs here at the Somerset National Champion of Champions. And remember, all of these teams have won their way through to here through either firstly winning their club title, and then get to go on to win their inter-centre title. And it's always, you know, you're always, one thing about champions, you're trying to win it for yourself, but it's for your club. And so it's certainly...
He's got to play and win a lot of games to get this far.
Oh, you do. You've got to play a lot of games. And, you know, we've, and it doesn't matter what centre you come from, how big the centre is, you've had to have won a couple of lots of games to or events to get yourself into this position. So, and
we've got some updates.
Well, one each out, have we?
So, okay, this is a good update for everybody. So, the Carlton side, Leif Selby playing the Paekakariki side, and it's the Carlton side, that's the Leif Selby skip side, the defending champions. They're leading 9-3. 9-3 is the Carlton side of Leif Selby and James Williams. Here's a big one, the Horswell combination, who I believe have already qualified. Yes, they have. They're leading the Southland combination, who need this, by 16-3. So,
really?
Yeah,
I didn't really want to hear that.
That doesn't look too handy for the Southland guys, does it? Really? In the other game, Johnsonville, Rob Ashton up against Dean Drummond, and it's Dean Drummond who, of course, needs this match. Who just lost his match to Leif Selby. And up against Rob Ashton. And it's Dean Drummond that's leading 13 shots to 5, 13-5. So a great start for the Hawke's Bay boys. the John O'Shea and Lance Tasker up against the Papakura side. It is Tauranga side leading. It's John O'Shea leading 11-7, and of course it's the two TV rinks here with Tim Hook needing this one to win. Well, he's behind 12-6, and John Carruthers needing this one from 1 3 point up against Roger Glendenning, and it is Carruthers leading 8 shots to 5, 8-5. So, bit of a struggle for a couple of these sides, isn't it?
Yeah, our guys are certainly up against it at the moment, Southland guys. Yeah. But anything can happen.
Another good bowl there from the Manawatu boys. And now 12-8. So they are starting to get back into the game.
Yeah.
Aren't they, Brian? Crawling their way back.
Chance, mate. Yeah, great bowl.
Yeah, he's played 2 good bowls there.
And Carruthers Glendenning 8-6. Well, that's anybody's, isn't it?
Yeah, we're only halfway, and yeah, you did correct. Anyone can win that one.
So at this stage, we've got 5 qualifiers. Those being Owen Bennett and Murray Wilson of St Kilda, Morris Symes and Kevin Greenwood of Renwick and Marlborough,
mate.
Rob Ashton and Wayne Coleman
anyway.
of Johnsonville, Dennis Brewster and Phil Austin of Horswell, and Lance Tasker and John O'Shea of Tauranga. They've all qualified, so that's 5 qualifiers that are on their way through into post-section play tomorrow. And there's a couple of those wanting their games now, looking comfortable.
Give it a chance, eh?
So was that the call from Stephen an hour ago? Is that
great
1
ball,
hour
mate.
ago? So all of a sudden, you got it. Now's the time, really, Brian, where you've just got to be careful that you don't start dropping numbers. And
yeah, you're correct. Don't want to be dropping 3s and 4s or whatever.
Certainly not. So here is Dean Gilshnan, who was over the head with his first. He's going to be over with his second. And one of the things Mike Kernan and I talking this morning is the last round, I should say. There's on these carpets, the sooner that the player that can get in the front of that jack, literally sitting on top of it, really makes it challenging then to for the head to get. They can control the head literally. So, Gilshnan, he's certainly gone out. He's under the line again, I would think, coming back. You can see it now starting to hit the centre line. He may hold up for a wee while. Weight's superb. That's the shot.
You play it there again if you want, or you can change. Yep, okay.
Connor looks a wee bit on the tight side here.
Yes, he is. I agree, Brian. That is. Well, that's really
a bit different on the line there.
Yes.
Very much on the tight side. And in this other match now, which is all tightening up, that's the Carruthers match. To me, it looks as though it is the Glendenning side with the blue discs there could well be holding 2 shots.
Definitely one.
And that, of course, trailing 8-6, so they can hold on to this end because they can't qualify.
No,
but
Roger's already out, isn't he?
He's out. Yes, he is.
Getting back to Dean Drummond, is he heading away to the Gold Coast?
He certainly is.
Yeah, I thought I heard something like that yesterday.
That's correct. He's And I can say I've had a wee bit to do with it. Right?
Oh, okay.
He's a
very accomplished bowler.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Dean
And
wants
he's
to
a nice guy with it.
lovely guy. He wants to further his career.
Yeah.
And he's playing next weekend in the Champion triples, and then he'll immediately leave. And he's got a role at the Musgrave Hills Club on the Gold Coast with Crystal Leif. It was another Kiwi.
It's quite a strong club, isn't it?
It is a very strong club. They were last year were their first year in the Queensland Premier League, and they qualified through to the finals. So Dean's on the Silver Bird, and he's going to join up at the Musgrave Hill Club, where he'll be playing out of, and of course as well of that will be opportunity to play Premier League. And because there's been a lot of refurbishment work done at the Musgrave Hills Club, there's every likelihood that he's got a job there as well, either in the bar or working around the club, not sure what role that may be there for him. But yes, he's away and will be playing his bowls out of Musgrave Hills.
Yeah, bowls is a great sport, but it probably doesn't pay enough to.
No, it doesn't. And to be fair, even a number of the number of players in Australia, they need. You've got to have something else as well. Not everybody can be Aaron Sheriffs and Kelsey Cottrells and
Karen Murphy's and
Well, Karen Murphy, to be fair, she's been involved. She's got a lot of things on the go, and now part of, course, the Australian coaching era as well. And in fact, mentioning Karen Murphy, she in fact just last week won
New South Wales singles.
New South Wales Championship singles that she won. So still playing out on the green, besides looking after her role as part of the bowls, the high performance side, and she's also involved. Few other bits and pieces in for bowls in and around the New South Wales area.
Am I healthy?
Coaching and doing other bits and pieces, and she's certainly, she's been a stalwart out of Australia. Lovely lady. In fact, my partner, Marlene Castle, and Joe Edwards, they had the pleasure of going over a few years back, and the big tournament, one of the big tournaments, that of the Kingscliff Pairs, where there's only 12 men's combinations and 12 women's combinations invited, and Marlene teamed up with Joe Edwards, and 2 years in a row they played and defeated Karen Murphy and Julie Keegan in the final. At that particular event, and it's a great event. But Karen's been a great for the game.
Yes, they certainly play a lot more bowls over there, though, don't they? They seem to.
They do, but I think it's they got the weather in certain parts of New South Wales and, of course, in Queensland to do so. Not so much in Victoria.
Right. Carruthers and Glendinning are 8 all, so it's tightened right up, isn't it?
It certainly has.
Pat must have picked up a 2, so it's 14-8 in that one.
I'd stay there, Connor.
So just to let everybody know, just been handed to me that Bowls New Zealand expect to have the post-section draw for both the men and women's single pairs. It's the post-section draw for both the men and the women to be published on the Bowls New Zealand website by 6 p.m. tonight. It'll be up on the website, and you'll be able to see the draw and what time play will get underway, and how the post-section draw all looks. So 6 o'clock tonight, by 6 o'clock tonight, the draw for post-section play will be up on the Bowls New Zealand website.
Right. Connor's back on it. So Pat will probably have a big night tonight because he's had nothing to do in this game.
Well,
Come on, Dad, change your hand. Draw the jack. that far for 3.
Oh, there you go. That's what I want. Says Pat, don't muck around.
Yeah,
just get
just
down
listen
there
to
on
me.
your backhand,
Yeah.
get to the jack, move it move it 6 to 9 inches, and that's all I want you to do.
Not a problem.
But he's not going to do so.
No.
He's just going to go by on the wide side. More than likely, didn't need that amount of weight to get that draw result.
He actually hasn't been playing the hand a lot, though.
And as Brian said, 8 apiece now in the Glendinning Carruthers match.
Quite deceiving compared to the other rooms.
Pat's still making excuses.
Yeah. Now, what it's called, Pat, get out and draw the shot. That's really what.
Yes.
But Pat's one of the nice guys of bowls.
Yeah.
He's a great supporter and he's done a lot of things with the sport that people don't see. And
yeah, I've been playing bowls, believe it or not, I've been playing 45 years. And I've played against Pat quite a lot in those years, and yeah, he's done a lot.
Yeah.
He's a real gentleman. On and off the green.
He is, and he doesn't walk around with the flag on his back saying, "This is what I've done."
No.
He just quietly gets on, and whatever he thinks needs to be done, just quietly gets on. And I hear he's building his own, in partnership, building his own rest home for himself.
He'll have a green there as well.
Yeah, there will be, yes. So, John Carruthers, it looks like, is just one down. There was the call from...
Okay.
Sees Carruthers on the mat. So...
The sun must be in his eyes with that hat.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So here's Houlihan looking for the jack. Well, just went outside. Had plenty of weight to move the jack. There's no doubt about that. 8-all, Glendinning versus Carruthers. And, of course, Carruthers needing this game to qualify. And just under an hour left on the clock.
Yeah.
And Pat Houlihan of Clyde, Essential Otago, leading Tim Hook of Takaro of the Manawatu. And it is Tim Hook that needs this win to qualify. And he's trailing Pat Houlihan at the moment, 14-8. Are they 2 down? It looks to be, was he 2 down? Could well be 2 down.
I think Glendinning just drew the shot over here.
He did, and that's 2 down. So, John Carruthers now trying to rescue the situation. As Brian rightly said, 2 down on the charge, on the drive, going the jack, got nothing. And it would still be 2 down.
Possibly 2 down. Or is it 3?
Right.
Get the jack this time.
Pete says, get the jack this time.
Oh, he didn't get it far enough. He
way.
certainly, the trail of the jack would have been great for him. It was it could have been a 3-shot result, just another 6 inches of movement on the jack. And we'll see. Just the one down.
Just the one.
Yeah, one down to the Roger Glendinning side was John Carruthers. And remembering it's the Carruthers side of 1 3 Point who need this win. And they're trailing now 9-8, 9-8.
Finish with a flurry.
And the confidence of Pat Houlihan just saying, we'll finish with a flurry. And that's the one. Could well be 2. They're just looking now.
One.
Just the one it is. 14-9 now. 14-9. Pat Houlihan leading Tim Hook as another end goes by. And remembering it is Tim Hook that needs the the win here. And just to refresh again, the qualifiers in the qualifiers in the women's for post section in the morning: Joe Edwards and Kay Hammond of Nelson, Glenys Paisley and Pam Calder of Invercargill, Bridget Kitchen playing with Sandra Crenard of Timaru Town and Country. They've qualified, as have Dianne Patterson and Lesley Bourke of Wanganui, along with Natarsha Grimshaw and Henrietta Scott, and Debbie Lloyd and Janie Anderson of Queenstown, and Deb Collis and Jan Watt of Waiteria Beach of the Kapiti Centre. They've qualified for post-section play here tomorrow morning, and we'll let you know later what time that will be. In the men to date, we have got 5 qualifiers, those being Owen Bennett and Murray Wilson of St Kilda, Morris Symes and Kevin Greenwood of Renwick in Marlborough, Rob Ashton and Wayne Coleman of Johnsonville from Wellington, Dennis Brewster and Phil Austin of Horswell in Canterbury, and Lance Tasker and John O'Shea of Tauranga. They've qualified already for post-section play.
Some strong combinations you just read out there, Kevin. Tasker, he's certainly tough all the time, isn't he?
Yeah, there's some very good combinations there, and of course there'll be some more good combinations as well come through from this last round of post-section play. You know, we've got, you know, Leif Selby was leading his match, Dean Drummond was leading his match, so you know they hold that lead. That takes us to 7 qualifiers, and they're 2 of the obviously I'd say leading contenders. So
there'll be some great games coming up tomorrow.
There will be, and will be of course. Well, we're not sure. It'll be on the Bowls New Zealand website what time the live coverage will get underway tomorrow, but we'll be here for all the live action right throughout the whole day here of finals day here at the Somerset Champion of Champion Pairs. And next weekend we will be in 9A, where we'll be bringing you the live action from the Champion of Champions men and women's triples. So we're full coverage.
Try and find it in there, Alfie. No, you got second shot there.
That's good lead bowls here on this Carruthers game, Kevin. It
certainly is, isn't it? They're all, everyone's all around the head.
Just draw.
Thanks. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Thanks for Funnel. That's Sean Johnson of Wanganui. Yeah. Well, it's because we caught in just what's on in front of us, mate. I will just adjust that, make sure I've got that right, in that it is Dean Gilshnan who is skipping, and Tim Hook is leading. So Tim Hook is playing off the front, and Dean Gilshnan, that is.
Okay.
So, thanks for that, mate.
I won't take the blame for that one.
I know. Well, it's good. It's always good that what I would say, the constructive bowlers don't criticise you. They just they help you.
Yep.
And it's Sean Johnson out of Wanganui, because Sean, of course, top player, played for New Zealand.
Did he win a New Zealand singles?
Well, he's watching. Tell me, Funnel, my memory's sort of...
I might be wrong, but yeah.
Well, he's featured well in all disciplines playing for New Zealand. Now,
just one down. What do you like? Can I afford to play weight under that bowl or not?
Well, to be fair, Roger, I think if you want to get a result, you're going to have to play with weight anyway to get under that bowl.
With weight to get under that bowl.
And to get movement on that jack. But so you certainly got to be playing with weight to reach that target.
It's probably a good yard or so through.
Otherwise, your bowl's just going to disappear. So definitely needs to have weight to get through it. So here's Glendinning. And this needs to start working a long way now. It's on the outside because Roger Glendinning won a National Fours title a number of years ago. Playing with is Peter Meyer. I'm not going to try and run in Graham Stanley. I'm going to try and guess who the team, but so here's this is a big end here for the. That is three.
They look like they're holding 3 shots there.
That is 3 shots, just confirmed to me. 14-9. 14-9 it is to
Houlihan.
To Houlihan, but it can change here. And he's out wide and quick. 14-12. You're going to see a big change here now. Oh, no.
Oh, Pat, you're not going to take that.
That wee wick shot, you see.
Oh, yes, Pat.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Well, one has to feel really there, Brian, for the Takaro guys, because they were holding 3 good shots, and I'm not going to be critical, Pat, but you were way off target on the.
That's bowls, Kevin.
It is. You were too heavy. Got a bit of a sunshine ride.
Yeah.
Slid in sideways and became shot. So there's a 4-shot turnaround, and another 1 to the Clyde side from Central Otago, Pat Houlihan and Connor Muir. And up
That
looking
could
at
hurt
the head
him,
again is John Carruthers. I must say, he likes doing a bit of walking, does John Carruthers. So this will give us further update on where we're at. Carlton, that's the Leif Selby side. They need the win, of course, and they're leading 12-6 over Paekakariki. Horswell of Canterbury leading 17-8 over Southland. Hastings, that's the Dean Drummond side. They're leading Johnsonville, the Rob Ashton skip side, 18 shots to 8. That's a big win. Well, a big score at this point in time. 17-10, Lance Tasker and John O'Shea of Tauranga leading the Papakura combination. So we'll just see what happens here, but there's going to be, we'll see how many qualifiers come through, but there's certainly, it's fair to say, Brian, that I'm not saying that Leif Selby's comfortable at 12-6, but he's got that lead. That's the main thing. Big challenge here for the Southland side, though, isn't it? Trailing 17-8. Rob Ashton, of course, the Johnsonville man. Well, behind 17-8. Well, by goodness, he's got some work to do, hasn't he? And looking good for Dean Drummond and the Papakura side, who of course need it. They've got a big job in front of them, with Tauranga leading by 17 shots to 10, and it just shows how things can change, because Rob Ashton, of course, has already qualified over here. So that keeps up. That will bring the Hawke's Bay. That'll bring the Hawke's Bay guys in. And remember already that we've got 5 qualifiers. They would take it to 6 if Horswell as well have already they've already qualified. Of course, the Carlton guys, they need it. They hold on to their lead, which is, it's just a guess at this stage, of course. And the Tauranga guys continue. That looks like from that, and this could finish up with 8.
Yeah, Glendinning's just hit the lead in that game, 9-8.
So that's starting to get, and so we're down under an hour to go, aren't we? 15-9. Houlihan, that one was a cruncher, really, guys. The man
really hurt in the end.
4-shot turnaround, and
and he said sorry with a smile on his face.
He did. Well, he'd actually gone past the head when it got the side kick and went back around the head. So 15-9, 13 ends, and it is again. It's Connor Muir, who's he's been the one that's laid the foundation in this game. He's been...
yeah, I don't think there's been an end. He hasn't had one or two balls really close.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. 10-9, John Carruthers. John Carruthers leading Roger Glendinning. And Carruthers, of course, needs this one. He's trying to get the shot bowl and clean. Well played. That's well controlled weight from the man of a two-man.
Yeah.
And he would have turned that. Dean Gilshnan would have turned that into a couple. Pat Houlihan quickly into his work.
He's actually got something to do now.
He's not going to do this very well because he needs to come back, needs to be drawing back now under the Connor Muir bowl. Not going to do so, just gets by. 2 down. Two down, definitely to the, well, one would think it's 2 shots from here, I should say.
Yeah, it's one in a measure anyway.
One on a measure, you're right.
Yeah.
Brian, that's exactly what it is Tim Hook is telling his man to get down on his backhand. No, well, if he gets under this, through this port in here, he just about go close to drawing another.
He's got the weight.
He's got the weight to get all the way down. Yes, he has. Going to sit, lower the jack. Sits just alongside it. At least 2 down, maybe 3.
Try and get you a second shot, don't I?
Well, he hasn't really got any other shot on there than a draw shot, has he?
Well, this is a bit of a time when you play. This is a bit of a time when you play the board, because he can play down on the other hand with weight, trying to make contact onto the bowl, and at the same time, he's a chance of reducing.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he's got a bowl out that side though.
No, he hasn't, because that's a matter of a 2 bowl that's back on that. But it's a matter of if he's 3 down. So there's a. I think second shot's not a bad idea here really, Brian. You can look at a number of shot options.
Yeah,
but,
like you said, he's got to play the board a wee bit.
Absolutely. 15-9, Pat Houlihan leading on this end, 13 of 18 as he makes his way back to the mat, and he's 2 down, maybe 3, and he is going to play that reaching backhand shot. Biggest thing is don't steer your bowl with weight under the line, because you'll pay the price, and he needs to start working now. Needs to work now to get to
He's on the outside.
He's on the outside, and he didn't get the touch. Well, may have cut one out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he played that shot.
Well, personally, I think he had to be quicker if he was going to play down there. And in the Carruthers Glendinning match, the other key match where John Carruthers needs us to qualify and sat on what is the shot bowl, which is in fact it's the Glendinning bowl, which is shot.
So he's playing draw weight.
And don't forget, of course, we're at the post-section draw for both the men and women's Somerset National Champion to Champion pairs. Will be on the Bowls New Zealand Bowls Hub tonight by 6 o'clock, and that'll give you everything you need to know about post-section play. So here's a good bowl coming in here from the Taukamo man.
Oh, great bowl. Pat says 5.
He could have got 5 if they. I don't know where the 5. So two definitely, and looking at, and I see the signal there from Tim Hook.
It's going to bring that game really close, isn't it?
Certainly is.
How many was it?
I'm just waiting to confirm. It was 2 shots.
Might have only been 2.
We'll see that board change in a moment, and it was the 2. 15-11, 15-11, and in this other game, well,
Glendinning's holding one there, isn't he?
Glendining's holding 1 shot.
I've got to be careful, don't I?
Yeah, I just take one of these. I go and give it away. It's hard to get two out of that.
So I draw this hand probably wide.
You can if you want, but you don't really want to leave here. Just got to take your grass and draw it here, really.
So the lead for Roger Glendinning, the Jared Trevathan telling Roger Glendinning, plenty of weight, get out, plenty of green, get out there on your backhand side, holding the one, and of course leading will be all locked up at 10 apiece.
He's actually not.
He's going to get through the port, is he? No, he won't. Tried very hard to get through the port.
So that brings, what, 10 all?
10 apiece. 10 all. And Connor Muir again, here he is. He's sitting on top of the jack, or just lower the jack. He's been really impressive.
Yeah, Pat will be shouting him all night.
So does Connor Muir, does he just play out of the Clyde Club? Is that his own?
I think so, yeah.
He's been very impressive as the Central Otago player. And Tim Hook just going by. These are the ends now that you really...
Yeah, it's getting...
It's crunch time.
Ken Connor's not far away. The weight was perfect.
Good starter, mate. Yeah, good starter. Very good.
Just going to get the slide to the jack and has done. Good result for the Takaro boys to get that slide. And I'll just check, I've got another message here, I think, from...
Yeah, he's 9 feet down.
Connor playing with a bit more weight this time.
Get into the jack. Oh, he got that feather.
3 good bowls.
3 good bowls. Just that feather.
Nice shot there for Pat to play.
Probably easier to play down there, I think.
So I lost that message funnel. Just you can just resend it again to me, please. My technology, I dumped it. So on the backhand is the Takaro skip with the black woolly hat on. We've got 2 sun hats on the next green and
yeah, it's different weather over there.
Must have, well, different temperature over the other side.
Yep, it's handy.
And really, this is where Pat Houlihan has got Skip got every opportunity to play to that one counting bowl of the Takaro side.
It's forehand.
And to
no. Well,
I thought he would have been playing to try and play down to get weight to dislodge that bowl. And it is Glendinning again as the skips change over. I think he's holding shot.
Where did Pat's bowl end up, Kevin?
It must be right down the back. It was always. I just. To me, there's only one shot to play here.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, it's the gate's open to.
He's still persisting with that other hand.
Well, he's going to be tight and under the line.
Or is he trying?
Well, he's trying to get it down on this side.
Well, he's not far away.
He's trying to get it down here, and he's going to get it clean. And that bowl, that was always on.
Shows you how much we know, though.
Well, I didn't think that was the hand to play it on, but it was definitely the shot to play. As I see, Roger Glendinning get a touch on the jack, touch up. So big pressure on here.
Yeah.
Don't want to be going to 19-11.
No.
So can now.
Second shot would be good.
Dean Gilshnan on the mat. Really he nearly needs to try and reduce. If he doesn't get the shot, at least he's got second shot. So you'll see it breaking down through the port now. How quick is it? Might get the back bowl. How far is that run? Might have cut it to 2.
Might have cut it, yeah.
Just the 1. So it was a good save. And the good thing from what Dean Gilshnan played there was he made sure he did play it with weight. He knew that if he got contact that it was going to sit there. So he gave it every chance.
Pat only needs to take a couple of rolls out of that bowl though, but I don't think he's near it.
No, he's on the other side of the head again. But, you know, it's 1 and another head gone. So and it is in the other game now. It is John Carruthers at 10. It's Glendinning holding the shot at 10 apiece. And another 1 to go up for the Central Otago, the Clyde team. And again, Ian start to
disappear.
Yeah, they do. They start to disappear, and they disappear quickly.
Have we played 14 ends in that game, have we?
This is N 14 we're playing now.
Oh, okay.
And that's N 13 we're playing now. And, you know, John Carruthers, as you've seen, certainly likes to run up and have a look at the head. Now, he's literally done himself out of one head, one end so far. And if you start getting behind, I think you need to get on with the game.
Well, yeah. It's, sometimes there's no need to come up to the head like that.
Absolutely. So, good opening bowl here from the Manawatu boys, from Tim Hook. Very handy. And here's Glendinning on the other, 10 apiece, holding 1. One wouldn't think he'd be trying too hard here. And here again, here's Connor Muir, well played again. He's going to sit in behind the jack. He's certainly been the player of this game.
Yeah, I might have to have a word to him to move down south, actually.
He's been very consistent, hasn't he, right throughout. This game has the
he has
the lead for Clyde, and Tim Hook has had pressure end after end, really, and he's gone pretty well with it, and he's going to get the jack. No, he's not. Just going to slide by.
Connor might change his hand here.
Yeah, that's a good cover bowl. You've got the shot. John Carruthers looking for the jack. He's too wide. So it'll be a 1 to Roger Glendinning. Roger Glendinning goes to the front now. 11-10.
Perfect. Yeah. Another good bowl.
Oh, another bowl literally on the head, but a 2-bowl sit for the Takaro side now. And you sit around that 2-bowl sit and get a touch on the jack.
Yeah.
You'll be holding, they'll be holding 2 shots. So on the forehand is Tim Hook. And is it coming back to the jack? That's where it needs to be. No, it's not. It's going to be slightly under, finished just over jack high. It's imperative now for the Clyde side that they get on this other hand.
He's got 3 good catches there.
Try and sit on the bowl or move the jack. Well, if you're fortunate enough to move the jack, you take the other shot completely out of the equation.
Away, yeah.
11-10, Roger Glendinning over John Carruthers of One Tree Point, and Whangarei, Northland Centre. So it's imperative here. And
it's going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's best from Pat Hurlin's point of view. Let's get it with your first bowl rather than just to try and protect your head a wee bit. And it's out on the wide side, coming back now. Has it got the weight, though, to get all the way down? No, it hasn't. Needed a metre, and now it needs to get past that. I just got an update there in the Leif Selby match. 12 each, 12 apiece. And it was, of course, at our last cross, it was the The Carlton boys were leading 12-6 against Paekakariki.
He's a big ball coming in here. Oh, he's just...
And they haven't scored again of the Carlton side, the defending champions, Leif, Selby and James Williams, now all locked up at 12 apiece. 12 apiece. Pat Houlihan now trying to... Oh, don't run too fast, Pat. Houlihan trying to get down to sit inside this bowl, just going to go by on the back of the bowl.
It's not actually too bad. It's splitting those three bowls.
You're right. Brian does split those two bowls. Here on the mat now is the skip, Dean Gilshnan, just coming down again towards the jack. He's close this time.
He's very close.
He's close this time and got the result and covered those bowls up. Lay holding 2 shots, I would say.
Yep.
So Pat Houlihan said, I'll sit on those bowls. And in the other game, it's Roger Glendinning leading 11-10, 11-10, and holding shot. Jared Trevethan holding the shot. Another good bowl here coming in from the Glendinning lead. Just moved the jack around the corner for a couple. Pat Houlihan now. He's out wide. He won't come back from there. Trying hard, but don't think he'll get all the way back. Needs a bit of luck. Needs a slide. Gets the slide, but falls outside the line. So coming up to have a look is Dean Gilshnan to see if he can make a number of it.
He holds 2, doesn't he? Does he hold 2?
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with 2 after, you know.
Yeah.
So, Dean Gilshnan trying to add to the head, holding 2, but really needs to be on the safe side, I feel, because he doesn't want to, and he's going to finish lower the jack, and that he should be happy with that, really. 2 shots.
Yep. So that'll...
2 it is, 16-13, another end gone. We're getting down now to, that's end 15 played, and as I see, Roger Glendinning's just drawn another bowl right on top of the jack, holding 2 shots. It's the Glendinning side. Out of the, of course, Glendinning, out of Geraldine, South Canterbury. John Carruthers, he's going to go by wide, trying to roll it into the head, won't do so. So this is becoming a big end over here now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So any of these games now, they're both still alive now after scoring that 3. It's just going to, as you see, you know, the time's running down as well.
This is a big end in the Houlihan game.
Very much so.
Big end. Like Gilshnan will have to really score in this end.
Well, Tim hooked the lead. He'll be disappointed. Short with his first bowl, opens the door straight away for the consistent Conor Muir, which he duly does. And he's taken advantage of that and sits right on top of the jack. And once again today, thank you to our team of Tamara, Icon, Erica and Harper. Done a wonderful job here again, bringing all of this live action. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow as well. So, gone past has Tim Hook, and yeah, really it's a chance for the pressure to really be applied by Conor Muir.
He's on a good line again.
He is on a good line, needs to start just to cut back now towards the jack area. Is going to do so. Only issue is 3 shots over here now. And yeah, 3 down. Just heard the call. Carruthers needs to play through this with weight. Trailing 11-10.
He's driving.
He's on the drive. He hooked that all. You could see.
Oh,
You could see out of the hand.
Yes,
You could see that had gone hook to hook. That's a big end.
4.
4.
Well, that's huge.
That 15-10 now to Roger Glendenning.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's a big effort now. That's really starting to hurt now. And Connor Muir over the head.
Oh,
that's
he's
finished
playing outstanding.
Outstanding. He's finished in an absolutely top spot there. 16-13. Pat Hurlitz, don't run, Pat. 16-13. And we said a few moments ago, the game with the Leif Selby game all locked up at 12 apiece, playing against the Paekakariki. I think it was Paekakariki. Yes, it is. 12 apiece. I'm just trying to see out here if I can see anything. Can't do so.
Good bowl, Alfie.
I don't know where they must be.
Lovely bowl.
I think he'll come down this side though.
So, Pat Hurlitz. So Hurlitz drawing to the head, needs to sit in, not out, gone over the head. That's fine really, because a couple of cover bowls in behind there.
There's not really a target there. He's really good under the draw, isn't he? Gilshnan.
So I can tell you now, Leif Selby is now leading 13-12. 13-12. Leif Selby is leading over the Paekakariki combination to leading 12-6. So here's now Dean Gilshnan trying to get down to the head, at least a couple down. Is it going to come back far enough on that line? No, it won't. It's going to pull up short. This is big trouble now.
Like, if he doesn't score here, it's about shake hands time.
Well, I wouldn't be worrying too much about the trail here, Pat, because he's possibly 3 down as Dean Gilshnan, so he's not going to be trying for any heroics to the trail. He'll be trying to get some safety. 13-12 now. It is 13-12. Leif Selby in his match, needing this win to going to qualify.
Right, this is
the big bowl here for Dean. Didn't like it out of the hand. He may, and we'll see. That's John Carruthers. He's gone. It's gone outside the head. Here's a big head here. This is the end that the Manawatu 2 boys, they didn't want this, did they? At least, and really, Pat Hurlitz's got an open mat just to draw another shot.
Well, 4 shots.
I'm picking the holding 3 at present.
Yeah.
Here's the Hurlitz bowl. Is he going to? No, he's not, I don't think. Boy, Pat, that was, he might. Just depends how far that runs. So we'll see in a moment.
It's 3 anyway.
It's definitely 3. Now looking at that 4th. Out comes the tape. 15-10, Roger Glendenning leading John Carruthers.
Three.
4 it is.
4.
2013.
Okay.
That's the big turnaround end. One end.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
That's
really.
And Leif Selby, as we know, who was leading 12-6, then got all locked up at 12 apiece. I just had a look outside a moment ago, and now leading 13-12. And it's playing right out in front of us here, actually, but of course we're only a little window here, so we can't see everything. And the clock's winding down. How long to go, Erica?
25 minutes.
Well, not long to go. Well, that really, to be fair, Brian, that 4, that's cost them into 2 boys, hasn't it, really?
It looks like it.
To me, that's blown their chances. Take a big end here.
So the way it's sitting there with both them games, they'll be both those teams will be out.
So, got a couple of games coming here and tell you Lance Tasker and John O'Shea have defeated Frankie Lim and Steve Bicknell of Paekakariki. So that puts them out of contention. And the Dennis Brewster and Phil Austin defeated George Amos and David Clark. So that also takes them out of contention. So those numbers are coming down for likely qualifiers in post-section play. We had a moment ago we had Leif Selby leading 13 shots to 12, 13-12. Selby was leading over the Paekakariki combination.
Still in there, Alfie? Same weight, eh?
15-10, Roger Glendinning leading John Carruthers, and he's been outstanding. Has the lead here, the lead for Connor Muir has been absolutely outstanding for the Pat Houlihan side. He's made life very, very difficult for Tim Hook. And on the drive was Tim Hook, got nothing. Of course, they've got the clock now running against them as well, and ends and scoreboard. So the skips change over. Pat Houlihan will be on the mat. On the backhand is Houlihan holding the shot. And been set up again by Connor Muir, who's been outstanding right throughout this game. It's a good ball from Houlihan as well, in behind the head. And we'll just see what happens in that game, the Carruthers match. Who scored on that? Oh, there's a lucky, an off-target drive. And it was obviously the Wanganui side who scored there. Not sure what the number was. It was definitely, though, John Carruthers who scored. So Pat Houlihan here trying to draw the shot, coming down to the jack. Needs to stop, goes by. Still only one shot, though, to Dean Gilshnan as they play this of the 17th end, and they're trailing 20-13. So here's Gilshnan again. It was just the one to John Carruthers. 15-11 now, 15-11 as they play in 16. And Gilshnan, it'll be a counter. It's definitely a couple on the back end now for Houlihan. 2 down, leading 20-13. And I'll just ask Steve Beale to just give, if he can just see that board. That. So it is now 14-12, 14-12 to Leif Selby. Just picked up a couple after being leading 12-6, then 12 all, and now leading 14-12. And I'm picking their number of ends to be getting down as well, I would say, looking around the... So Gilshnan trying to get down to, well played, got out the Pat Houlihan bowl, and that's 3. So we go to 2016 as they play the last end. And so for the Manawatu Takaro boys to qualify, they need a 5 on this end. John Carruthers leading 15-11, playing the 16th end.
It's Roger in front.
And Glendinning leading.
from an administrator's point of view there, Kev, that would be an ideal result if the board stayed this way.
I just did another count a minute ago, and I just said it looks like an 8.
An 8 would be very good, but it'll be what it'll be. So
we've got a 7 in the ladies.
Yep. Just cuts that one round out for us. And,
it does.
But what will be will be. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, we can't influence it.
We can't do anything about it at all. So Leif Selby leading 14-12 was the last call that we got from Stephen. And the Paekakariki guys, after being down 12-6, certainly came back.
They did.
And still are, obviously. 14-12's nothing.
All right.
He's bad. Connor Muir again. He's been outstanding throughout this game. Do you know much about Connor Muir, Steve?
Yeah, well, he's carried Hurley around a wee bit, but he's relatively new to the game. But unfortunately, he didn't quite bring that sort of game in the earlier rounds. And Pat said he struggled as well. So he saved their best for the TV ring. Typical posy sort of thing that Hooligan would do.
Well, the lead scored, I think, 12 of the.
Oh wow!
He's been outstanding. He's been really on top of his game right throughout, and he's really made it difficult for Tim Hook, and he's just
going to make it more.
He's just a bowl wide of the jack, but certainly had great trail weight. Did Connor Muir. In the Carruthers match, of course, that's a need for John Carruthers. And 15-11 to Roger Glendenning.
He's holding shot with those multi-bowls.
The blue is...
yeah, sort of depends how you look at them.
Is Roger Glendenning is the blue.
So Pat would actually want to Connor to get back to that last bowl.
Yeah, he's
from Graham.
Well, he's on a good line again here. He's on a better line than the second bowl here. He's on a great line and really a bit unlucky the way how it ran. But in saying that, it's a difficult head now for the opposition to score a number, isn't it? That's
absolutely. Dean's got to.
He's got to score 3.
Well, his 3 bowls have got to count.
Absolutely.
Just to get an extra end, so just makes it difficult.
And see, John Carruthers ran into a front bowl there, and it looks like 2 to Roger Glendenning at this point in time.
Actually, it's good. I haven't seen Rog for quite a number of years. He was always the standout lead for Canterbury back in the 80s and 90s.
Well, he did for a long time, didn't he? In those, that great era of those Canterbury sides, and and of course he played in that winning with Peter. Was it Peter Meyer?
He used to play with Meyer,
and they won the National Fours one year, didn't they? Roger was in that side. I'm sure he played with him. But
I'm pretty sure he played against when I played with Kevin Darling away back in the day, and we got to the last 4, and it was Roger. And I'm pretty sure it was Peter Meyer that took us out in the semis.
In those great days of the Canterbury side, he was always, he was a killer of the consistency.
Same as my last.
John Carruthers on the charge there, trailing 15-11, and down on the head here.
He was trying to make something.
I don't know what he was trying to do there, and.
Well, he's going to start running out of time.
I was going to say the time is going to be a killer. They're playing one end behind. So, Dean Gilshnan trying to get down, further down to the, by goodness. Well.
How many, Connor?
So, Connor Muir said the right thing. I reckon we're 3 down now. Yep. That's the way to it.
It's just whether Pat plays with weight to try and catch something, or he's leaned into it a bit by the look of it.
Needs to start working back now, and is doing so. Needs to work towards the number coming down. Has it got enough? No, it hasn't.
Just makes it a bit tighter for that 4.
Were you happy, Alfie?
That's
well,
extensible thing to do. Come and have a look.
And 17-11 now, Roger Glendenning. So big ask now for the boys from the north.
Point.
One Tree Point. Big ask there.
It's a nice wee club, that, isn't it?
It is a lovely club.
Yep.
And
16-12
16-12.
to Auckland over Paekakariki after 17 ends. So the Paekakariki boys looking for a 4.
So Leif Selby, who that earlier game with Dean Drummond, that was a top.
Yeah.
Well, that was a top game. That
was it. What? Oh, Rogers.
They're making it really difficult for the One Tree boys. And there's a lovely club up there at One Tree Point. It's a lovely spot up in the north. So Dean Gilshnan having a good look around of.
Well, he's got a count.
Yeah, so he's trying to say, right, I'm going to turn the. Here's the bell now.
Yeah.
So.
And
so John Carruthers needs them all.
Yep.
To tie.
To tie, and to get one of those super extra ends.
Was a super. Yeah, it
plenty
had me
of kills and bits and pieces there with the Selby match, wasn't it?
That had me flummoxed. So Dean Gilshnan, big bowl here for him to stay alive. Bell's gone. Here he is, endeavouring to try and play up, reach to the
push his own one up.
Push his own one. Looks to be outside it as he's got the back of it, and
that's the 4, I think.
That could well be the 4.
Yeah, same bowl as last time. You're only.
Oh, no, this is, I think, says Hooley. I'm not.
You don't think, be sure there, Connor. Okay.
Well, I'm not playing my bowl. 3. You might have heard Pat Houlihan say he's backing it. Only 3. We know the tape. I'm sure the tape's going to come out.
Yeah. Takaro boys.
Regardless of if I was Pat Houlihan, I'd be playing it because there's no, unless he plays to that blue bowl, there's no danger for him.
Yeah, but if you don't have to play it, if you only think you're 3 down.
Well, correct.
John Carruthers' side is Graham's just gone scorching through, needing 6, holding 2, yard to draw it, and he's unfortunately leant into it.
So there's the measure on the Manawatu on the Takaro bowl. Now around to the Connor Muir bowl, which is the Jack Level bowl.
You'd have to say that the Backer bowl was.
He's getting it.
No.
It is. It's the Connor Muir bowl, so it's a 3 to the Takaro team, Dean Gilshnan. And that means that they miss out by 1 shot, 20 shots to 19, 20-19. And from a Bowls New Zealand point of view, on doing the draw, that's another non-qualifier now that can make their way through because they
oh, come on, Pat. Don't play those games, mate. Okay, so that's looking like the ideal result for Bowls New Zealand.
And it's the got to get 6 result for
John Carruthers.
And if he doesn't get 6,
and that's Rogers just. I think he's just put in a dolly knocker there.
So we can, if that happens, we can put the line through the Carruthers combination.
John's in the zone here just to turn it round for a 4, but yep.
So
yeah, Jared's called the right shot there. Just sit on the wall, and it just makes it impossible. So,
Roger,
just need to figure out whether John's going to try and kill it. No, Roger's getting down there, but
just going to skip underneath it.
Ooh, we didn't want to back kick it, but that's pretty safe there.
And
so John should be driving at this to try and get the kill.
So we can just about, I think, just about know who the qualifiers are, won't we?
Just about.
And Carruthers, another good bowl here.
That's two very good bowls without getting the perfect result. So Hastings through. You'd say Carlton through.
So Roger Glendinning trying to nestle into these bowls here, and just goes by. So John Carruthers with his last bowl.
You think he'd have a hit because he can't get the number he wants. So
does he think he's got another in?
Conceded.
Trying to get a trail on the jack here, and he's going to do so.
What a great bowl. It's only a 3 at best, you would think. Might even be 4, but it ain't 6.
It's not. It's not 6. So we can confirm that the Roger Glendinning skip side, they have just defeated the combination, the Wanganui combination. That's the John Carruthers side and Graham Tradika, and of course it was Carruthers who was needing that win to qualify, and he'll finish up with just the 2 wins. So they won't make it through to post-section play. And
Carlton and Hastings are through with the other 5. So we were looking at 11. It's looking like 7.
It's looking like 7. Is that? Do we have all the results at this stage that count?
Yeah, we have Carlton ahead of Paekakariki, unless a miracle happened there. Hallsville defeated Southland.
Of course, Hallsville had already qualified.
Already through. Hastings needing it, beat Johnsonville.
Correct.
Paekakariki needing it, but got touched up by Tauranga. And both Hook and the Carruthers on the TV ranks needing it were beaten by Houlihan and Glendinning, who couldn't qualify and were out.
So that confirms we've got 7.
Got 7.
So we can confirm that the 7 qualifiers in the men's, the Somerset champion to champion pairs, we have got Owen Bennett and Murray Wilson of St Kilda in Dunedin, Morris Symes, Kevin Greenwood of Renwick in Marlborough, Rob Ashton and Wayne Coleman of Johnsonville and Wellington, Dennis Brewster and Phil Austin of Horsville, Lance Tasker and John O'Shea of Tauranga, Dean Drummond and Murray Glassey of Hastings, Williams and of course Leif Selby, the defending champions of Carlton, and they're the 7 qualifiers, and they will join the women's qualifiers that I've got here as well. We've got 7 in each, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And the 7 women's qualifiers, which I thought I had in front of me. I've lost that piece of paper. Obviously. Here it is. Sorry, I've got it. The 7 women's qualifiers are Joe Edwards and Kay Hammond of Nelson, Glenys Paisley and Pam Calder of Invercargill, Bridget Kitchen and Sandra Cleland of Timaru Town and Country, Dianne Patterson and Lindsay Bourke of Wanganui, Natarsha Grimshaw and Henrietta Scott of Kia Toa in Hawke's Bay, Deborah Lloyd and Jane Anderson of Queenstown, and Dot Collis and Jan Watt of Waitiriri Beach of Kapiti. So there's the 7 qualifiers in the women and 7 qualifiers as well in the men. And this is us for the day at the...
will be, because there's 7 qualifiers, Kev, in each, we'll kick off at 9 o'clock.
Right.
So we'll be able to just do that, and there'll be the half dozen games that have to play, the 3 games to bring it to 4 with the bye, and it'll be 3 games in both genders to bring it to 4. So,
and then we'll have tonight by 6 o'clock tonight. By 6 o'clock tonight, up on the Bowls New Zealand hub, They will have the draw will be published for both the men and the women on the Bowls New Zealand Hub. That'll be up by 6 o'clock tonight. So there it is. We've got 7 qualifiers in both the men's and ladies Somerset National Champion pairs. And this is Kevin Hicklin and Stephen Beale leaving you. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for finals day here at the stadium in Dunedin.